Welcome to Morpheus' realm, where ancient tales whisper you to sleep. Tonight, we journey through Greek mythology, letting legendary stories soothe your mind. As you listen, imagine soft rain falling outside your window, creating a peaceful cocoon around you. Before we begin, I invite you to share in the comments where you're listening from. It's always fascinating to see how far these timeless myths reach across our modern world. If you enjoy drifting off to sleep with these mythological lullabies, please consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell. This way, you'll never miss a night of enchanting stories and restful slumber. Now settle in, close your eyes, and let the gentle murmur of ancient Greece carry you towards dreams. Our first tale awaits, ready to unfold in the realm between waking and sleep. In the dawn of creation, when the world was still young, and the realms of gods and mortals were not yet clearly defined, there lived a titan named Prometheus. His name meant forethought, and true to his nature, he possessed wisdom and foresight that surpassed even the gods themselves. Picture, if you will, a figure tall and noble, with eyes that seem to peer into the very fabric of time itself. Prometheus was born to the Titan Iapetus and the Oceanid Clymene, in an age when the Titans still ruled the cosmos. Unlike many of his kin, Prometheus possessed a deep fascination with the mortal realm and the fragile creatures that dwelled upon the earth. As you lie here, listening to the gentle patter of rain, imagine a world where gods walked among mortals, their footsteps leaving traces of divinity in their wake. In those early days, Zeus and the Olympians had only recently claimed victory in their war against the Titans. The world was in a state of flux, with new rules and hierarchies being established. Prometheus, with his gift of foresight, had sided with Zeus during this great conflict, known as the Titanomachy. His decision proved crucial in tipping the scales in favor of the Olympians. Yet, despite his allegiance to Zeus, Prometheus felt a deep connection to the mortal realm. He watched as humans struggled in their primitive state, lacking the tools and knowledge to truly thrive. It was then that Prometheus made a fateful decision, one that would forever alter the course of human history and his own destiny. In the dark of night, when even the watchful eyes of the gods were heavy with sleep, Prometheus crept into the halls of Olympus. There, in the great forge of Hephaestus, burned an eternal flame, the very essence of divine knowledge and power. With careful hands and a heart full of compassion, Prometheus took a small portion of this sacred fire. As you rest, envision the soft glow of that celestial flame, its warmth spreading through your body, easing away any tension or worry. Prometheus carried this precious gift down to earth, cradling it as one might hold a newborn child. When he reached the world of mortals, he taught them how to nurture and use this divine gift. With fire, humans learned to cook their food, to craft tools, to ward off dangerous beasts, and to push back the oppressive darkness of night. It was more than just flame. It was the spark of civilization, the kindling of human potential. As you drift closer to sleep, feel that warmth of progress and enlightenment spreading through your mind, illuminating the vast possibilities that lie within you. But such a gift could not go unnoticed by the gods. Zeus, upon discovering Prometheus's theft, was filled with a rage that shook the very foundations of Mount Olympus. The king of the gods saw this act not as one of kindness, but as a betrayal, a disruption of the natural order he sought to maintain. Prometheus knew the consequences of his actions would be severe, yet he stood defiant. In your mind's eye, see him standing tall before the assembled gods, his eyes blazing with the same fire he had gifted to humanity. He believed so deeply in the potential of mortals that he was willing to face divine wrath for their sake. Zeus's punishment was as swift as it was cruel. He ordered Prometheus chained to a remote mountain peak, exposed to the harsh elements. But this was not the extent of his torment. Each day, an eagle, sent by Zeus himself, would descend upon Prometheus and feast upon his liver. And each night, as Prometheus was immortal, his liver would regenerate, only for the cycle to begin anew with the dawn. As you lie here, safe and comfortable, let the thought of Prometheus's sacrifice wash over you. Feel gratitude for the comforts and knowledge we now possess, born from that ancient gift of fire. Let any burdens you carry seem lighter in comparison to the weight Prometheus bore for the sake of humanity. For centuries, Prometheus endured this torment without wavering in his conviction. His suffering became a testament to the power of compassion and the unyielding nature of the human spirit he so admired. Time passed, empires rose and fell, and still Prometheus remained, a solitary figure against the vast expanse of the sky. It was not until the great hero Heracles, on his own legendary journey, came upon Prometheus that the Titan's ordeal finally came to an end. With the blessing of Zeus, who had over time come to admire Prometheus's unwavering spirit, Heracles broke the chains and slew the eagle, finally freeing the long-suffering Titan. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how Prometheus's gift of fire symbolizes more than just physical flame. It represents the light of knowledge, the warmth of progress, and the spark of creativity that resides within each of us. In our darkest moments, we all have the capacity to kindle that inner fire and illuminate the path forward. Prometheus's tale reminds us that sometimes the greatest acts of kindness require the greatest sacrifice. It teaches us about the power of foresight, the importance of compassion, and the indomitable nature of the human spirit. As you allow yourself to relax more deeply, know that within you lies the same potential that Prometheus saw in humanity, the ability to create, to learn, to grow, and to light the way for others. Let the story of Prometheus guide you into peaceful slumber. Imagine the soft glow of firelight, warming you, protecting you, inspiring you. As you breathe deeply, feel the tension leave your body, replaced by a sense of wonder at the ancient tales that still hold such power over our imaginations. Sleep now, and dream of the boundless potential that lies within you, sparked by a gift given long ago by a Titan who believed in the promise of humanity. In the realm of Mount Olympus, where the air shimmers with divine power and the clouds part to reveal celestial wonders, there dwells a goddess whose wisdom outshines even the brilliance of the sun. Athene, daughter of Zeus, stands as a beacon of knowledge and strategic prowess, her grey eyes reflecting the depths of her intellect. Born not in the traditional manner, but from the very thoughts of Zeus himself, Athene's arrival into the world was as extraordinary as her gifts. Picture, if you will, the mighty Zeus, king of the gods, packing the halls of Olympus, his brow furrowed with an unimaginable pain. The other gods watched in bewilderment as Zeus's discomfort grew, until finally he called upon Hephaestus, the divine craftsman. With a single swing of his axe, Hephaestus split Zeus's head open, and from this unconventional birth canal emerged Athene, fully grown and armored, her battle cry echoing through the heavens. The goddess sprang forth, resplendent in her gleaming armor, her piercing grey eyes surveying her new domain with a wisdom far beyond her moments of existence. As you listen to this tale, allow the wonder of Athene's birth to wash over you, imagining the awe that must have filled the hearts of all who witnessed it. Let the tension in your body release, much as Zeus found relief from his headache, and sink deeper into relaxation. Athene quickly established herself as a formidable presence among the Olympians. Her wisdom and strategic mind made her invaluable to both gods and mortals alike. Yet, it was in the mortal realm where Athene would face one of her greatest challenges, a contest for the patronage of a fledgling city that would one day become the crown jewel of Greek civilization. The people of this nascent city sought a divine patron, and both Athene and Poseidon, god of the seas, vied for this honor. The contest was simple. Each deity would offer a gift to the city, and the people would choose their patron based on which gift they deemed most valuable. Poseidon struck the ground with his mighty trident, and from the earth sprang a salt water spring, promising naval power and the bounty of the sea. The people marveled at this display of raw power, the briny scent of possibility filling the air. Then came Athene's turn. With graceful movement, she knelt and planted something in the soil. From this humble beginning grew an olive tree, its silvery leaves shimmering in the sunlight. Athene offered not just a tree, but the promise of food, oil, and wood, sustenance, and the foundation of commerce and peace. As you contemplate this contest, feel the weight of the choice before the people. Let the gentle rustling of the olive leaves in your mind's eye soothe you, carrying away any lingering stress or worry. The people chose Athene's gift, recognizing the long-term benefits of the olive tree over the immediate power of Poseidon's spring. In her wisdom, Athene had given a gift that would nourish and sustain for generations to come. The city was named Athens in her honor, and under her guidance, it flourished into a center of learning, art, and philosophy. Athene's influence extended far beyond Athens. She became known as a patron of heroes, guiding and protecting those who embodied courage and cleverness. She stood by Odysseus during his long journey home, advising Perseus in his quest against Medusa and offering her wisdom to Heracles as he faced his legendary labors. But Athene was more than a goddess of war and wisdom. She taught humanity the practical arts that elevated civilization. Under her tutelage, mortals learned the crafts of weaving, pottery, and metalworking. She championed both the intellectual and the practical, understanding that true wisdom lay in the balance between mind and hand. As you rest, imagine Athene's gentle hand guiding your own, instilling in you a sense of capability and wisdom. Feel the warmth of her olive tree's wood, the smoothness of woven cloth, the cool touch of crafted metal. Let these sensations ground you in a peaceful state of being. Athene's story teaches us that true power lies not in brute force, but in the application of wisdom and foresight. She represents the human capacity for reason, for finding clever solutions to daunting problems. In times of conflict, she advocates for strategy over aggression, for using one's intellect to navigate life's challenges. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on how Athene's qualities might manifest in your own life. Perhaps you possess an untapped well of wisdom waiting to be drawn upon. Or maybe you have the power to nurture and sustain others, much like Athene's olive tree. Let Athene's grey eyes watch over your dreams tonight. May her wisdom infuse your thoughts, her strategic mind help you navigate your path, and her nurturing spirit give you strength. As you breathe deeply, imagine donning Athene's helm of wisdom, feeling its comforting weight dissolving your cares and worries. Allow yourself to float in the sea of Athene's knowledge, buoyed by her protection, drifting gently towards the shores of peaceful slumber. The goddess of wisdom stands guard over your rest, her olive tree's branches swaying gently in the night breeze, a lullaby of rustling leaves to soothe you into tranquil dreams. In the realm of ancient Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Perseus, a demigod born of divine and mortal parentage. As we delve into his tale, allow the gentle patter of rain outside to lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation. Close your eyes and let your mind drift to a time long ago, when gods and mortals intertwined their fates in grand adventures. Perseus's story begins not with a triumphant fanfare, but with a whispered prophecy that would shape his destiny. In the kingdom of Argos, King Acrisius received a dire warning. His grandson would one day cause his death. Fearing this fate, Acrisius took drastic measures. He imprisoned his daughter, Danae, in a bronze chamber, hoping to prevent her from ever bearing a child. But the will of the gods cannot be thwarted by mortal means. Zeus, the king of the gods, was enchanted by Danae's beauty and visited her in the form of a shower of golden rain. From this divine union, Perseus was conceived. As you listen, imagine the soft golden light filtering through the darkness, a symbol of hope in the face of adversity. When Acrisius discovered the infant Perseus, his fear overcame his love. He cast both mother and child into the sea in a wooden chest, leaving their fate to the whims of the waves. But Poseidon, moved by compassion, guided the chest safely to the island of Seriphos. There, a kindly fisherman named Dictys found them and took them under his protection. Perseus grew into a strong and noble young man, unaware of his divine heritage, but fate had not forgotten him. The king of Seriphos, Polydex, desired Danae for himself and saw Perseus as an obstacle. To rid himself of the young hero, Polydectes devised a cunning plan. He announced his intention to marry and asked all his subjects to bring gifts. Perseus, eager to prove himself, boldly promised to bring the head of the fearsome Gorgon, Medusa. As you rest, feel the weight of Perseus's challenge settling upon you. But just as sleep will soon embrace you, know that help often comes in unexpected forms. The gods, impressed by Perseus's courage, came to his aid. Athene gifted him with a polished shield, Hermes lent his winged sandals, and Hades provided a helm of invisibility. Imagine yourself floating on Hermes' sandals, light as a feather, all your worries left far below. With these divine gifts, Perseus embarked on his perilous quest. He journeyed to the lair of the Gorgons, where Medusa and her sisters dwelt. Medusa, once a beautiful maiden, had been cursed by Athene. Her hair was now a writhing mass of serpents, and her gaze could turn any living creature to stone. Perseus approached with caution, using the reflection in Athene's polished shield to guide his way. The cave was silent save for the soft hissing of Medusa's serpentine locks. With a swift and decisive stroke, Perseus severed Medusa's head, careful never to look directly at her face. As the tension of this moment releases, allow your own body to relax, sinking deeper into comfort. With his mission accomplished, Perseus began his journey home, but his adventures were far from over. As he flew over the coast of Ethiopia, he spied a beautiful maiden chained to a rock. This was Andromeda, princess of the realm, sacrificed to appease a sea monster sent by Poseidon. Perseus, moved by her plight, used Medusa's head to turn the monster to stone, saving Andromeda and winning her hand in marriage. Finally returning to Seriphos, Perseus found that Polydectes had mistreated his mother in his absence. In a moment of righteous anger, he revealed Medusa's head, turning the cruel king and his courtiers to stone. With justice served, Perseus returned the divine gifts and gave Medusa's head to Athene, who placed it on her shield, the Aegis. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the journey of Perseus. His story teaches us that even in our darkest moments, when we feel adrift like a wooden chest on turbulent seas, fate may be guiding us towards greatness. Perseus faced challenges that seemed insurmountable, yet with courage, divine aid, and his own ingenuity, he triumphed. Let the gentle rain outside remind you of the golden shower that heralded Perseus's birth. As you drift towards sleep, know that within you lies the potential for heroism, the strength to face your own challenges, and the wisdom to seek help when needed. May your dreams be filled with the wonder of myth and the peace of a hero's well-earned rest. In the depths of ancient Crete, a tale of terror and tragedy unfolded, one that would echo through the ages. The story of the Minotaur, a creature born of divine punishment and human folly, awaits us in the shadows of a labyrinth. As you listen, let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your senses, carrying you deeper into the realm of myth and legend. King Minos of Crete was a ruler blessed by the gods, or so it seemed. His kingdom was prosperous, his people content, and his power unrivaled in all the Aegean. But Minos, like many mortals, was not satisfied. He yearned for a sign, a token of the gods' favor that would cement his rule for all time. And so he called upon Poseidon, god of the seas, to send him a sign. Poseidon, ever capricious, answered Minos' prayer. From the depths of the wine-dark sea arose a magnificent bull, its coat as white as sea foam, its eyes gleaming with divine light. It was a creature of such beauty that all who beheld it gasped in awe. Minos was overjoyed, for surely this was the sign he had sought. Poseidon's voice echoed in his mind, commanding him to sacrifice this perfect bull in honor of the sea god. But as you drift closer to sleep, imagine the temptation that gripped Minos' heart. The bull was so magnificent, so unlike any other, that the king couldn't bear to part with it. In a moment of weakness, he decided to keep the bull for himself, sacrificing a lesser animal in its place. He thought perhaps that Poseidon wouldn't notice or wouldn't care. But the gods are not so easily fooled, and their wrath, when roused, is terrible to behold. Poseidon's revenge was as swift as it was cruel. He reached out with his divine power and touched the mind of Pasiphae, Minos' wife, instilling in her an unnatural and overwhelming desire for the white bull. Consumed by this divinely inspired madness, Pasiphae sought out Daedalus, the legendary craftsman, and begged him for aid. Daedalus, whose genius knew no bounds, crafted a hollow wooden cow covered in the hide of a real animal. Inside this deception, Pasiphae was able to satisfy her unnatural lust. The union of woman and bull resulted in a monstrous birth, the Minotaur, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. As you listen, feel the weight of sleep beginning to settle upon you, like a warm, comforting blanket. Let the rhythm of the rain outside merge with the cadence of this ancient tale, carrying you gently towards slumber. Minos, horrified by the monster his wife had borne, turned once again to Daedalus. The king commanded the craftsman to build a prison that would contain the Minotaur forever, hiding his shame from the world. And so, Daedalus created the labyrinth, a maze of such complexity that none who entered could ever hope to find their way out again. But the story of the Minotaur does not end there, for Minos, in his anger and shame, waged war against Athens. When he emerged victorious, he demanded a terrible tribute, 7 young men and 7 young women, to be sent every 9 years as sacrifices to the Minotaur. For years, this cruel practice continued until a hero arose who would challenge the monster in its lair. Theseus, son of the king of Athens, volunteered to be one of the 14 youths sent to Crete. His plan was bold: to enter the labyrinth, slay the Minotaur, and free Athens from its dreadful obligation. But even the bravest hero needs help sometimes, and Theseus found his in an unexpected place. Ariadne, daughter of Minos, fell in love with the Athenian prince at first sight. Unwilling to see him die in the labyrinth, she sought out Daedalus and begged him for a way to help Theseus survive. The old craftsman, perhaps seeking to atone for his role in creating the labyrinth, gave Ariadne a ball of thread and instructions on how to use it. As your body relaxes and your mind drifts, picture Theseus standing at the entrance to the labyrinth. In one hand, he clutches his sword. In the other, the end of Ariadne's thread. With a deep breath, he steps into the darkness, unwinding the thread behind him as he goes. The labyrinth was everything the legends claimed, a twisting, turning nightmare of stone corridors that seemed to shift and change with every step. But Theseus pressed on, guided by Ariadne's thread, until at last he reached the heart of the maze. There, in a chamber vast and dark, he found the Minotaur. The battle that followed was fierce and terrible. The Minotaur, driven by rage and hunger, charged at Theseus with all its monstrous strength. But Theseus was quick and clever, dodging the creature's attacks and striking when he could. In the end, it was the hero's human intellect that triumphed over the Minotaur's bestial fury. With the monster slain, Theseus followed Ariadne's thread back through the twisting passages of the labyrinth, emerging once more into the light of day. He had done what no one thought possible. He had entered the labyrinth and returned alive. As this tale draws to a close, let your mind wander through the twists and turns of your own thoughts, knowing that, like Theseus, you too have a thread to guide you back to wakefulness when the time comes. For now, though, allow yourself to sink deeper into the peaceful labyrinth of sleep. The story of the Minotaur teaches us that our actions, no matter how small they may seem, can have far-reaching consequences. Minos' pride and deceit led to the creation of a monster, while Theseus' courage and Ariadne's love brought about its downfall. In our own lives, we may face challenges that seem as daunting as the labyrinth, but with perseverance and the help of those who care for us, we can overcome even the most fearsome obstacles. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself standing on the shores of ancient Crete. The sea breeze caresses your face, carrying with it the scent of salt and adventure. In the distance, you can just make out the outline of a great palace, and beyond it, hidden from view, the entrance to the labyrinth. But you need not fear what lies within, for you carry with you the wisdom of Ariadne and the courage of Theseus. Let these ancient heroes guide your dreams tonight, as you journey through the winding paths of your own imagination. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined their fates, there lived a musician whose melodies could charm even the stones. This is the tale of Orpheus and his beloved Eurydice, a story of love, loss, and the power of music to transcend the boundaries between life and death. Orpheus was the son of the muse Calliope and the Thracian king Oeagrus, though some say Apollo himself was his father. From birth, he was blessed with an extraordinary gift for music. His lyre, crafted by Apollo, produced sounds so beautiful that trees would uproot themselves to dance, rivers would change their courses to listen, and even the fiercest of beasts would lay down their arms in peaceful surrender to his melodies. As you listen to this tale, allow the soothing rhythm of Orpheus's music to wash over you, easing away the tensions of the day. Imagine the gentle strumming of the lyre, its notes floating on the evening breeze, carrying you towards a state of deep relaxation. One day, Orpheus met Eurydice, a wood nymph of incomparable beauty. Their eyes met, and in that instant, their hearts became forever entwined. Their love was as pure and sweet as Orpheus's music, and soon they were married in a joyous celebration that lasted for days. The forests echoed with melodies of love, and all of nature seemed to rejoice in their union. But fate, ever capricious, had other plans for the happy couple. Shortly after their wedding, as Eurydice was walking in a meadow with her bridesmaids, she stepped on a venomous serpent. The creature, startled and defensive, sank its fangs into her heel. Eurydice's cry of pain pierced the air, reaching Orpheus's ears like a discordant note in his perfect symphony of love. As you immerse yourself in this story, feel the tension in your body begin to release. Let each breath you take be a little deeper, a little more relaxed. Just as Orpheus's music could soothe the wildest beast, let it now calm your mind and prepare you for restful sleep. Eurydice died from the serpent's poison, her spirit descending to the underworld. Orpheus was inconsolable. His music, once a source of joy, now echoed with the haunting tones of grief. The world itself seemed to mourn with him. Flowers wilted, trees shed their leaves, and the sun hid behind dark clouds. But Orpheus refused to accept the finality of death. Driven by his undying love and armed with his lyre, he made the perilous journey to the underworld. At the gates of Hades, he played a melody so sorrowful yet so beautiful that Cerberus, the three-headed guardian dog, whimpered and allowed him passage. As you lie here, letting this ancient tale unfold in your mind, imagine yourself embarking on a journey of your own, a journey towards peaceful slumber. With each passing moment, you're traveling deeper into a state of tranquility, just as Orpheus descended into the depths of the underworld. Before Hades and Persephone, rulers of the underworld, Orpheus played his lyre and sang of his love for Eurydice. His music was filled with such passion and sorrow that even the cold hearts of the underworld gods were moved. Shades of the dead wept, and for the first time, the cheeks of the Erinyes, stern goddesses of vengeance, were wet with tears. Hades, moved by Orpheus's display of love and artistry, agreed to release Eurydice on one condition. Orpheus must lead her out of the underworld without looking back until they both reached the upper world. If he turned to look at her before then, she would be lost to him forever. As you continue to relax, envision yourself following in Orpheus's footsteps, climbing steadily towards the light of peaceful sleep. Each step takes you further from the worries of the day and closer to the restful realm of dreams. Orpheus began the long ascent, the sound of Eurydice's footsteps behind him his only reassurance. As they neared the exit, doubt began to creep into Orpheus's mind. Was she still there? Had Hades tricked him? Just as they were about to step into the light of the living world, Orpheus's resolve faltered. He turned to look at his beloved Eurydice. For a brief, joyous moment, their eyes met. But then, with a soft cry, Eurydice was pulled back into the depths of the underworld. Orpheus reached out, but his hands grasped only empty air. He had failed, and his love was lost to him once more. As this tale draws to a close, allow any remaining tension to melt away from your body. Like Orpheus, you've journeyed far, but unlike him, you're now ready to embrace the peaceful darkness of sleep. Orpheus returned to the world above, but he was never the same. His music, once capable of charming all of creation, now spoke only of his undying love and unending grief. He wandered the earth, playing his sorrowful melodies, until the day he too passed from this world, hoping to reunite with his beloved Eurydice in the afterlife. The story of Orpheus and Eurydice reminds us of the power of love and the pain of loss. It teaches us that sometimes trust and patience are as important as passion and determination. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the melody of Orpheus's lyre, a lullaby of love eternal. Let the gentle rain sounds that accompany you tonight be reminiscent of the tears shed for Orpheus and Eurydice's tragic love. Allow them to wash away your cares, just as they washed away the sorrows of those who listened to Orpheus's music. Close your eyes now, and let sleep embrace you, carrying you to dreams as beautiful as the melodies of the greatest musician who ever lived. In the realm of the gods, where light and shadow dance in eternal harmony, there lived a deity whose radiance outshone even the brightest stars. Apollo, the god of light, music, poetry, and prophecy, was a figure of unparalleled beauty and grace. As we delve into his story, allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to wash away your cares, carrying you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Apollo's journey began long before his birth, in the tumultuous days when the Titan Leto found herself with child by Zeus. Hera, Zeus's wife, consumed by jealousy, decreed that Leto should find no place on solid earth to give birth. Imagine, if you will, the desperation of a mother-to-be, wandering endlessly, seeking refuge. Let that feeling of searching melt away as you listen, knowing that you are safe and at peace. After much hardship, Leto finally found sanctuary on the floating island of Delos. There, beneath the warm glow of the sun, she gave birth to twins, Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, and Apollo, the god of light. As Apollo took his first breath, the island burst into bloom, anchoring itself to the sea floor. Picture this moment of beauty and new life, and feel a sense of renewal washing over you, just as the rain cleanses the earth outside. As Apollo grew, his divine talents blossomed like the flowers on Delos. His voice could charm the birds from the trees, and his lyre playing could move even the stones to tears. With each passing day, his power and influence grew. Close your eyes and imagine the soothing notes of Apollo's lyre, letting the melody carry away any lingering tension in your body. But even gods face challenges, and Apollo's greatest test came in the form of the monstrous Python. This fearsome serpent had long terrorized the people of Delphi, spreading fear and chaos. Apollo, armed with his golden bow and arrows, set out to confront the beast. As you listen, feel the strength and courage of Apollo flowing through you, knowing that you too can face any challenge that comes your way. The battle was fierce, the python's scales gleaming in the sunlight as it writhed and struck at the young god. But Apollo's aim was true, and with each arrow that found its mark, the monster's strength waned. Finally, with a mighty shot that seemed to split the very air, Apollo vanquished the python. As the creature fell, feel any remaining tension leaving your body, sinking into the earth below you. In the aftermath of his victory, Apollo claimed Delphi as his sacred site, establishing the famous oracles that would guide mortals for centuries to come. Here, Apollo's gift of prophecy would flourish, offering glimpses of the future to those who sought wisdom. As you rest, imagine standing in the tranquil grounds of Delphi, breathing in the crisp mountain air, feeling a sense of profound peace and clarity. Apollo's influence extended far beyond Delphi. He became the patron of the arts, inspiring countless poets, musicians, and artists throughout the ages. His golden chariot carried the sun across the sky each day, bringing light and warmth to the world. Let Apollo's radiance wash over you now, filling you with a gentle, comforting warmth that seeps into your very bones. But Apollo was not just a god of light and beauty. He also had a darker side, capable of bringing swift punishment to those who offended him. Yet even in his moments of wrath, there was a sense of justice and balance. As you drift closer to sleep, remember that like Apollo, we all contain multitudes, light and shadow, joy and sorrow. Accept all parts of yourself as you relax deeper into restfulness. In the end, Apollo's story reminds us of the power of creativity, the importance of seeking wisdom, and the eternal dance between light and darkness. As you lie here, letting the sound of rain mingle with the echoes of Apollo's lyre, know that you carry within you the potential for both divine inspiration and human understanding. Allow Apollo's light to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. May your sleep be filled with the beauty of his music, the clarity of his prophecies, and the warmth of his golden rays. Rest now, knowing that, like the sun, you too will rise renewed, ready to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. In the annals of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Theseus, the legendary founder king of Athens. As we delve into his tale, allow the soothing rhythm of the rain to carry you deeper into a state of tranquil relaxation. Close your eyes and picture yourself in ancient Greece, where the whispers of gods and heroes still echo through time. Theseus was born of both divine and mortal parentage, his father being the great King Aegeus of Athens, and his mother Aethra, daughter of King Pittheus of Troezen. As a young boy, Theseus grew up unaware of his true heritage, raised by his mother in the coastal city of Troezen. The sea breeze carried tales of his father's exploits, nurturing within him a desire for greatness that would shape his destiny. As you listen, feel the tension in your body begin to melt away, much like the mists that shrouded the mysteries of Theseus's birth. Let each word carry you further into a state of peaceful calm, where the worries of the world fade into insignificance. When Theseus came of age, his mother revealed to him the secret of his birth. She led him to a great boulder beneath which lay his father's sword and sandals, left as tokens for the son he had never met. With strength that belied his years, Theseus lifted the massive stone, claiming his birthright and setting in motion a journey that would lead him to greatness. As Theseus embarked on his journey to Athens, he chose the treacherous land route, determined to prove his worth. Along the way, he faced numerous challenges, each one a test of his courage and wit. Like the steady fall of rain outside your window, let these trials wash away any lingering stress, leaving you cleansed and at peace. Theseus encountered the cruel Periphetes, who ambushed travelers with his iron club. With quick thinking and strength, Theseus overpowered the brute, claiming the club as his own. He then faced Sinis, the pine bender, who would tear travelers apart between two bent pine trees. Theseus used Sinis' own cruel method against him, showcasing not just his strength, but his cunning as well. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the cool touch of sea spray on your skin as Theseus encounters Scion, the bandit who forced travelers to wash his feet at the edge of a cliff, only to kick them into the sea. With grace and agility, Theseus outmaneuvered Scion, sending him plummeting to his doom. In Eleusis, Theseus wrestled the mighty Circean, who challenged all passing travelers. Despite Circean's renowned strength, Theseus's skill and agility proved superior. As you picture this contest of strength, feel your own muscles loosening, tension flowing away like water over smooth stones. The final challenge, before reaching Athens, came in the form of Procrustes, the stretcher. This twisted host would force his guests to fit an iron bed, either stretching or cutting them to size. Theseus, with his sharp mind, turned the tables on Procrustes, subjecting him to his own cruel device. As this part of the journey concludes, let any remaining tension in your body dissipate, leaving you as perfectly at ease as if resting on the most comfortable bed imaginable. Upon reaching Athens, Theseus was nearly undone by the schemes of Medea, his father's new wife. Aegeus, not recognizing his son, was persuaded by Medea to offer Theseus a cup of poisoned wine. At the last moment, Aegeus recognized the sword Theseus carried and dashed the cup away, reuniting father and son in a moment of joy and relief. As you listen, feel a wave of warmth and security wash over you, knowing that even in our darkest moments, recognition and love can save us. Theseus's greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Athens was under a terrible tribute to King Minos of Crete, forced to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years to be devoured by the monstrous Minotaur. Theseus volunteered to be one of the 14, vowing to slay the beast and end the cruel practice. As your mind drifts with the story, imagine the cool, dark labyrinth where the Minotaur dwelled. Feel the smooth stone walls, hear the distant echo of footsteps. Theseus, armed with a sword and a ball of thread given to him by Princess Ariadne, ventured into the maze. The thread, like the soothing narrative of this tale, guided him safely through the twisting passages. In the heart of the labyrinth, Theseus confronted the Minotaur. The battle was fierce but brief. With strength, skill, and determination, Theseus overcame the monstrous creature, freeing Athens from its terrible burden. As the Minotaur fell, let any lingering tension or worry fall away from your mind and body. Theseus's triumph over the Minotaur secured his place as a true hero and future king of Athens. His journey reminds us that with courage, wit, and compassion, we can overcome even the most daunting challenges life presents. As you rest now, safe and comfortable, know that you too possess the strength to face your own labyrinths, guided by the thread of your inner wisdom. Let the story of Theseus lull you gently towards sleep. Like the hero finding his way through the labyrinth, allow your mind to wander peacefully through the realm of dreams. The sound of rain continues, a soothing backdrop to your journey into restful slumber. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the courage and wonder of ancient heroes. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined, there lived a young man named Icarus. His story, a tale of ambition and caution, begins not on the solid ground of the earth, but in the confines of a tower that reached towards the heavens. As you listen, let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your mind, carrying you deeper into this mythical world. Icarus was the son of Daedalus, a renowned craftsman and inventor whose skills were sought after by kings and commoners alike. Their tale begins on the island of Crete, where King Minos had commissioned Daedalus to build an intricate labyrinth to house the fearsome Minotaur. The maze was a marvel of engineering, its twisting corridors and dead ends confounding any who dared to enter. However, Daedalus' brilliance became his downfall. King Minos, fearing that the secret of the labyrinth might be revealed, imprisoned Daedalus and young Icarus in a high tower overlooking the sea. The waves crashed against the rocky shore below, their rhythm a constant reminder of the freedom that lay just beyond their reach. As you listen, allow the sound of the rain to blend with the imagined waves, lulling you into a state of peaceful contemplation. Daedalus, ever the inventor, refused to accept their fate. Day after day, he watched the seabirds soaring past their window, their wings cutting through the salty air with effortless grace. An idea began to form in his brilliant mind. If they could not escape by land or sea, perhaps the sky held the key to their freedom. With patience and ingenuity, Daedalus gathered fallen feathers from the tower's ledge. He meticulously bound them together with wax and thread, fashioning 2 pairs of wings, one for himself and one for his beloved son. As the days passed and their means of escape took shape, Icarus watched with wonder, his young heart filled with excitement at the prospect of flight. On the eve of their daring escape, Daedalus turned to his son with a stern warning. "Icarus," he said, his voice low and serious, "tomorrow we will taste freedom, but you must heed my words. Do not fly too low, lest the seas misdampen your wings and weigh you down. And do not fly too high, for the sun's heat will melt the wax that binds your feathers." Icarus nodded solemnly, but in his eyes danced the light of adventure and the thrill of the unknown. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, father and son stood at the tower's edge. They strapped on their wings, the feathers rustling softly in the morning breeze. Take a deep breath now, feeling the anticipation that must have coursed through their veins in that moment. Let the tension in your body ease as you imagine yourself there, poised on the brink of an incredible journey. With a nod to each other, Daedalus and Icarus leapt from the tower. For a heart-stopping moment, they plummeted towards the sea. But then, catching the wind beneath their artificial wings, they soared upward. Icarus let out a cry of pure joy as they glided over the sparkling waters, tasting freedom for the first time in years. At first, Icarus heeded his father's warning, staying close as they flew towards distant shores. But as the sun climbed higher in the sky, warming their backs, The young man's heart swelled with a dangerous pride. The thrill of flight coursed through him, and he yearned to touch the heavens themselves. Slowly, steadily, Icarus began to climb higher. Daedalus called out in alarm, but his words were lost to the wind. Up and up Icarus flew, his wings carrying him ever closer to the blazing sun. The sky seemed to welcome him, its vast blueness an irresistible lure. As you listen, feel the warmth of imaginary sunlight on your skin, but let it be gentle and soothing, not the fierce heat that sealed Icarus' fate. For a moment, Icarus reveled in his ascent, feeling godlike as he soared higher than any mortal had before. But then, disaster struck. The sun's heat began to soften the wax binding his wings. Feathers loosened and fell away, spiraling down to the sea far below. Panic gripped Icarus as he realized the terrible consequence of his hubris. In a matter of heartbeats, Icarus' magnificent flight turned into a desperate plummet. He flailed his arms, trying in vain to stay aloft, but it was too late. Daedalus watched in horror as his beloved son fell from the sky, disappearing into the deep blue waters of the sea that would forever bear his name, the Icarian Sea. As the tale of Icarus comes to its tragic close, let us reflect on its timeless wisdom. It reminds us that while ambition and the desire to reach great heights are admirable, we must also heed the voice of caution and experience. Sometimes, the middle path, neither too low nor too high, is the one that carries us safely to our destination. As you rest now, imagine yourself gently gliding through calm skies, perfectly balanced between earth and heavens. Let the story of Icarus remind you that there is beauty and safety in moderation, in finding the perfect altitude where you can soar freely without risking a fall. Allow the sound of rain to wash away any tension, carrying you towards peaceful dreams where you fly effortlessly, wise and cautious, through skis of your own making. Let your breathing become as steady and gentle as the beating of wings, each inhale lifting you slightly, each exhale allowing you to glide. You are safe here, cradled in the arms of myth and imagination, drifting towards the shores of deep, restful sleep. In the realm of the gods, where the eternal seasons dance their never-ending waltz, there lived a goddess whose love for her daughter would change the very fabric of nature itself. This is the tale of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, and her beloved daughter Persephone. As you listen, allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to carry you deeper into a state of tranquil relaxation. Demeter was a goddess of nurture and growth, her presence bringing forth the bounty of the earth. Her daughter, Persephone, was as radiant as a spring morning, her laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Together, they roamed the verdant fields, tending to the flowers and crops that sustained both gods and mortals alike. But as with all things in nature, this idyllic existence was destined for change. Hades, the somber ruler of the underworld, had long watched Persephone from afar, his heart growing ever fonder of her vibrant spirit. One fateful day, as Persephone gathered flowers in a meadow, the earth suddenly split open. From this chasm emerged Hades in his ebony chariot, drawn by midnight black steeds. In an instant, he swept Persephone into his arms and descended back into the depths of his realm, leaving only an echo of her startled cry. Demeter, sensing her daughter's absence, began a frantic search across the world. For 9 days and 9 nights, she wandered, neither eating nor sleeping, her anguish growing with each passing moment. The earth, reflecting its mistress's sorrow, began to wither and die. Crops failed, leaves fell from trees, and a bitter chill settled over the land. As you listen to this tale of loss and longing, feel the weight of your own cares lifting away. Like Demeter, we all face times of struggle, but remember that even in our darkest moments, hope still flickers like a distant star. Finally, Zeus, king of the gods, intervened. He could not allow the earth to perish, for without the mortals' worship, even the gods would fade. He commanded Hades to return Persephone to her mother. However, during her time in the underworld, Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds, binding her irrevocably to that realm. A compromise was struck. Persephone would spend 6 months of the year with her mother in the world above, and 6 months with Hades in the underworld. And so the seasons were born. When Persephone returns to her mother, Demeter's joy brings forth spring and summer. When she descends to the underworld, Demeter's sadness ushers in autumn and winter. This cycle of joy and sorrow, of abundance and scarcity, reflects the very nature of life itself. Just as the seasons change, so too do our own circumstances. In times of darkness, we can take comfort in knowing that light will return, just as spring always follows winter. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine yourself as part of this eternal cycle. Feel the warmth of spring's renewal, the abundance of summer's growth, the gentle release of autumn, and the quiet rest of winter. Each has its place, each its purpose, just as each moment in our lives shapes who we are. Let the story of Demeter and Persephone remind you that even separation can lead to beautiful transformations. As you breathe deeply, envision the world renewing itself with each cycle, just as you renew yourself with each restful night's sleep. Allow your body to sink deeper into comfort, knowing that like Persephone returning to the world above, you too will emerge refreshed and renewed when morning comes. For now, simply rest in the gentle embrace of night, cradled by the timeless rhythms of myth and nature. In the realm of Greek mythology, there exists a god whose swift feet carry messages across the heavens and whose clever mind weaves tales of mischief and wonder. This is the story of Hermes, the messenger of the gods, patron of travelers, thieves, and merchants alike. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you deeper into relaxation, your mind drifting like clouds across the night sky. Hermes was born in a secluded cave on Mount Cyllene, the child of Zeus and the nymph Maia. From his very first breath, it was clear that this divine infant was unlike any other. While most newborns spend their early days sleeping and crying, young Hermes was already plotting his first adventure. Imagine, if you will, a cave bathed in soft moonlight, the air filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, as a mischievous baby god begins to stir. Before he was even a day old, Hermes slipped away from his mother's watchful gaze. With feet as swift as the wind, he raced across the land until he came upon Apollo's sacred herd of cattle. With a gleam in his eye and a grin on his face, Hermes hatched a plan. He would steal these prized animals, not out of malice, but for the sheer thrill of the trick. As you picture this scene, feel the cool grass beneath your feet, hear the soft lowing of the cattle, and let any tension in your body melt away like morning dew. Hermes cleverly made the cattle walk backward, and he himself walked backward as well, all to confuse anyone who might try to follow their trail. He led the herd far away, hiding them in a distant cave. To cover his tracks even further, he fashioned the world's first sandals and wore them, leaving no telltale footprints behind. As you contemplate Hermes' ingenuity, allow your own mind to become still, your thoughts drifting peacefully like leaves on a gentle stream. When Apollo discovered his missing cattle, he was furious. He searched high and low, following the confusing trail until at last he suspected the newborn Hermes. Apollo stormed to Mount Cyllene, confronting the infant god. But Hermes, wrapped innocently in his blankets, denied everything with such charming conviction that even Apollo found himself doubting his own suspicions. As you listen, feel the warmth of those soft blankets around you, cocooning you in comfort and tranquility. Zeus, amused by his young son's antics, but knowing the truth, commanded Hermes to return the cattle. Hermes, ever the clever negotiator, agreed on one condition. He would be granted a place among the Olympian gods. To sweeten the deal, he presented Apollo with a gift, a lyre he had crafted from a tortoise shell. The music from this instrument was so beautiful that Apollo's anger melted away, replaced by wonder and delight. As you imagine the sweet melodies of the lyre, let them wash over you, carrying away any lingering thoughts or worries. From that day forward, Hermes took his place on Mount Olympus as the messenger of the gods. His winged sandals carried him swiftly across the sky, delivering messages and guiding souls to the underworld. He became known as the god of boundaries and transitions, presiding over the liminal spaces between the mortal world and the divine. As your consciousness hovers in that peaceful space between wakefulness and sleep, know that Hermes watches over all travelers, including those journeying into the realm of dreams. Hermes' quick wit and silver tongue made him a favorite among both gods and mortals. He was the patron of travelers, ensuring safe journeys, and of merchants, blessing their trade. Even thieves looked to him for protection, admiring his cunning and stealth. Yet for all his mischief, Hermes was also a god of wisdom, inventor of the alphabet and numbers, bringing the gift of communication to humanity. As you drift closer to sleep, let Hermes' gifts of wisdom and communication settle into your subconscious, enriching your dreams. As our tale of Hermes draws to a close, reflect on the balance he represents, between mischief and responsibility, cleverness and wisdom, the mortal world and the divine. In your own life, may you find the nimbleness of mind to navigate life's challenges, the eloquence to express your truths, and the swiftness to seize opportunities when they arise. Let Hermes' spirit of adventure and ingenuity inspire you, even as you surrender to the peaceful embrace of sleep. Now, as the rain continues its gentle rhythm outside, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, your breath becoming slow and steady like the rise and fall of ocean waves. Hermes, the guardian of sleep and dreams, watches over you, ensuring your safe passage into the realm of slumber. May your dreams be filled with wonder, your sleep be deep and rejuvenating, and may you awaken refreshed, ready for whatever adventures tomorrow may bring. In the realm of ancient Greek mythology, few tales capture the spirit of adventure and heroism quite like the story of Jason and the Argonauts. As you settle in, allow your mind to drift back to a time of legendary quests and mythical creatures, where the line between mortal and divine blurred like mist on the horizon. Jason, a prince of Iolcus, was born into a world of intrigue and danger. His uncle Peleus had usurped the throne from Jason's father, Aeson. To protect the infant Jason, his mother sent him away to be raised by the wise centaur Chiron. As Jason grew into a strong and noble young man, he learned of his true heritage and set out to reclaim his rightful place as king. Upon Jason's return to Iolcus, Peleus, fearing the prophecy that foretold his downfall by a man wearing one sandal, devised a cunning plan. He promised to surrender the throne if Jason could bring him the Golden Fleece, a magical artifact of immense power guarded by a fearsome dragon in the distant land of Colchis. This quest, Peleus believed, would surely lead to Jason's demise. Undaunted by the challenge, Jason set about gathering a crew of the greatest heroes in Greece. These men, known as the Argonauts, included legendary figures such as Hercules, Orpheus, and the twin brothers Castor and Pollux. Together, they boarded the magnificent ship Argo, crafted by the skilled shipwright Argus with the guidance of the goddess Athene herself. As you listen, imagine the gentle rocking of the Argo as it sets sail across the wine-dark sea. Feel the cool sea breeze on your skin, carrying with it the scent of salt and adventure. Let the rhythmic sound of the waves lapping against the hull lull you into a state of deep relaxation. The journey of the Argonauts was fraught with peril. They faced treacherous clashing rocks that threatened to crush their ship, encountered fierce harpies that plagued a blind seer, and narrowly escaped the allure of the siren's song. With each challenge, Jason's leadership and the combined skills of his crew were put to the test. Upon reaching Colchis, Jason faced his greatest trial yet. The king of Colchis, Aeetes, set impossible tasks before Jason, including yoking fire-breathing bulls and sowing a field with dragon's teeth that sprouted into armed warriors. Here, fate intervened in the form of Medea, the king's daughter and a powerful sorceress who fell in love with Jason. With Medea's magical aid, Jason completed the tasks and finally confronted the sleepless dragon guarding the Golden Fleece. As you picture this scene, let the tension in your body melt away, knowing that even the most formidable obstacles can be overcome with courage and a little divine assistance. Having secured the Golden Fleece, Jason and the Argonauts began their long journey home, facing new challenges and adventures along the way. Their tale is one of perseverance, teamwork, and the unpredictable nature of fate. It reminds us that greatness often lies not in the achievement of our goals, but in the journey we undertake to reach them. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on your own quests in life. Like Jason, you too possess the strength to face your challenges, the wisdom to seek help when needed, and the courage to pursue your dreams. Let the story of the Argonauts inspire you to embrace the adventures that await in your own life, knowing that with determination and the support of others, you can overcome any obstacle. Now, as the Argo sails off into the misty realms of myth and memory, allow yourself to be carried away on the gentle currents of sleep. May your dreams be filled with golden treasures and heroic deeds, and may you awaken refreshed, ready to face your own epic journey through life. In the quiet depths of night, as the gentle rain patters against your window, let us weave a tale as intricate as the finest tapestry. Tonight, we shall explore the story of Arachne, a mortal whose skill with thread and needle would challenge the gods themselves. Arachne was born in the kingdom of Lydia, a land known for its purple dyes and skilled weavers. From a young age, she showed an extraordinary talent for the loom, creating fabrics of such beauty that people would travel from far and wide just to catch a glimpse of her work. Her fingers danced across the threads with a grace that seemed almost supernatural, and the tapestries she created were said to come alive with vibrant colors and lifelike images. As Arachne's fame grew, so did her pride. She began to boast that her skill surpassed even that of Athene, the goddess of wisdom and crafts. "My work is finer than anything the gods could create," she would declare to anyone who would listen. "Let Athene herself come down and challenge me if she dares." Word of Arachne's boasts reached Mount Olympus, and Athene, both angered and intrigued by the mortal's audacity, decided to put the girl to the test. The goddess disguised herself as an old woman and approached Arachne, warning her against such prideful claims. "The gods are not to be trifled with, child," she cautioned. "Seek Athene's forgiveness before it's too late." But Arachne, blinded by her own skill and arrogance, scoffed at the warning. "Let Athene come," she replied. "I fear no contest with the goddess." At these words, Athene revealed her true form, her grey eyes flashing with divine power. The challenge was set, and both goddess and mortal took their places at their looms. As you listen to this tale, feel the tension in your body begin to unwind, much like the threads Arachne and Athene used in their fateful contest. Let each breath you take be as smooth and measured as the back and forth of the shuttle across the loom. The contest began, and both weavers worked with incredible speed and skill. Athene's tapestry depicted the gods in all their glory, showing scenes of divine justice and the consequences of mortal hubris. Her work was flawless, a testament to her godly powers and wisdom. Arachne, however, chose a different subject. Her tapestry showed the gods in moments of weakness and folly, highlighting their mistakes and indiscretions. The skill of her work was undeniable. Each thread was perfectly placed, each color blended with masterful precision. The images seemed to breathe and move, so lifelike were they in their execution. As the contest drew to a close, even Athene had to admit that Arachne's work was beyond reproach. The mortal's skill matched, perhaps even surpassed, that of the goddess. But the subject matter of Arachne's tapestry enraged Athene. The goddess saw it as a direct insult to the gods, a demonstration not just of skill, but of disrespect and defiance. In her anger, Athene tore Arachne's tapestry to shreds. The goddess struck the mortal girl with her weaving tool, cursing her for her pride and insolence. Arachne, overcome with shame and fear, fled from the scene and hanged herself from a nearby tree. As you rest, listening to this ancient tale, allow any feelings of pride or shame to dissolve. Like Arachne's thread, let them unravel and float away on the gentle breeze of your breath. Remember that we all possess talents, but humility is as valuable a trait as any skill. Athene, seeing the tragic result of her anger, felt a pang of regret. In a moment of compassion, she decided to give Arachne a form of immortality. The goddess sprinkled her with the juices of aconite, a magical herb, and Arachne's body began to shrink and transform. Her hair fell away, her nose and ears vanished, and her fingers elongated into delicate legs. Arachne became the first spider, destined to weave for all eternity. Her descendants would carry on her legacy, spinning webs of incredible intricacy and beauty. And so, the spider's web became a reminder of both the heights of human achievement and the dangers of excessive pride. As this tale comes to a close, imagine the delicate strands of a spider's web, glistening with dewdrops in the early morning light. Like Arachne's story, our lives are interwoven with moments of triumph and hubris, skill and learning. As you drift towards sleep, consider the intricate web of your own experiences, each strand connecting to create the unique tapestry of your life. Let the gentle sound of rain outside lull you deeper into relaxation. Like a spider tending to its web, allow your mind to gently smooth away any lingering thoughts or worries. Each breath you take is a silken thread, weaving a cocoon of tranquility around you. Remember, dear listener, that true mastery lies not just in skill, but in wisdom and humility. As you fall into the embrace of sleep, carry with you the lesson of Arachne's tale. May your dreams be as beautiful and intricate as the finest tapestry, woven with threads of peace and self-acceptance. In the depths of the underworld, where shadows dance and whispers echo through cavernous halls, there dwells a god both feared and misunderstood. Hades, ruler of the realm of the dead, is not a figure of evil, but rather a complex deity tasked with maintaining the balance between life and death. As we delve into his story, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you deeper into relaxation, each drop a soothing reminder of the cyclical nature of existence. Hades, brother to Zeus and Poseidon, was born of the Titans Cronus and Rhea. When the world was divided among the three brothers, Hades was given dominion over the underworld. Far from being a punishment, this realm became his kingdom, a place of quiet power and solemn duty. Imagine, if you will, a vast subterranean world, not of fire and brimstone, but of shadowy beauty and eternal twilight. The palace of Hades stood at the heart of his realm, its obsidian walls gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. Here, the god of the dead sat upon his ebony throne, overseeing the souls that passed through his domain. His companion in this somber duty was Cerberus, the three-headed hound that guarded the gates of the underworld, ensuring that the dead remained in their eternal rest and the living did not trespass unbidden. Perhaps the most well-known tale of Hades is that of his love for Persephone, daughter of Demeter. Struck by her beauty and drawn to her vibrant spirit, Hades emerged from his shadowy realm to bring her to the underworld. This act, often misunderstood as an abduction, was in truth a complex interweaving of love, duty, and the inexorable pull of fate. Demeter's grief at the loss of her daughter plunged the world into winter, a stark reminder of the delicate balance between life and death. Yet from this conflict arose a compromise that would shape the very cycle of seasons. Persephone would spend part of the year in the underworld with Hades and part in the world above with her mother. As you rest, consider how this myth mirrors the natural rhythms of life, death, and rebirth that surround us. Hades, often portrayed as grim and unyielding, was in truth a just and fair ruler. Unlike his Olympian brethren, he rarely interfered in the affairs of mortals, focusing instead on maintaining order in his vast kingdom. The souls that entered his realm were judged not by him, but by impartial arbiters, ensuring that each received their due in the afterlife. As you sink deeper into comfort, imagine the fields of Asphodel, where ordinary souls wandered in peaceful contentment. Picture the Elysian fields, a paradise for heroes and the virtuous. Even the depths of Tartarus, where the wicked faced punishment, served a purpose in the grand balance of the cosmos that Hades maintained. One of the most poignant stories involving Hades is that of Orpheus and Eurydice. When the gifted musician Orpheus descended to the underworld to reclaim his beloved wife, it was Hades who was moved by his music and grief. In a rare act of mercy, Hades agreed to allow Eurydice to return to the world of the living, under the condition that Orpheus not look back until they had both reached the surface. This tale speaks to the immutable nature of death, yet also to the power of love and music to touch even the heart of the Lord of the underworld. As our journey through the realm of Hades draws to a close, Let the steady rhythm of the rain outside blend with the quiet whispers of the underworld in your mind. Feel the weight of your body sinking into restful repose, much as the souls in Hades' realm find their eternal peace. Remember that in the cycle of life and death, rest and renewal, there is a profound beauty and purpose. Hades, often feared, is also a symbol of the inevitable transition we all must face. Yet in his realm, there is not only an end, but also the promise of rest, of justice, and of a new beginning. As you drift towards sleep, know that like the changing seasons, like day following night, your rest is part of the grand cycle that Hades himself oversees. Let go of any lingering tension, and allow yourself to be carried gently into the embrace of sleep, watched over by the just and noble lord of the underworld. In the moonlit forests of ancient Greece, where shadows danced between silver-kissed leaves, there lived a goddess whose very presence commanded both awe and reverence. Artemis, the divine huntress, twin sister of Apollo and daughter of Zeus, roamed the wilderness with a grace that rivaled the most nimble of deer. Her story, like the night itself, is filled with mystery, power, and the untamed beauty of nature. Born on the island of Delos, Artemis emerged into the world moments before her twin brother Apollo. Even as a child, she displayed an affinity for the wild places of the earth, preferring the company of nymphs and animals to that of the other Olympians. When she was but a young goddess, Artemis approached her father Zeus with a list of wishes. She asked for eternal maidenhood, a bow and arrow like her brothers, a hunting tunic, and the title of Phesporia, Light-bringer. Zeus, amused and proud of his daughter's independence, granted her wishes without hesitation. From that moment on, Artemis became the protector of young women, wild animals, and the untamed forests that covered the ancient world. Her silver bow, gifted by the Cyclopes, became a symbol of her swift justice and unerring aim. As you listen to this tale, imagine the cool night air on your skin, the soft rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Let the serenity of Artemis's forest domain wash over you, calming your thoughts and easing your mind into a state of peaceful relaxation. Artemis was not only a huntress, but also a fierce protector of those under her care. One of her most famous acts was the defense of her mother, Leto, against the giant Tityos. When the giant attempted to assault Leto, Artemis and Apollo came to her rescue, striking down Tityos with their arrows. This act of filial devotion showcased not only Artemis's skill with a bow, but also her unwavering loyalty to those she loved. The goddess was known for her swift and sometimes harsh justice. When Actaeon, a mortal hunter, stumbled upon Artemis bathing in a secluded glade, she transformed him into a stag. His own hunting dogs, unable to recognize their master, turned on him and tore him apart. This tale serves as a reminder of the importance of respecting boundaries and the sanctity of nature's hidden places. Despite her fierce reputation, Artemis had a tender side, particularly when it came to the animals under her protection. She was often depicted with a deer or a bear by her side, symbols of the wilderness she cherished. It was said that she could speak to the animals, understanding their needs and desires as clearly as if they were her own thoughts. As you drift deeper into relaxation, envision yourself walking through Artemis's sacred forest. The soft earth beneath your feet cushions each step, and the canopy above filters moonlight into a gentle, silver glow. The air is filled with the subtle fragrances of pine and wildflowers, a natural perfume that soothes your senses and calms your mind. Artemis's influence extended beyond the forest. As a goddess of childbirth, she was often called upon by women in labor, easing their pain and ensuring safe deliveries. This aspect of her divine power connected her to the cycle of life, from the newborn fawns in her forests to the infants in mortal homes. One of the most poignant stories of Artemis involves her companion, Orion. A great hunter himself, Orion was one of the few men Artemis respected and possibly even loved. However, their relationship ended in tragedy when Apollo, concerned about his sister's affection for a mortal, tricked Artemis into shooting Orion as he swam in the sea. Realizing her mistake too late, Artemis placed Orion among the stars, where he shines to this day as one of the most recognizable constellations in the night sky. As this tale of Artemis comes to a close, let her strength and independence inspire you. Like the goddess herself, you possess the power to navigate life's challenges with grace and determination. Allow the peace of her forests to settle over you, wrapping you in a cocoon of tranquility. Breathe deeply, feeling the calm of the night embracing you. As you drift towards sleep, know that Artemis watches over you, her silver arrows keeping watch in the night, ensuring your dreams are safe and serene. May your slumber be as peaceful as a moonlit glade in Artemis's sacred forest. In the realm of Greek mythology, few heroes stand as tall as Odysseus, the cunning king of Ithaca. His tale is one of perseverance, wit, and the enduring human spirit. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the story of this legendary figure to carry you towards peaceful slumber. Odysseus was born on the island of Ithaca, a rocky land in the Ionian Sea. From an early age, he displayed remarkable intelligence and resourcefulness, traits that would serve him well throughout his life. As a young man, Odysseus became king of Ithaca, ruling with wisdom and fairness. He married the beautiful and clever Penelope, and they were blessed with a son, Telemachus. But fate had other plans for Odysseus. When Helen of Sparta was abducted by Paris of Troy, Odysseus was called upon to join the Greek forces in the Trojan War. Though reluctant to leave his family, he knew his duty and set sail for Troy. It was Odysseus who devised the ingenious plan of the Trojan horse, which ultimately led to the fall of Troy after 10 long years of siege. With the war won, Odysseus began his journey home, unaware that his greatest challenges still lay ahead. The gods, particularly Poseidon, were angered by the Greeks' actions in Troy and decided to make their return difficult. For Odysseus, this meant a decade-long odyssey filled with perilous adventures and extraordinary encounters. Picture yourself aboard Odysseus's ship, the gentle rocking of the waves lulling you into a state of deep relaxation. Feel the cool sea breeze on your skin as you drift along with our hero on his epic journey. Odysseus faced numerous trials on his voyage home. He outsmarted the monstrous Cyclops Polyphemus, resisted the allure of the siren's song, and navigated the treacherous passage between Scylla and Charybdis. Through each challenge, Odysseus's quick thinking and adaptability shone through, allowing him to overcome seemingly impossible odds. Perhaps the most difficult test for Odysseus was not a monster or a god, but time itself. Years passed as he was held captive by the nymph Calypso on her island. Though offered immortality, Odysseus's heart longed for home, for Penelope, and for Ithaca. His unwavering desire to return home became a testament to the power of love and the strength of the human spirit. As you listen, allow yourself to feel the same sense of determination that drove Odysseus. Let go of any worries or obstacles in your own life, knowing that like this great hero, you too have the strength to overcome any challenge. Finally, after 10 long years, Odysseus returned to Ithaca, but his trials were not yet over. He found his home overrun with suitors vying for Penelope's hand, believing Odysseus to be dead. With the help of his son Telemachus and the goddess Athene, Odysseus devised a plan to reclaim his throne and reunite with his faithful wife. In a display of both strength and cunning, Odysseus revealed himself, defeated the suitors, and reclaimed his rightful place as king of Ithaca. His reunion with Penelope, who had remained faithful all those years, stands as one of the most touching moments in Greek mythology. Odysseus's story is not just a tale of adventure, but a profound exploration of the human experience. It speaks to the enduring power of love, the strength found in perseverance, and the triumph of wit over brute force. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how these timeless themes resonate in your own life. Let the wisdom of Odysseus guide you towards peaceful dreams. Like him, you have the ability to navigate life's challenges with grace and intelligence. Allow the gentle waves of sleep to carry you to your own Ithaca, a place of rest and rejuvenation. As we conclude the tale of Odysseus, Take a deep breath and feel the tension leave your body. The journey of this great hero reminds us that no matter how long or difficult the path may seem, home and peace await us in the end. Close your eyes, relax, and let the soothing embrace of sleep welcome you, just as Ithaca welcomed Odysseus after his long odyssey. In the lush forests of ancient Greece, where the leaves whisper secrets and the streams sing lullabies, there lived two beings whose tale would echo through the ages. As you settle deeper into your comfortable rest, allow the gentle patter of rain to carry you into this story of love, longing, and reflection. Echo was a beautiful nymph, known for her melodious voice and her gift of gab. She was a favorite among the gods for her ability to entertain them with endless stories and witty conversation. However, her talkative nature would soon lead to her downfall. One day, Zeus, the king of the gods, descended to earth to dally with the nymphs. His wife, Hera, suspicious of her husband's frequent absences, followed him. As Hera approached the group of nymphs, Echo, ever loyal to Zeus, engaged the goddess in long-winded conversation, allowing the other nymphs to escape with Zeus. When Hera discovered Echo's deception, her anger knew no bounds. As punishment, she cursed Echo, declaring that the nymph would henceforth only be able to repeat the last words spoken to her. Imagine, if you will, the sorrow that filled Echo's heart. Her greatest gift, her voice, now reduced to mere repetition. As you breathe deeply, feeling the weight of your body sinking into your bed, consider how Echo must have felt, wandering the forests, unable to express her own thoughts and feelings. It was in this state of loneliness and despair that Echo encountered Narcissus, a young man of such extraordinary beauty that all who saw him fell instantly in love. Narcissus was the son of the river god Cephasus and the nymph Lirio. At his birth, the seer Tiresias prophesied that Narcissus would live to a ripe old age, if he never knows himself. As you drift closer to sleep, picture Narcissus walking through the forest, his beauty illuminating the shadows between the trees. Echo, hidden among the foliage, saw him and was immediately smitten. She longed to call out to him to express her love, but her curse prevented her from speaking first. Narcissus, sensing a presence, called out, "Is anyone there?" Echo, bound by her curse, could only respond, "There, there." Intrigued, Narcissus called again, "Come here," and Echo joyfully repeated, "Here, here." She emerged from her hiding place, arms outstretched to embrace Narcissus. But he, repulsed by her appearance and her inability to speak except in echoes, cruelly rejected her. Let the gentle sound of rain soothe you as you contemplate Echo's pain. Heartbroken, she retreated deep into the forest, her body wasting away with grief until only her voice remained, forever repeating the last words of others. But fate had not finished weaving its tale. Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, heard of Narcissus's cruelty and decided to punish him. One day, as Narcissus bent to drink from a clear pool, he saw his reflection for the first time. Instantly, he fell in love with his own image, unaware that it was merely a reflection. As your body relaxes further, imagine Narcissus, transfixed by his own beauty, unable to leave the poolside. He tried to embrace his reflection, to kiss it, but each time he reached out, the water's surface rippled, and the image disappeared. Narcissus stayed by the pool, neglecting food and rest, slowly wasting away as he pined for his unattainable love. In a twist of irony, Narcissus experienced the same pain he had inflicted on Echo and countless others. As he lay dying by the pool, he cried out, "Oh, marvelous boy, I loved you in vain. Farewell." And from the depths of the forest, Echo's voice returned those final words, "Farewell, farewell." Where Narcissus died, a flower grew, the narcissus, its head forever bowed as if gazing at its reflection. And Echo, though now only a voice, continued to dwell in the forests, caves, and mountains, repeating the last words of those who pass by. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the lessons of Echo and Narcissus. Their story reminds us of the importance of empathy, the dangers of excessive self-love, and the power of our words. In your own life, may you find balance between self-appreciation and compassion for others. Let the gentle rhythm of the rain blend with your breathing, carrying away any lingering thoughts or tensions. Like Echo's voice, soft and fading, allow your consciousness to drift, repeating the soothing mantra of relaxation and peace. Sleep now, knowing that in your dreams you may find reflections of yourself, but also the echoes of those who love you. In the realm of the gods, where beauty and perfection reign supreme, there existed a deity unlike any other. Hephaestus, the god of fire, metalworking, and craftsmanship, was born with a unique story that sets him apart from his divine brethren. As you settle in, allow the gentle crackle of a distant forge to lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation. Hephaestus was the son of Zeus and Hera, the king and queen of the gods. However, his entrance into the world was far from glorious. Born with a deformity that left him lame, Hephaestus was cast from Mount Olympus by his own mother, Hera, who was ashamed of his imperfect form. As he fell through the clouds, imagine the wind rushing past, carrying away all your worries and tensions. For 9 days and nights, Hephaestus plummeted through the sky, finally landing in the sea. There, he was rescued by the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome, who took him to their underwater grotto. In this safe haven, Hephaestus began to hone his craft, turning his pain and rejection into beautiful creations. Let the rhythmic sound of waves washing upon a shore soothe your mind as you picture the young god working tirelessly at his forge. As Hephaestus grew, so did his skill. He created wonders beyond imagination, automatons that could think and move on their own, weapons of incredible power, and jewelry of unparalleled beauty. His creations were so magnificent that word of his talent spread to Olympus itself. Close your eyes and envision the warm glow of the forge, its heat melting away any lingering stress in your body. One day, Hephaestus crafted a golden throne of exquisite design and sent it as a gift to Hera. Delighted by its beauty, Hera sat upon it, only to find herself trapped by invisible bonds. The other gods pleaded with Hephaestus to free her, but he refused, demanding justice for the pain he had endured. As you listen, feel the weight of your own body sinking deeper into relaxation, just as Hera sank into the golden throne. It was Dionysus, the god of wine, who finally convinced Hephaestus to return to Olympus and release Hera. With his return, Hephaestus took his place among the Olympian gods, establishing his forge beneath Mount Etna. There, he continued to create marvels for gods and mortals alike. Let the steady rhythm of a blacksmith's hammer guide you further into tranquility. Despite his physical imperfections, Hephaestus married Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Their union, though tumultuous, symbolized the joining of inner beauty and outer grace. In your own life, may you find the balance between the strength of your character and the kindness in your heart, just as Hephaestus found his place in the divine realm. Hephaestus's story teaches us that true worth lies not in physical perfection, but in the passion and skill we bring to our endeavors. His perseverance in the face of rejection and his ability to turn adversity into art make him a symbol of resilience and creativity. As you drift closer to sleep, let Hephaestus's determination inspire you to face your own challenges with courage and ingenuity. Imagine now the warmth of Hephaestus's forge enveloping you like a comforting blanket. Feel the tension in your muscles melting away, just as metal melts in the divine craftsman's fire. With each breath, sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that like the creations of Hephaestus, you too have the power to shape your world and overcome any obstacle. As we leave the story of Hephaestus, carry with you the knowledge that imperfections do not define us. Instead, they can be the very things that make us unique and valuable. Let the gentle sounds of the forge fade into the background, replaced by the soothing patter of rain, as you allow yourself to drift peacefully into the realm of dreams, where your own creativity knows no bounds. In the realm of Olympus, where gods and goddesses reigned supreme, there existed a deity whose very name struck fear into the hearts of mortals and immortals alike. Ares, the god of war, was a force of nature, embodying the raw power and brutal intensity of battle. As we delve into his tale, allow the soothing rain to wash away your worries, each droplet a whisper of tranquility in the night. Born to Zeus and Hera, Ares was destined for greatness, yet his path was not one of wisdom or creation, but of destruction and conflict. From his earliest days, he showed a penchant for aggression, his cries more akin to battle cries than a child's wail. As he grew, so did his appetite for war, his very presence igniting sparks of conflict wherever he went. Unlike his half-sister Athene, who represented the strategic and honorable aspects of warfare, Ares reveled in the chaos and bloodshed of battle. He was often depicted as a powerful, muscular figure, clad in gleaming bronze armor, his eyes blazing with the fire of combat. In one hand, he wielded a mighty spear, and in the other, a shield that seemed to absorb the light around it. Ares' reputation among the gods was a complex one. While respected for his strength and feared for his wrath, he was often viewed with disdain by his fellow Olympians. Zeus, his own father, once proclaimed, "You are the most hateful to me of all the gods who hold Olympus. Forever quarreling is dear to your heart, wars and battles." Despite this, or perhaps because of it, Ares found himself drawn to Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Their affair was passionate and tumultuous, much like the god of war himself. This union of love and war produced several children, including Phobos, fear, and Deimos, terror, who often accompanied their father into battle. One of the most famous tales involving Ares showcases both his power and his vulnerability. During the Trojan War, Ares sided with the Trojans, much to the dismay of his mother, Hera, who favored the Greeks. In a fierce battle, Ares was confronted by the Greek hero Diomedes, who was aided by Athene. Imagine, if you will, the clash of celestial power and mortal courage. The battlefield falls silent as Ares, resplendent in his divine armor, faces the mortal Diomedes. The air crackles with tension, the very earth seeming to hold its breath. As you listen, feel the weight of anticipation melting away, replaced by a deep, calming stillness. With Athene's guidance, Diomedes hurled his spear at Ares, striking the god and wounding him. The bellow of pain that escaped Ares' lips was said to be as loud as 10,000 men. Humiliated and injured, Ares fled the battlefield, returning to Olympus to nurse his wounds and his wounded pride. This defeat at the hands of a mortal, albeit one aided by Athene, serves as a reminder that even the mightiest can fall. It's a lesson in humility, one that resonates through the ages. As you rest, consider how this ancient tale might apply to your own life. Perhaps there are battles you've faced, challenges that seemed insurmountable, yet you've persevered. Ares' role in Greek mythology is not merely that of a warmonger. He represents the dual nature of conflict, its destructive power and its potential for change. War, terrible as it is, can sometimes lead to progress, to the fall of tyranny, to the birth of new nations. In this, Ares embodies the complex nature of strife and its place in the world. As our tale of Ares draws to a close, let the sound of gentle rain soothe your mind. Imagine each drop as a moment of peace, washing away the day's tensions. Like the calm after a storm, allow a sense of tranquility to settle over you. The battles of the day are done, and now is the time for rest. Remember, even Ares, the mighty god of war, found moments of peace. In your own life, seek balance between action and rest, between challenge and calm. Let the rhythm of the rain guide you towards a peaceful slumber, where dreams of heroic deeds and divine wisdom await. In the realm of Greek mythology, few heroes embody the complexity of human nature quite like Bellerophon. As we delve into his tale, allow the gentle patter of rain to soothe your mind, carrying you deeper into a state of tranquil relaxation. Bellerophon was born a prince of Corinth, blessed with both beauty and strength. His name, meaning slayer of Belarus, hinted at the destiny that awaited him. As a young man, Bellerophon's life took an unexpected turn when he accidentally killed his own brother. This tragic event set in motion a series of adventures that would test his courage, wisdom, and ultimately his humility. Seeking purification for his unintended crime, Bellerophon journeyed to the court of King Protus in Tiryns. There, he faced his first great challenge. The king's wife, Antea, became infatuated with the handsome youth. When Bellerophon rejected her advances, she accused him of attempting to seduce her. King Protus, not wishing to violate the sacred laws of hospitality by killing a guest, sent Bellerophon to his father-in-law, King Iobates of Lycia, with a sealed message asking for Bellerophon's death. As you listen to this tale, feel the weight of expectations and false accusations melting away. Like Bellerophon, you too can face life's challenges with grace and determination. Let the rhythm of the rain remind you that even in the darkest moments, hope persists. Upon arriving in Lycia, Bellerophon was warmly welcomed by King Iobates. For 9 days they feasted and celebrated. On the 10th day, the king finally read the letter from Protus. Unwilling to kill Bellerophon outright, Iobates decided to send him on a seemingly impossible quest, to slay the Chimera, a monstrous fire-breathing creature with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a serpent. Imagine, if you will, the daunting task that lay before Bellerophon. As you picture this scene, allow your own worries to diminish, becoming as distant and inconsequential as the challenges of myth. Breathe deeply, feeling a sense of calm wash over you. Bellerophon's greatest ally in this quest was the winged horse Pegasus. With the help of the goddess Athene, he managed to tame this magnificent creature. Mounted on Pegasus, Bellerophon soared high above the Chimera, raining down arrows upon the beast. In a stroke of brilliance, he attached a lump of lead to the tip of his spear. When the Chimera's fiery breath melted the lead, it flowed down the monster's throat, killing it from within. This victory, however, was just the beginning. King Iobates, still intent on Bellerophon's demise, sent him on further dangerous missions. He battled the fierce Solymi tribe and defeated the warrior women known as the Amazons. Each time, Bellerophon emerged victorious, his fame growing with every feat. As you rest, consider how Bellerophon's perseverance in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds mirrors your own inner strength. Let the sound of rain remind you that you too possess the power to overcome life's challenges, no matter how daunting they may seem. Finally, Iobates set an ambush for Bellerophon with his best warriors. To everyone's astonishment, Bellerophon defeated them all without a single casualty. Recognizing the hero's divine favor, Iobates abandoned his plans and instead offered Bellerophon his daughter's hand in marriage and half of his kingdom. For a time, Bellerophon lived in contentment, honored by all. But his story serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of hubris. Believing himself to be worthy of joining the gods on Mount Olympus, Bellerophon attempted to fly Pegasus to the divine realm. Zeus, angered by this presumption, sent a gadfly to sting Pegasus, causing the horse to buck and throw Bellerophon from his back. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the lesson of Bellerophon's fall. In life, as in dreams, it is wise to appreciate our achievements without allowing pride to blind us to our limitations. Let go of any lingering feelings of inadequacy or overconfidence, finding instead a peaceful balance. Bellerophon survived his fall, but was crippled and blinded. He spent the remainder of his days wandering the earth alone, shunned by both gods and mortals. His tragic end reminds us of the importance of humility and the fleeting nature of mortal glory. As our tale of Bellerophon comes to a close, allow the gentle rain to wash away any remaining tension in your body. Like the heroes rise and fall, let your breath rise and fall in a soothing rhythm. Remember that true heroism lies not in grand gestures or divine aspirations, but in facing each day with courage, wisdom, and humility. Drift now into the realm of dreams, where you may soar with Pegasus or face your own chimeras, knowing that within you lies the strength of heroes and the wisdom to use it wisely. Sleep peacefully, cradled in the timeless tales of myth and the soothing embrace of the rain. In the realm of ancient Greek mythology, there exists a tale that speaks to the very nature of humanity, a story of curiosity, hope, and the consequences of our actions. As you settle into your comfortable position, allow your mind to drift back to a time when gods walked among mortals, and the world was filled with both wonder and mystery. This is the story of Pandora, the first mortal woman. Long ago, in the age when Prometheus had stolen fire from the gods and gifted it to humanity, Zeus, the king of the gods, sought a way to punish mankind for this transgression. His plan was as cunning as it was cruel. He would create a being of such beauty and charm that no mortal man could resist her, but within her would lie the potential for great calamity. Zeus called upon Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, to mold a figure from clay. As you listen, imagine the skilled hands of the god of fire and forge, shaping the earth with gentle precision. The form that emerged was that of a woman, so lifelike that she seemed to breathe even before life was granted to her. The other gods and goddesses, seeing this marvelous creation, were moved to bestow upon her their own gifts. Athene clothed her in a silvery gown and taught her the arts of weaving. Aphrodite gave her beauty and the power to entice. Hermes granted her a smooth tongue and a curious mind. Each god contributed something to make her irresistible to mortals. As you breathe deeply, feeling the weight of your body sinking further into restfulness, picture Pandora as she came to life. Her eyes, sparkling with intelligence and wonder, opened for the first time to gaze upon the world. Her hair, as dark as a moonless night, cascaded over her shoulders. Her smile, warm and inviting, could melt the heart of even the sternest individual. Zeus named her Pandora, which means all-gifted, for she had received talents and charms from all the gods. But Zeus had one final gift for her, a beautiful box, intricately carved and sealed tight. He instructed her never to open it, knowing full well that the curious nature Hermes had given her would eventually overcome this command. Pandora was sent to Earth as a gift to Prometheus's brother, Epimetheus. Despite Prometheus's warnings to be wary of gifts from the gods, Epimetheus was enchanted by Pandora's beauty and welcomed her into his home. For a time, they lived in harmony, and Pandora's presence brought joy and light to the world of mortals. But always in the back of her mind was the mystery of the box. It sat on a high shelf, calling to her, tempting her with its secrets. As you listen, feel the tension of curiosity building within you, much as it did within Pandora. The desire to know, to understand, to explore. These are deeply human traits that resonate through the ages. One day, when Epimetheus was away, Pandora could resist no longer. With trembling hands, she reached for the box. As you imagine this moment, let the anticipation wash over you, feeling the smoothness of the box in your hands, the weight of potential consequences. Slowly, ever so slowly, Pandora lifted the lid. In an instant, a swarm of evils rushed out. Sickness, death, strife, jealousy, and all manner of misfortunes that had never before plagued the world of mortals. Pandora, horrified by what she had done, quickly slammed the lid shut. But it was too late. The evils had escaped and spread across the earth, bringing suffering to all of humanity. As you lie here, letting the story envelop you like a warm blanket, consider how this ancient tale reflects the complexities of human nature. Our curiosity, our desire to understand the unknown, can lead to both great discoveries and unforeseen consequences. Yet the story of Pandora does not end in complete despair. For at the very bottom of the box, trapped beneath all the evils, was one final gift, hope. When Pandora reopened the box to see if anything remained, hope fluttered out, a tiny, glowing presence that would help humanity endure all the trials that had been released into the world. As your body relaxes further, sinking deeper into comfort, reflect on the dual nature of Pandora's legacy. She brought both suffering and hope into the world, much as our own actions can have far-reaching and sometimes unexpected consequences. Yet even in our darkest moments, hope remains, a beacon to guide us through troubled times. The myth of Pandora teaches us that while we cannot always control the outcomes of our actions, we can choose how we face the challenges that come our way. Like the hope that remained in the box, there is always a glimmer of light, even in the darkest of situations. As you drift closer to sleep, let the story of Pandora remind you of the resilience of the human spirit. In your own life, may you find the strength to face whatever difficulties arise, knowing that hope is always present, waiting to be discovered. Allow your mind to gently release the details of the story, focusing instead on the peaceful rhythm of your breath. Like Pandora's box, your consciousness holds many thoughts and feelings, but for now, let them rest undisturbed. As you exhale, imagine releasing any lingering tension, sinking deeper into a state of tranquil relaxation. The tale of Pandora, like all great myths, will continue to resonate through time, whispering its wisdom to those who listen. But for now, let the gentle waves of sleep begin to wash over you, carrying you towards peaceful dreams where hope shines eternal and the mysteries of the world unfold in the safe realm of your imagination. In the realm of the gods, where power and beauty intertwine like golden threads in a tapestry of eternity, there lived a goddess whose very name commanded respect and awe. Hera, queen of the gods, wife of Zeus, and protector of marriage, stood as a paragon of divine majesty. Her story, like the gentle rain falling outside your window, will wash over you, carrying you deeper into the peaceful realms of sleep. Hera's origins were as lofty as the peaks of Mount Olympus itself. Born to the titans Cronus and Rhea, she was swallowed by her father along with her siblings, only to be later rescued by her brother Zeus. This early trauma forged in Hera a strength that would define her throughout eternity. As you listen, allow the tension in your body to melt away, much like the chains that once bound the young goddess. In time, Zeus pursued Hera, captivated by her beauty and grace. Their courtship was as tumultuous as a storm at sea, with Hera initially resisting the advances of the thunder god. Zeus, ever cunning, transformed himself into a bedraggled cuckoo bird to gain her sympathy. Hera, moved by compassion, held the bird to her breast to warm it. At that moment, Zeus revealed himself, and in the surprise of the moment, Hera agreed to be his wife. Their wedding was a grand affair, celebrated by all of creation. The earth itself bloomed with golden apples in the garden of the Hesperides as a wedding gift. As you imagine this scene of divine splendor, feel your own body settling deeper into comfort, as if cradled by the very clouds that cushion the gods. Yet married life for Hera was far from the blissful union she had envisioned. Zeus, known for his wandering eye, often strayed, causing Hera great pain and jealousy. But Hera was not one to be trifled with. She was a goddess of great power and even greater pride. When wronged, her wrath was as fearsome as any storm Zeus could conjure. One tale speaks of how Hera punished Zeus for his infidelities. She rallied other gods to her cause, and together they bound Zeus with unbreakable chains. It was only through the intervention of the giant Briareus that Zeus was freed. This story reminds us that even the mightiest can be humbled, and that true strength often lies in forgiveness and reconciliation. Despite the challenges in her marriage, Hera remained a fierce protector of the institution itself. She watched over mortal marriages, blessing those who honored their vows and punishing those who betrayed them. In this, we see Hera's complex nature, capable of both great compassion and terrible fury. Hera's symbols were as regal as she was. The peacock, with its proud stance and dazzling plumage, became her sacred bird. The pomegranate, filled with seeds, represented fertility and the abundance of married life. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine these vivid images, the iridescent feathers of the peacock, the rich red seeds of the pomegranate, and let them paint your dreams in colors of divine beauty. One of Hera's most famous acts was her persecution of Heracles, Zeus's son, by a mortal woman. Driven by jealousy, Hera sent serpents to kill the infant Heracles, but the demigod strangled them in his crib. Later, she influenced him to commit terrible acts, leading to the famous 12 labors as penance. Yet, in a twist of fate, Heracles eventually reconciled with Hera, showing that even divine grudges can be overcome. As queen of the gods, Hera embodied grace, power, and the complexities of love. Her story teaches us about the strength found in maintaining one's dignity in the face of adversity, the importance of standing up for oneself, and the power of forgiveness. As you lie here, feeling the weight of the day melting away, consider how Hera's qualities might resonate in your own life. In the end, Hera's tale is not just one of a goddess who ruled beside the king of gods, but a story of resilience, of fierce loyalty, and of the enduring power of self-respect. May her strength inspire you to face your own challenges with grace and determination. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine yourself in Hera's celestial garden. The air is sweet with the scent of divine blossoms, and the soft rustle of peacock feathers whispers secrets of the gods. Let the peace of this heavenly realm envelop you, guiding you gently into the arms of restful slumber. Remember, like Hera, you too possess an inner strength that can weather any storm. Now, close your eyes and let the wisdom of the Queen of the Gods watch over your dreams. In the realm of Greek mythology, few gods embody the spirit of reverie and transformation quite like Dionysus. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the soothing rain sounds to wash over you, creating a peaceful backdrop for our next tale. Let the story of Dionysus, god of wine and ecstasy, gently carry you towards a tranquil state of relaxation. Dionysus was not born of typical divine circumstances. His mother, Semele, was a mortal woman who caught the eye of Zeus, king of the gods. Their union was passionate but brief, for Hera, Zeus's wife, discovered the affair and plotted her revenge. In her jealousy, Hera tricked Semele into asking Zeus to reveal his true divine form, knowing that no mortal could withstand such a sight. Zeus, bound by an unbreakable oath to grant Semele's wish, appeared before her in all his godly splendor. The sight was too much for Semele's mortal form, and she was consumed by divine fire. Yet, in a moment of desperate love, Zeus managed to save their unborn child, sewing the fetus into his own thigh to complete its gestation. As you listen, allow the tension in your body to melt away, much like the worries of mortals dissipate in the presence of Dionysus's intoxicating influence. Breathe deeply, feeling the rise and fall of your chest, as smooth and rhythmic as the waves of wine that flowed in the god's wake. Dionysus was born from Zeus's thigh, a god of dual nature, both mortal and divine. This unique heritage would shape his destiny and his role among the Olympians. As a child, he was hidden away from Hera's wrath, raised by nymphs in the lush forests of Mount Nysa. There, surrounded by nature's bounty, young Dionysus discovered the art of winemaking, a gift he would later share with humanity. As Dionysus grew into his godhood, he embarked on a journey across the known world, spreading the cultivation of grapevines and the joyous rituals of wine. His travels were not without peril, for many mortals and even some gods failed to recognize his divinity. Yet, with each challenge, Dionysus's power grew, as did his following of devoted worshippers. Picture yourself now, drifting gently on a sea of calm, much like Dionysus's followers lost in ecstatic dance. The rain continues its soothing patter, a natural rhythm to guide your breathing as we delve deeper into the god's story. One of Dionysus's most famous adventures involved pirates who failed to recognize the god and attempted to kidnap him. As their ship sailed across the wine-dark sea, Dionysus revealed his true nature. Vines sprouted from the deck, wrapping around the mast and oars. The air filled with the sweet scent of wine, and the sound of invisible flutes echoed across the waves. In their terror, the pirates leapt overboard, only to be transformed into dolphins, a reminder of the god's power to change not just the mind, but the very essence of being. Dionysus's return to Mount Olympus marked a shift in the pantheon. He brought with him not just the gift of wine, but a new way of experiencing the divine through ecstasy and abandon. His presence challenged the established order, introducing a wild, untamed element to the carefully balanced realm of the gods. As you continue to relax, imagine the warmth of Dionysus's gift spreading through your body, releasing any lingering tension. Like the gods' followers finding freedom in ritual dance, allow your mind to let go of conscious thought, drifting closer to the peaceful realm of sleep. The myths of Dionysus remind us that there is wisdom in occasional release, in allowing ourselves moments of joy and abandonment. His story teaches us that transformation is possible, that even in our darkest moments, we have the power to reinvent ourselves and find new beginnings. As our tale of Dionysus comes to a close, carry with you the god's spirit of renewal. Let the gentle rain sounds continue to lull you, washing away the cares of the day. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that like Dionysus, you too can emerge renewed from whatever challenges you face. May your dreams be as sweet as the finest wine, and may you wake refreshed, transformed by the restful sleep that now beckons you. Good night, and may Dionysus's gift of peaceful abandon guide you to serene slumber. In the realm of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Achilles, the swift-footed warrior whose name has become synonymous with both greatness and vulnerability. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away the cares of your day, and let us journey back to the age of heroes. Achilles was born to the sea nymph Thetis and the mortal king Peleus. From the moment of his birth, destiny marked him for greatness. His mother, knowing the perils that awaited her son, sought to protect him by dipping him in the river Styx, whose waters were said to confer invulnerability. Yet, as she held him by his heel, that small spot remained untouched by the magical waters, becoming his sole weakness. As you breathe deeply, imagining the cool, misty air near the legendary river, picture the young Achilles growing into a man of unparalleled skill and beauty. His education was entrusted to the wise centaur Chiron, who taught him the arts of war, music, and healing. With each passing year, Achilles' reputation grew, his name whispered with awe across the lands of Greece. When the Trojan War began, prophecy foretold that without Achilles, the Greeks would fail in their siege of Troy. Yet it also warned that should he go to war, he would find glory but meet an early death. His mother, desperate to save her son, disguised him as a girl and hid him on the island of Skyros. Close your eyes and picture the young warrior, conflicted between his destiny and his desire for a long, peaceful life. But fate would not be denied. The clever Odysseus uncovered Achilles' identity, and the young hero, driven by his own sense of honor and the lure of eternal fame, chose to join the war. As you listen, feel the weight of this decision, the balance between duty and self-preservation that we all face in our own lives. At Troy, Achilles proved himself the greatest of the Greek warriors. His speed, strength, and skill were unmatched on the battlefield. The Trojan prince Hector, Troy's mightiest defender, fell to Achilles' spear, as did countless others. Yet even as he achieved the glory he sought, tragedy stalked him. His beloved friend Patroclus, wearing Achilles' armor, was slain by Hector, driving Achilles into a frenzy of grief and rage. As the rain continues its soothing rhythm, reflect on how even the mightiest among us are vulnerable to loss and sorrow. Achilles' grief reminds us of the deep bonds we form and the pain we risk when we open our hearts to others. Yet it is these very connections that give our lives meaning and depth. The story of Achilles reaches its fateful conclusion when Paris, guided by the god Apollo, fired an arrow that struck Achilles in his one vulnerable spot, his heel. The greatest of Greek heroes fell, mortal after all, his legendary life cut short as the prophecy had foretold. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how this tale speaks to the duality of human nature, our strength and our weakness, our desire for glory and our need for love. Achilles' story endures not just as a tale of martial prowess, but as a reflection on the choices we make and the prices we pay for our ambitions. It reminds us that even the most seemingly invulnerable among us have their weaknesses, their points of vulnerability. As you relax more deeply, let this ancient wisdom settle into your mind, a gentle reminder of our shared humanity. Now, as the tale of Achilles fades like mist in the morning sun, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, each breath bringing you closer to peaceful slumber. The rain continues its gentle lullaby, washing away the cares of the day, leaving you floating in a sea of tranquility. Remember, like Achilles, you too possess great strength, even if you may not always see it. And like him, it's okay to acknowledge your vulnerabilities, for they are part of what makes you human. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the courage of Achilles, the depth of his feelings, and the timeless nature of his legend. May your dreams be filled with the wonder of ancient myths and the peace of a restful night. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined, there lived a princess named Psyche, whose beauty was so extraordinary that it rivaled even that of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty herself. As we delve into this tale of love and transformation, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of deep relaxation. Psyche's beauty was so renowned that people began to worship her instead of Aphrodite. This angered the goddess, who sought revenge. She summoned her son, Eros, the god of love, and instructed him to make Psyche fall in love with the most hideous creature on earth. But as fate would have it, when Eros saw Psyche, he was instantly captivated by her beauty and fell deeply in love with her himself. Meanwhile, Psyche's parents, concerned that no mortal man would marry her due to her divine-like beauty, consulted an oracle. The oracle prophesied that Psyche would marry a monster that even the gods feared. With heavy hearts, they left Psyche on a mountaintop to meet her destiny. As you listen, feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into your bed, letting go of any tension or worry. But instead of a monster, Zephyr, the west wind, carried Psyche to a magnificent palace. There, she was tended to by invisible servants and visited each night by a mysterious lover who insisted on keeping his identity hidden. This lover was none other than Eros himself, who had disobeyed his mother's wishes and taken Psyche as his wife. For a time, Psyche lived in blissful happiness, but curiosity began to gnaw at her. Her sisters, jealous of her fortune, planted seeds of doubt in her mind, suggesting that her unseen husband might truly be a monster. One night, unable to resist, Psyche lit a lamp to gaze upon her lover's face while he slept. As the soft light of the lamp reveals Eros' divine beauty, allow your mind to drift, imagining the warmth and comfort of your own bed. But as Psyche leaned in for a closer look, a drop of hot oil fell from the lamp onto Eros' shoulder, awakening him. Betrayed and hurt, Eros fled, and the palace vanished along with him. Psyche found herself alone in a barren field, heartbroken and desperate to reunite with her love. Let the sound of the rain outside remind you of the gentle tears Psyche shed, washing away your own cares and worries. Determined to win back Eros, Psyche embarked on a series of impossible tasks set by Aphrodite, who was still furious with the mortal girl. These tasks included sorting a huge pile of mixed seeds, gathering golden wool from violent sheep, and retrieving water from the river Styx. With each challenge, Psyche's love for Eros grew stronger, as did her own inner strength and wisdom. For her final task, Aphrodite sent Psyche to the underworld to retrieve a box of beauty from Persephone. Psyche successfully completed this task, but overcome by curiosity once again, opened the box. Inside was not beauty, but a deep, magical sleep that overtook her. As you listen, feel yourself drifting closer to that peaceful realm of sleep, just as Psyche did. Eros, who had been watching over Psyche all along, could no longer bear to see her suffer. He flew to her side, wiped the sleep from her eyes, and pleaded with Zeus to make Psyche immortal so they could be together forever. Zeus, moved by their love, granted Eros' wish. Psyche drank ambrosia, the drink of the gods, and became immortal. In the end, even Aphrodite accepted their union, and Psyche became the goddess of the soul. Their love story teaches us that true love can overcome any obstacle, and that through perseverance and growth, we can achieve our heart's deepest desires. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the warmth of Psyche and Eros' love, knowing that even in the darkest times, love and hope can guide us to our own divine nature. Let the gentle rain outside become a lullaby, carrying you deeper into the realm of dreams. Like Psyche, you too are on a journey of self-discovery and love. Allow your body to relax completely, your mind to quiet, and your soul to soar on the wings of this timeless tale of love and transformation. In the realm of the gods, where beauty and love reign supreme, there exists a goddess whose allure is unmatched. Aphrodite, born from the sea foam, emerged as the epitome of desire and passion. As you listen to her tale, allow the gentle waves of her story to wash over you, carrying you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Aphrodite's origin is as mysterious as it is captivating. Some say she arose from the sea, formed from the foam created by Uranus's severed genitals cast into the ocean. Others claim she is the daughter of Zeus and Dione. Whichever tale you choose to believe, her impact on both gods and mortals is undeniable. As she stepped onto the shore of Cyprus, flowers bloomed beneath her feet, and the very air seemed to shimmer with her presence. The gods were immediately captivated by her beauty, and even Zeus himself was struck by her charm. To prevent conflict among the Olympians, Zeus hastily arranged her marriage to Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship. But Aphrodite's heart was as wild and free as the sea from which she was born. Her passion could not be contained by the bonds of marriage, and she found herself drawn to Ares, the god of war. Their affair was passionate and tumultuous, a dance of love and conflict that would become legendary. Imagine, if you will, the contrast between Aphrodite's gentle beauty and Ares' fierce strength. Like the delicate balance between calm seas and raging storms, their love was a force of nature. As you rest, picture the ebb and flow of their relationship, letting it lull you into a deeper state of tranquility. Aphrodite's influence extended far beyond the realm of the gods. She played a pivotal role in the Trojan War, a conflict that would shape the course of history. It was her promise to Paris, offering him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, that set the wheels of fate in motion. Helen of Troy, whose face would launch 1,000 ships, became both a blessing and a curse, all because of Aphrodite's meddling. As the goddess of love, Aphrodite's power was immense yet subtle. She could ignite passion in the coldest of hearts, or soothe the most turbulent of emotions. Her domain encompassed not just romantic love, but also the bonds of family, friendship, and even self-love. In this, we find a profound truth that love, in all its forms, is the foundation of human existence. Aphrodite's beauty was not just skin deep. She embodied the very essence of love, desire, and beauty in all its forms. From the gentle caress of a lover's hand to the fierce protectiveness of a parent, from the warm embrace of a friend to the passionate pursuit of one's dreams, all these were under Aphrodite's influence. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the power of love in your own life. Like Aphrodite, you too have the capacity to bring beauty and passion into the world. Your love, whether given to family, friends, or even to yourself, has the power to transform and uplift. Let Aphrodite's gentle presence wash over you now. Feel the warmth of love enveloping you like a soft, comforting blanket. Allow your body to relax, knowing that you are cradled in the arms of divine love. With each breath, sink deeper into this feeling of peace and contentment. As our tale of Aphrodite comes to a close, remember that her gifts of love and beauty are always within reach. In your dreams tonight, may you find yourself walking on shores of golden sand, feeling the gentle caress of sea foam at your feet, just as Aphrodite did when she first came into being. Let the rhythm of the waves guide you into a peaceful, love-filled slumber. In the realm of Greek mythology, few heroes shine as brightly as Hercules, the son of Zeus and a mortal woman named Alcmene. His name has become synonymous with strength, courage, and perseverance. As you settle deeper into your comfortable resting place, allow the tale of this legendary demigod to wash over you, carrying you gently towards the peaceful shores of sleep. Hercules was born into a world of both divine privilege and mortal struggle. From his very first breath, he was marked for greatness, yet also destined to face tremendous challenges. As an infant, he demonstrated his extraordinary strength by strangling 2 serpents sent by the jealous goddess Hera to kill him in his crib. This act foreshadowed the remarkable feats he would accomplish throughout his life. As Hercules grew into a young man, his strength and skills became renowned throughout Greece. However, his life took a tragic turn when Hera, still consumed by jealousy, drove him temporarily mad. In this state of madness, Hercules committed a terrible act that would haunt him for the rest of his days. To atone for his actions, he was tasked with completing 12 seemingly impossible labors. These labors would test not only Hercules' legendary strength, but also his wit, courage, and determination. From slaying the Nemean lion with its impenetrable hide to capturing Cerberus, the three-headed guard dog of the underworld, each task pushed Hercules to his limits. Yet with each triumph, he grew not just in strength, but in wisdom and humility. Perhaps the most famous of Hercules' labors was his battle with the Hydra, a monstrous serpent with multiple heads. Each time Hercules cut off one of the Hydra's heads, two more would grow in its place. This challenge required Hercules to think beyond brute force, teaching him the value of strategy and perseverance in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. As you listen to this tale, imagine the cool night air around you, the gentle rustling of leaves in a distant forest. Let the rhythm of your breath mirror the steady determination of Hercules as he faced each of his trials. With each inhale, draw in strength. With each exhale, release any tension or worry that may be lingering in your mind or body. Hercules' journey was not just one of physical prowess, but also of spiritual growth. Through his labors, he learned compassion, humility, and the true meaning of heroism. He used his great strength not just for personal glory, but to help others and right wrongs. In doing so, Hercules became more than just a mighty warrior. He became a symbol of hope and inspiration for mortals and gods alike. As our story of Hercules draws to a close, reflect on how his tale resonates with your own life. We all face our own labors, our own challenges that may seem insurmountable at times. But like Hercules, we possess inner strength and resilience that can surprise us. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the knowledge that you too have the power to overcome obstacles, to grow, and to become the hero of your own story. Let the legendary strength of Hercules infuse your dreams tonight. May you find yourself capable of amazing feats, lifting mountains of worry with ease, and conquering any challenge that your dreaming mind conjures. As your consciousness gently fades into the realm of sleep, know that like Hercules, you are destined for greatness in your own unique way. In the realm of ancient Phrygia, there once lived a king whose name would become synonymous with both boundless wealth and tragic folly. This is the tale of King Midas, whose insatiable desire for gold would teach him the true value of life's simplest pleasures. Midas was a man who had everything, a vast kingdom, loyal subjects, and a loving daughter. Yet his heart yearned for more. Gold was his obsession, its gleam and weight a constant source of fascination. Each night he would wander through his treasure rooms, running his fingers through piles of coins and jewels, believing that true happiness lay in amassing ever greater riches. One day, as Midas sat upon his golden throne, a strange and unexpected visitor appeared before him. It was Silenus, the companion of the god Dionysus, who had lost his way and stumbled into the king's garden. Midas, recognizing the satyr, treated him with great hospitality, offering him food, drink, and a comfortable place to rest for several days. When Dionysus learned of Midas's kindness to his friend, he appeared before the king and offered to grant him any wish he desired. Without hesitation, Midas made his fateful request. "I wish that everything I touch would turn to gold." Dionysus, knowing the folly of such a wish, granted it with a sad smile, hoping that Midas would learn a valuable lesson. At first, Midas was overjoyed. He touched a twig, and it transformed into a gleaming golden branch. He plucked a rose, and its delicate petals became shimmering metal. The king danced with glee, touching stones, furniture, and the very walls of his palace, turning everything around him into gold. But as the sun began to set on that fateful day, Midas felt the pangs of hunger. He sat down at his table, laden with a feast fit for a king. Yet, as he reached for a grape, it turned to gold in his fingers. The bread became a golden loaf, too heavy to lift. Even the wine in his cup became solid gold as it touched his lips. Midas, surrounded by more wealth than he had ever dreamed possible, found himself unable to eat or drink. As you listen to this tale, dear dreamer, feel the weight of Midas's realization settling upon you. Let the tension in your body melt away, just as Midas's desire for gold began to fade in the face of his newfound curse. Desperate and afraid, Midas fled to his garden, hoping to find solace among the flowers and trees. But everything he touched, the grass, the leaves, even the dewdrops, turned to cold, lifeless gold. In his despair, he heard the laughter of his beloved daughter approaching. Before he could warn her, she ran to embrace him, and in an instant she too was transformed into a golden statue. It was in this moment of profound loss that Midas finally understood the true nature of his folly. Wealth meant nothing without the warmth of his child's embrace, the taste of food, or the fragrance of a flower. Falling to his knees, he begged Dionysus to take back his gift. Moved by the king's genuine remorse, Dionysus appeared once more. He instructed Midas to wash his hands in the Pactolus River to rid himself of the golden touch. The gods, in their wisdom, knew that sometimes the greatest lessons come from our own mistakes. Midas did as he was told, watching as the power flowed from his hands into the river, turning its sands golden. He then tenderly carried his daughter to the water, relief washing over him as she returned to flesh and blood in his arms. As you rest, imagine the cool waters of the Pactolus River washing over you, carrying away any burdens or worries that weigh upon your mind. Let each breath be a reminder of the simple joys that truly make life rich, the love of family, the beauty of nature, the peace of contentment. From that day forward, Midas lived a changed man. He opened his palace to those in need, sharing his wealth freely. He found joy in simple pleasures, the laughter of children, the taste of ripe fruit, the gentle caress of a summer breeze. His kingdom flourished not because of gold, but because of the kindness and wisdom of its ruler. The tale of King Midas reminds us that true wealth lies not in what we possess, but in what we cherish. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on the riches in your own life, the love you share, the memories you treasure, the simple moments that bring you joy. These are the true golden touches in our lives, more precious than any metal. Let the gentle rain sound soothe you, each drop a reminder of life's true treasures. May your dreams be filled with the warmth of love and the peace of contentment, far more valuable than all the gold in Midas's kingdom. In the vast tapestry of Greek mythology, few beings held as much power and mystery as the three sisters known as the Fates. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow your mind to drift back to a time when the destiny of gods and mortals alike hung by a delicate thread, spun by these ancient and enigmatic entities. The Fates, also known as the Moirai, were three sisters: Clotho, the spinner of life's thread; Lachesis, the measurer who decided how long each life would be; and Atropos, the cutter, who chose the manner of each person's death. These sisters, older than time itself, resided in a realm beyond the reach of gods and mortals, where the very fabric of existence was woven. Imagine, if you will, a dimly lit cavern, its walls shimmering with an otherworldly light. The air is thick with the scent of ancient parchment and the soft whisper of spinning wheels. Here, in this timeless space, the three sisters worked tirelessly, their fingers moving with inhuman precision as they shaped the destinies of all living beings. Clotho, the youngest of the sisters, sits before a great spinning wheel. Her nimble fingers draw forth threads of various colors and textures from a vast, shimmering pool of possibility. Each thread represents a life, and as Clotho spins, new beings come into existence across the cosmos. Her work is endless, for as long as there is life, there must be new threads to spin. As you listen, feel the gentle rhythm of Clotho's spinning wheel, its steady motion lulling you deeper into a state of tranquil relaxation. Let each turn of the wheel wash away any lingering tension in your body, allowing you to sink further into peaceful repose. Next to Clotho sits Lachesis, her eyes closed in deep concentration as her hands move over the spun threads. With unerring judgment, she measures each life thread, determining its length. Some threads she stretches long, granting a life of many years, while others she keeps short, their time in the world brief but no less significant. As Lachesis works, the threads begin to glow with potential, each one holding the promise of a unique journey through life. Allow yourself to envision the thread of your own life, glowing warmly in Lachesis's hands. Feel a sense of peace knowing that your journey, whatever its length, is filled with purpose and meaning. Let this thought ease any worries about the future, allowing you to rest fully in the present moment. Finally, we come to Atropos, the eldest and most feared of the Fates. In her hands, she holds a pair of ancient shears, their blades gleaming in the dim light. With solemn purpose, Atropos moves among the measured threads, deciding when and how each life will come to its end. Her touch is final, her decisions unalterable. Yet there is no malice in her actions, only the inevitable progression of existence. As you contemplate Atropos and her shears, rather than fear, allow yourself to feel a deep acceptance of life's natural cycles. Just as day must turn to night, all journeys must eventually come to an end. This knowledge, far from being frightening, can bring a profound sense of peace and appreciation for the present moment. The power of the Fates was so great that even the mightiest of the Olympian gods were said to be subject to their decrees. Zeus himself, king of the gods, was bound by the threads spun by these three sisters. This serves as a reminder that in the grand tapestry of existence, all beings, no matter how powerful, play their part in a greater design. As you continue to relax, imagine the intricate web of threads surrounding the Fates, each one connected to countless others. This web represents the interconnectedness of all life, showing how each individual story is part of a greater whole. Let this image fill you with a sense of belonging and purpose, knowing that your own thread is an integral part of this cosmic tapestry. The myth of the Fates teaches us about the delicate balance between destiny and free will. While the Fates may spin, measure, and cut the thread of our lives, it is up to us to weave that thread into a meaningful pattern. This reminds us that while we may not control all aspects of our destiny, we have the power to shape our journey and make the most of the time we are given. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the wisdom of the Fates. Like Clotho, find joy in creating and beginning new endeavors. Like Lachesis, learn to measure and appreciate the time you have. And like Atropos, cultivate the strength to accept endings with grace and dignity. Let the steady rhythm of the Fates' work become the rhythm of your own breath, deep and regular. With each inhale, feel yourself drawing in the timeless peace of their realm. With each exhale, release any remaining tension or worry. Allow the gentle sound of spinning wheels and softly clipping shears to blend with the ambient sounds around you, creating a soothing lullaby that carries you deeper into restful slumber. As we conclude our time with the Fates, remember that your own story is still unfolding, full of potential and possibility. Rest easy, knowing that you are part of something greater, a thread in the vast and beautiful tapestry of existence. Let this knowledge comfort you as you drift off into dreams, where perhaps you'll catch a glimpse of your own shimmering thread, woven with care by the hands of the Fates. In the misty realms of ancient Greece, where myth and reality intertwined like vines on an old oak, there lived a being unlike any other. Chiron, the wisest and justest of all centaurs, stood apart from his kin, both in body and spirit. As we delve into his tale, allow the gentle patter of rain outside to lull you deeper into relaxation, each drop a whisper of ancient wisdom. Chiron's story begins not with the wild reverie often associated with centaurs, but with a union most unusual. Born to the Titan Cronus and the nymph Philyra, Chiron's very existence was a testament to the unpredictable nature of divine love. Unlike his brethren, who were known for their brutish nature and uncontrollable passions, Chiron emerged as a beacon of intellect and compassion. From his earliest days, it was clear that Chiron was destined for greatness. His body, while still that of a centaur with the lower half of a horse, was marked by a noble bearing that set him apart. His human torso was strong and upright, his face etched with the lines of wisdom that would only deepen with time. But it was his eyes that truly captivated, deep pools of knowledge that seemed to hold the secrets of the cosmos. As you listen, feel the tension in your body begin to melt away, much like the mists that would part when Chiron walked through the forests of Mount Pelion. Let each breath draw you deeper into a state of tranquil peace, mirroring the calm that Chiron brought to all who sought his counsel. Chiron's greatest gift to the world was his insatiable thirst for knowledge and his boundless generosity in sharing it. He became renowned as a teacher without peer, his cave on Mount Pelion a sanctuary of learning that drew heroes and gods alike. Under his tutelage, figures like Achilles, Jason, and even Apollo himself grew in wisdom and skill. Imagine, if you will, the scene within Chiron's cave. The walls adorned with herbs and scrolls, the air thick with the scent of healing poultices and old parchment. Here, Chiron would impart his vast knowledge of medicine, music, prophecy, and the art of war. His gentle voice, much like the one guiding you now, would weave tales of the stars, explaining the movements of celestial bodies and their influence on mortal lives. But Chiron's life was not without its trials. The greatest challenge he faced came not from any external foe, but from a tragic accident involving his dear friend Heracles. During a visit, Heracles accidentally wounded Chiron with an arrow poisoned by the blood of the Hydra. For any mortal, this would have meant certain death. But Chiron, being immortal, was condemned to eternal, unbearable pain. As you rest, let the thought of Chiron's endurance inspire you. Just as he bore his pain with dignity, so too can you find strength in facing life's challenges. Allow any discomfort or worry to dissolve, carried away by the soothing rhythm of the rain. In his suffering, Chiron's wisdom and compassion shone even brighter. He continued to teach and heal, his pain becoming a profound lesson in empathy for all who knew him. It was this selflessness that ultimately led to his release. When Prometheus needed someone to take his place in order to be freed from his eternal punishment, Chiron volunteered, willingly giving up his immortality. This final act of sacrifice transformed Chiron in the eyes of the gods. Zeus, moved by his nobility, placed him among the stars as the constellation Centaurus, where he shines to this day, a celestial teacher still guiding those who look to the heavens for wisdom. As our tale of Chiron draws to a close, let his legacy of wisdom, compassion, and sacrifice settle over you like a warm, comforting blanket. In your own life, may you find the strength to face challenges with grace, the wisdom to guide others with kindness, and the peace that comes from living with purpose. Allow your mind to drift now, floating amongst the stars where Chiron resides. With each breath, feel yourself becoming lighter, more relaxed. The gentle rain continues its soothing melody, a lullaby from the ancient world, carrying you towards the realm of dreams where wisdom and peace await. In the realm of Greek mythology, where gods and mortals intertwine, there exists a tale of healing and compassion. As you settle deeper into your resting place, allow the soothing story of Asclepius to wash over you, like a gentle balm for both body and mind. Asclepius, the god of medicine and healing, was not born divine. His story begins with a tragedy that would shape his destiny. He was the son of Apollo, the god of light and music, and a mortal woman named Coronis. But Coronis, though carrying Apollo's child, fell in love with a mortal man. When Apollo learned of this betrayal, his anger burned hot as the son he commanded. In a fit of jealous rage, he struck Coronis down. But as her body lay upon the funeral pyre, Apollo was overcome with remorse. With great care, he cut the unborn child from her womb, saving the infant Asclepius from the flames. Imagine, if you will, the tiny babe, rescued from death's embrace, cradled in the arms of the sun god. As you picture this scene, feel the warmth of protection enveloping you, just as it did young Asclepius. Let that warmth spread through your body, releasing any tension you may be holding. Apollo entrusted his son to the wise centaur Chiron, who lived in a cave on Mount Pelion. Under Chiron's tutelage, Asclepius learned the arts of medicine, surgery, and the use of drugs. His hands, guided by both divine heritage and mortal compassion, became instruments of miraculous healing. As Asclepius grew, so did his reputation. People came from far and wide, seeking his aid. He cured the sick, healed the wounded, and even restored sight to the blind. With each life he touched, Asclepius's understanding of the human body and its ailments deepened. His knowledge surpassed that of any mortal healer, and soon even that of many gods. Close your eyes now, if they aren't already, and envision Asclepius tending to those in need. See his gentle hands moving with purpose and care, feel the calm assurance of his presence. As you imagine this scene, allow your own body to relax further, knowing that healing and rest are intertwined. But Asclepius's greatest achievement, and ultimately his downfall, came when he discovered a way to raise the dead. Using his vast knowledge, and perhaps a drop of blood from Medusa's slain body, he brought life back to those who had passed beyond the veil of death. This power, however, disrupted the natural order of things. Hades, lord of the underworld, grew concerned as fewer souls entered his domain. He appealed to Zeus, warning that the balance between life and death was being upset. Zeus, seeing the wisdom in Hades' words, knew he had to act. With a heavy heart, Zeus struck Asclepius down with a thunderbolt, ending his mortal life. But in recognition of Asclepius's great gifts and compassion, Zeus placed him among the stars as the constellation of Fucus, the serpent-bearer, forever remembered in the night sky. As you lie here, drifting towards sleep, think of Asclepius's legacy. His story teaches us that healing is not just about curing ailments, but about compassion, wisdom, and understanding the delicate balance of life. Let these thoughts gently guide you towards peaceful slumber. Apollo, grieving for his son, pleaded with Zeus to honor Asclepius's memory. In response, Zeus not only created the constellation, but also raised Asclepius to godhood, making him the divine patron of healing and medicine. Temples were built in his honor, where the sick would come to sleep, hopping for healing dreams sent by the god. As you rest now, imagine yourself in one of these ancient healing temples. Feel the cool stone beneath you, hear the distant murmur of prayers and gentle breezes. Just as those ancient seekers did, allow yourself to be open to the restorative power of sleep, guided by the benevolent spirit of Asclepius. Remember, like Asclepius, we all have the capacity for healing within us. Sometimes, the most powerful medicine is rest, allowing our bodies and minds to restore themselves naturally. As you drift deeper into relaxation, know that you are participating in this ancient, natural healing process. Let the story of Asclepius remind you that even in times of difficulty or pain, there is always hope for healing and renewal. As the night deepens around you, may you feel the gentle, healing presence of Asclepius watching over your dreams, guiding you towards restful, restorative sleep. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined their fates, there lived a man whose brilliance rivaled that of the divine. Daedalus, the legendary craftsman and inventor, whose name would echo through the ages as a testament to human ingenuity and the perils of hubris. Daedalus was born in Athens, blessed by Athene herself with unparalleled skill in craftsmanship. His hands could shape wood and metal into wonders that left even the gods in awe. As a young man, he quickly gained renown for his incredible inventions and architectural marvels. Kings and nobles sought his services, eager to have their palaces and temples adorned with his creations. But with great talent often comes great pride, and Daedalus was no exception. He took on an apprentice, his own nephew named Perdix, who showed remarkable promise. As you rest and listen, imagine the workshop of Daedalus, filled with the soft sounds of chisels on stone and the gentle scraping of tools shaping wood. The air is thick with the scent of sawdust and molten metal, a sensory lullaby to carry you deeper into relaxation. One day, as Perdix worked on a new invention, Daedalus felt a pang of jealousy. The young apprentice had created a saw inspired by the jawbone of a snake, a tool so ingenious that it threatened to overshadow Daedalus's own creations. In a moment of weakness, overcome by envy, Daedalus lured Perdix to the edge of the Acropolis and pushed him to his death. As you drift closer to sleep, let the weight of Daedalus's guilt wash over you, then float away like leaves on a gentle stream. For his crime, Daedalus was exiled from Athens, forced to seek refuge on the island of Crete. There, he found favor with King Minos, who commissioned him to build a great labyrinth to house the fearsome Minotaur. Daedalus poured all his skill and knowledge into the labyrinth, creating a maze so complex that even he could barely find his way out. But as the years passed, Daedalus grew weary of his gilded cage on Crete. King Minos, fearful of losing his prized inventor, refused to let Daedalus leave the island. In the silence of your room, as you listen to this tale, imagine the frustration of Daedalus, a man of boundless creativity trapped by the very walls he had built. Feel the tension in your body, then consciously release it, letting go as Daedalus yearned to do. It was then that Daedalus conceived his most daring invention yet. Gathering feathers from birds and wax from bees, he crafted 2 pairs of wings, one for himself and one for his young son, Icarus. As dawn broke, father and son stood atop the highest tower of Crete, ready to embrace the freedom of the skies. Daedalus warned Icarus not to fly too close to the sun, lest the heat melt the wax holding the feathers together. With hearts pounding, they leaped from the tower, their wings catching the wind, lifting them higher and higher. For a moment, imagine the exhilaration of flight, the cool breeze caressing your skin, then let that sensation gently lower you deeper into tranquility. But you know how the story ends. Icarus, intoxicated by the thrill of flight, soared too high. The sun's heat melted the wax, and the boy plummeted into the sea that would forever bear his name. Daedalus, watching helplessly as his son fell, was left to carry the burden of his loss and the knowledge that his greatest triumph had led to his greatest tragedy. As you rest here, reflecting on the tale of Daedalus, consider the delicate balance between ambition and caution, between reaching for the stars and keeping our feet on the ground. In your own life, may you find the wisdom to soar to great heights while remembering the importance of humility and restraint. Let the story of Daedalus be a lullaby for your soul, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there is always hope for redemption and new beginnings. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine yourself crafting wings of your own, not of wax and feathers, but of dreams and aspirations. May they carry you gently into the realm of peaceful slumber, where the ingenuity of Daedalus and the courage of Icarus live on in the timeless tales of mythology. In the vast expanse of the night sky, where stars twinkle like distant dreams, there exists a goddess whose radiant beauty has captivated mortals and immortals alike for millennia. Her name is Selene, the goddess of the moon, and her story is one of eternal cycles, of light and shadow, of love and longing. Selene was born of the Titans Hyperion and Theia, siblings to Helios, the god of the sun, and Eos, the goddess of dawn. From the moment of her birth, Selene was destined to rule the night, her silvery glow a beacon of hope and mystery in the darkness. Each night, as the sun's fiery chariot descends below the horizon, Selene begins her journey across the sky. She rides in a silver chariot drawn by 2 magnificent white horses, or sometimes by a pair of oxen, their breath creating the mists that veil the night in a soft, dreamy haze. As you lie here, listening to the gentle patter of rain, imagine Selene's chariot gliding silently overhead, her pale light seeping through your window, caressing your skin with its cool, soothing touch. Let the rhythm of her eternal journey lull you into a state of deep relaxation. Selene's most famous tale is one of love, a love so profound it defied the very laws of nature. The object of her affection was a mortal shepherd named Endymion, whose beauty was said to rival that of the gods themselves. As Selene rode her chariot across the night sky, she caught sight of Endymion sleeping on Mount Latmos, and in that moment her heart was forever lost. Night after night, Selene would descend from the heavens to visit her beloved Endymion, but their love faced an insurmountable obstacle. As a goddess, Selene was immortal, while Endymion was destined to age and die like all mortals. The thought of losing him was more than Selene could bear. In her desperation, Selene appealed to Zeus, the king of the gods. She begged him to grant Endymion eternal youth and immortality. Zeus, moved by Selene's devotion, offered a compromise. He would place Endymion in an eternal sleep, forever young and beautiful, and Selene could visit him each night in his dreams. And so, on Mount Latmos, Endymion sleeps in a secret cave, untouched by time. Each night, as Selene's chariot crosses the sky, she pauses in her journey to descend to her sleeping love, to whisper in his ear and share in his dreams. As you rest here, feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation, much like Endymion in his eternal slumber. Let the gentle light of the moon wash over you, carrying away your cares and worries on its silver beams. Selene's influence extends far beyond her own love story. As the goddess of the moon, she governs the tides, the cycles of nature, and the rhythms of the human body. Her waxing and waning are a constant reminder of the ebb and flow of life itself, of beginnings and endings, of light emerging from darkness. In many cultures, Selene is associated with feminine energy, intuition, and the subconscious mind. She is the patron of travelers who journey by night, of those who seek inspiration in the quiet hours when the world sleeps, and of dreamers who find solace in her gentle glow. As the rain continues to fall outside, creating a soothing melody to accompany Selene's silent journey, allow yourself to connect with her energy. Feel the pull of the moon on the tides of your own being, gently guiding you towards a state of perfect peace and tranquility. Selene's story reminds us that even in the darkest of nights, there is always a light to guide us. Her unwavering love for Endymion teaches us about the power of devotion and the beauty of dreams. In your own life, may you find the strength to pursue your deepest desires with the same steadfast determination that Selene shows night after night. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine yourself bathed in Selene's soft, silvery light. Let it envelop you like a comforting blanket, soothing away any lingering tensions or worries. In this moment, you are as timeless as Endymion, as serene as the moon goddess herself. Remember, just as Selene returns faithfully each night to light up the darkness, so too will your strength and peace return to you with each new day. Allow yourself to cycle through rest and renewal, knowing that like the phases of the moon, all things in life have their time and season. As we conclude Selene's tale, let her gentle radiance guide you into the realm of dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as Endymion's, and may you wake refreshed, carrying a spark of moonlit magic within your heart. In the vast tapestry of Greek mythology, few figures shine as brightly as Helios, the god of the sun. As we delve into his radiant tale, allow the warmth of his story to envelop you, soothing your mind and body as you drift towards peaceful slumber. Helios was born to the Titans Hyperion and Theia, emerging into the world with a golden glow that outshone even the brightest stars. From the moment of his birth, it was clear that Helios was destined for greatness, his very presence illuminating the darkest corners of the cosmos. Each day, Helios would embark on a grand journey across the sky, driving his magnificent golden chariot from east to west. His steeds were not ordinary horses, but fiery creatures that breathed flame and moved with the speed of light itself. As Helios guided them across the heavens, he brought warmth and light to the world below, nurturing life and dispelling shadows. Helios was known for his keen sight, able to see all that transpired beneath his radiant gaze. Nothing escaped his notice as he traversed the sky, making him both a source of comfort to those who sought justice and a figure of dread to those who wished to hide their misdeeds. One of the most famous tales involving Helios centers around his son, Phaethon. The young demigod, eager to prove himself worthy of his divine heritage, begged his father to allow him to drive the sun chariot for a single day. Helios, bound by an unbreakable oath to grant his son any wish, reluctantly agreed. As you listen to this story, imagine the warmth of the sun on your skin, its gentle caress lulling you deeper into relaxation. Let the tension in your body melt away, just as the morning dew evaporates under Helios' tender rays. Phaethon, however, was not prepared for the immense responsibility of guiding the sun across the sky. He lost control of the mighty steeds, causing the chariot to veer wildly off course. The earth below suffered greatly, with some regions scorched by the sun's proximity, while others froze in its absence. Zeus, the king of the gods, was forced to intervene to prevent further catastrophe. With a heavy heart, he struck Phaethon from the sky with a thunderbolt, sending the youth plummeting into the river Eridanus. Helios, overcome with grief at the loss of his son, refused to drive the chariot for days, plunging the world into darkness. It was only through the pleas of the other gods and the plight of the mortals below that Helios finally resumed his duties. This tale serves as a poignant reminder of the delicate balance of the natural world and the heavy burden of responsibility that comes with great power. As you continue to relax, envision the steady, reliable journey of Helios across the sky. Like the predictable rise and set of the sun, allow your breathing to find a calm, rhythmic pattern. With each inhale, feel yourself filled with warm, golden light. With each exhale, release any lingering worries or tensions. Helios was not only the bringer of light, but also a symbol of truth and clarity. In many myths, he played a crucial role in revealing hidden truths or exposing deceptions. When Hades abducted Persephone, it was Helios who witnessed the act and informed her distraught mother, Demeter, setting in motion the events that would lead to the creation of the seasons. The islands of Rhodes held a special place in Helios' heart. Legend has it that when the gods were dividing the world among themselves, Helios was absent, tending to his daily duties. Upon his return, he found that no land had been set aside for him. Zeus, in his wisdom, offered to redo the division, but Helios had spotted a beautiful island rising from the sea. He claimed this land, Rhodes, as his own, blessing it with his perpetual radiance. As our tale of Helios draws to a close, allow yourself to bask in the comforting glow of sleep that approaches. Like the gentle warmth of the afternoon sun, feel a deep sense of peace settling over you. Your mind, like the earth nurtured by Helios light, can now rest and rejuvenate. Remember, just as Helios faithfully returns each morning to bring light to the world, so too will you awaken refreshed and renewed. But for now, let yourself drift off into the realm of dreams, carried on the golden rays of Helios' chariot across the night sky. In the misty realms of ancient Greek mythology, there existed a tribe of warrior women whose strength and courage rivaled that of the mightiest heroes. These were the Amazons, a society of fierce female warriors who lived apart from men, dedicated to the arts of war and hunting. As you settle deeper into your comfortable resting place, allow your mind to drift back to a time of legends and heroes, where the Amazons roamed the wild lands beyond the edges of civilization. The origins of the Amazons are shrouded in mystery, much like the fog that often cloaked their hidden cities. Some say they were the daughters of Ares, the god of war, born with an innate skill for combat and a fierce independence. Others claim they descended from the Scythians, nomadic horse riders of the steppes. Whatever their true beginnings, the Amazons carved out a unique place in the tapestry of Greek mythology, a society where women ruled and fought with unmatched prowess. Imagine a vast, open plain, dotted with swift horses and echoing with the sound of arrows flying through the air. Here, young Amazon girls learn to ride almost before they can walk, their small hands already familiar with the weight of a bow. As they grow, they become formidable warriors, their skills honed through years of rigorous training. The Amazons were said to remove their right breast to better draw a bow, a testament to their dedication to the art of war. Let the image of these strong, determined women fill your mind as you breathe deeply, feeling your own inner strength grow with each breath. The Amazons were led by a queen, the most skilled and wisest among them. Perhaps the most famous of these queens was Hippolyta, whose magical girdle became the object of one of Heracles' legendary labors. Picture Hippolyta, her long hair flowing in the wind, her eyes sharp and alert as she leads her warriors into battle. Her strength and leadership inspire not just her fellow Amazons, but you as well, as you lie here, allowing the tension to melt away from your body. The Amazon society challenged the norms of the ancient Greek world. They were self-sufficient, fierce, and free from the constraints that bound other women of their time. They only allowed men into their territory once a year for the purpose of continuing their lineage. Male children born to Amazons were either sent away or, in some darker tales, killed. Female children were raised to be warriors, continuing the cycle of their unique culture. As you ponder this, feel your own mind expanding, breaking free from the limitations you may have placed upon yourself. Many heroes of Greek mythology encountered the Amazons in their travels and quests. Heracles sought Hippolyta's girdle, while Theseus abducted the Amazon princess Antiope, leading to a great battle in Athens. Even the great hero Achilles faced an Amazon warrior during the Trojan War. This was Penthesilea, a queen of the Amazons who came to Troy's aid. In a tragic turn of events, Achilles fell in love with Penthesilea at the very moment he dealt her a fatal blow in battle. Let the bittersweet nature of this tale remind you that even in mythology, life is complex and filled with both triumph and sorrow. As our tale of the Amazons draws to a close, allow your mind to wander through the lush forests and across the open plains where these warrior women once roamed. Feel the strength of their legacy coursing through you, a reminder that we all have the potential for greatness within us. Let the sound of galloping horses and the whisper of arrows through leaves lull you deeper into relaxation. With each breath, imagine yourself becoming as strong and centered as an Amazon warrior. Your body relaxes further into your resting place, while your mind remains alert and peaceful, like a sentry keeping watch over a sleeping camp. The Amazon story is one of power, independence, and the breaking of boundaries. As you drift closer to sleep, know that you too have the strength to overcome any obstacle, to forge your own path in life. Allow the spirit of the Amazons to guard your dreams tonight, their strength and courage a protective shield around your resting mind. May your sleep be as peaceful as a calm night on the Amazon's territory, and may you wake refreshed, ready to face your own battles with the heart of a true warrior. In the realm of Greek mythology, few tales are as haunting and profound as that of Sisyphus, the king condemned to an eternity of futile labor. As you settle deeper into your restful state, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us delve into this timeless story of hubris and punishment. Sisyphus was once the king of Ephyra, now known as Corinth. He was renowned for his cunning and cleverness, traits that would ultimately lead to his downfall. In his mortal life, Sisyphus was not content with the wisdom granted to humans by the gods. Instead, he sought to outsmart them, believing his intellect to be superior even to that of Zeus himself. His first transgression came when he witnessed Zeus abducting Aegina, the daughter of the river god Asopus. Sisyphus, seeing an opportunity to gain favor, struck a deal with Asopus. He offered to reveal Zeus's actions in exchange for a spring of fresh water for his citadel. This betrayal of divine secrets infuriated Zeus, who sent Thanatos, the personification of death, to claim Sisyphus's life. But Sisyphus, ever the trickster, was not ready to succumb to death. When Thanatos arrived, Sisyphus feigned interest in the chains meant to bind him. He asked Thanatos for a demonstration of how they worked, and when death obliged, Sisyphus quickly locked the chains, trapping Thanatos himself. With death imprisoned, no mortals could die, disrupting the natural order of the world. This clever ploy, however, could not last forever. The gods, angered by the imbalance Sisyphus had caused, sent Ares to free Thanatos. Sisyphus was then forcibly dragged to the underworld, but even in the face of eternal punishment, Sisyphus's cunning did not desert him. Before his descent, he instructed his wife not to perform the proper burial rites for his body. Upon reaching the underworld, Sisyphus approached Persephone, queen of the dead. He pleaded with her, claiming that his wife had neglected his funeral rites, an act that offended the gods of the underworld. Persephone, moved by his apparent piety, granted Sisyphus permission to return to the world of the living to chastise his wife for her negligence. Once back in the land of the living, Sisyphus refused to return to the underworld. He lived on, defying death and the will of the gods until, at last, Hermes forcibly dragged him back to face his eternal punishment. It was then that the true weight of his transgressions fell upon him. The gods devised a punishment that would torment Sisyphus for all eternity. He was condemned to roll an immense boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll back down each time he neared the summit. This Sisyphus was doomed to repeat forever, a ceaseless and futile task that would never know completion or respite. As you lie here, feeling the weight of your own daily struggles melt away, consider the deeper meaning behind Sisyphus's plight. His story is not merely one of punishment, but a reflection on the human condition itself. In our own lives, we often face tasks that seem Sisyphean, endless, repetitive, and seemingly without purpose. Yet in his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, the philosopher Albert Camus suggests that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. In the acceptance of his fate, in the acknowledgement of the absurdity of his task, Sisyphus finds a form of freedom. He becomes the master of his days, finding meaning in the very act of perseverance. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on the times in your own life when you faced seemingly insurmountable challenges. Like Sisyphus with his boulder, you too have the strength to persist, to find purpose in the journey rather than the destination. Let the steady rhythm of the rain remind you of life's constant ebb and flow, of the cycles we all must endure and embrace. Allow the tension in your body to release, much as Sisyphus must have done each time he reached the bottom of his hill. With each breath, feel yourself becoming lighter, unburdened by the weight of daily concerns. Your own boulder, whatever it may be, can wait until morning. For now, let yourself be carried away by the currents of sleep, where no task is too great and no hill too steep to climb. As our tale of Sisyphus comes to a close, remember that even in the face of eternal struggle, there is always room for hope, for meaning, and for peace. Let the sound of gentle rain wash away your cares, and allow yourself to sink deeper into restful slumber, where the wisdom of the ancients mingles with the dreams of tomorrow. In the realm of ancient Greek mythology, there are tales of heroes and gods, monsters and magic. But few stories capture the essence of determination and skill quite like that of Atalanta, a woman whose speed and prowess rivaled that of the greatest heroes. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us journey together into the world of this remarkable heroine. Atalanta's story begins not in the halls of gods or the palaces of kings, but in the wild forests of Arcadia. Born to King Iasus, who had desperately desired a son, Atalanta was abandoned as an infant, left to the mercy of the wilderness. But fate, it seemed, had other plans for this extraordinary child. As you listen, imagine the soft rustling of leaves, the whisper of wind through ancient trees, cradling the infant Atalanta. In a twist of divine intervention, Artemis, goddess of the hunt, took pity on the abandoned babe. She sent a she-bear to nurse and care for Atalanta, raising her to be as wild and free as the forest itself. Under the watchful eyes of the goddess and the nurturing care of the bear, Atalanta grew into a young woman of unparalleled strength and beauty. Let the thought of this untamed, natural upbringing soothe your mind, connecting you to the primal peace of the forest. As Atalanta matured, her skills in hunting and athletics became legendary. She could outrun any man, her arrows always found their mark, and her courage knew no bounds. Word of her exploits spread far and wide, reaching even the ears of her father, who now regretted his hasty decision to abandon her. As you breathe deeply, feel the strength and confidence of Atalanta flowing through you, calming your thoughts and relaxing your body. One of Atalanta's greatest adventures came when she joined the famous Caledonian boar hunt. This monstrous creature, sent by Artemis to ravage the land as punishment for a king's neglect, had defeated many great heroes. But Atalanta, swift and sure, was the first to draw blood from the beast with her well-aimed arrow. This act not only proved her worth among the greatest heroes of Greece, but also caught the eye of the hero Meleager, who awarded her the boar's hide in recognition of her skill. Yet despite her many suitors, Atalanta had no desire for marriage. She had vowed to remain unwed unless a man could defeat her in a foot race. Many tried, and all failed, for Atalanta's speed was unmatched. As you listen, let the rhythm of Atalanta's swift feet lull you, like a gentle lullaby carrying you towards peaceful slumber. However, fate had one more twist in store for our heroine. A young man named Hippomenes sought the help of Aphrodite, goddess of love, to win Atalanta's hand. The goddess gifted him 3 golden apples, advising him to use them during the race. As Atalanta and Hippomenes ran, he cleverly dropped the apples one by one. Atalanta, unable to resist their beauty, stop to pick them up, allowing Hippomenes to win the race and claim her as his bride. In this moment, we see that even the swiftest and most determined can be swayed by beauty and love. As you drift closer to sleep, reflect on how sometimes our greatest challenges come not from outside, but from within our own hearts and desires. Atalanta's story teaches us about the balance between independence and connection, between personal achievement and the bonds we form with others. In your own life, may you find the strength to pursue your goals with Atalanta's determination, while also remaining open to the unexpected joys and connections that life may offer. As you lay here, feeling the weight of your body sinking deeper into restful comfort, imagine Atalanta's spirit watching over you. Let her speed carry away your worries, her skill target your tensions and dissolve them, her wild upbringing connect you to the soothing rhythms of nature all around you. With each breath, picture yourself running freely through Arcadian forests, as swift and sure as Atalanta herself. Feel the cool night air on your skin, hear the soft crunch of leaves beneath your feet, and let the starlight above guide you towards peaceful dreams. Allow yourself to be as free and untamed in your sleep as Atalanta was in her waking life. And so, with the tale of Atalanta fresh in your mind, allow yourself to drift gently into the realm of Morpheus. May your dreams be filled with the thrill of the hunt, the joy of victory, and the peace of forests primeval. Sleep now, knowing that like Atalanta, you too possess the strength to face any challenge that may come your way. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined, there existed a group of divine beings whose very presence inspired creativity and artistic expression. These were the Muses, daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. As we delve into their story, allow the gentle patter of rain to soothe your mind and carry you into a world of inspiration and beauty. The Muses, 9 in number, each presided over different art or science. Calliope, with her melodious voice, inspired epic poetry. Clio, the keeper of history, recorded the great deeds of heroes and gods. Erato, with her lyre in hand, kindled the flames of love poetry. Euterpe's flute brought forth the sweet sounds of lyric poetry. Melpomene, with her tragic mask, guided the creation of drama. Polyhymnia, serene and thoughtful, oversaw sacred poetry and hymns. Terpsichore, light on her feet, inspired dance and choral song. Thalia, with her comic mask, brought laughter through comedy. And Urania, gazing at the stars, inspired astronomy and the celestial arts. These divine sisters were born of Zeus's union with Mnemosyne over 9 consecutive nights. From their very inception, they were imbued with the power to inspire and enlighten. They made their home on Mount Helicon, where the earth seemed to pulse with creative energy. The Muses' presence was said to make fountains spring forth, their waters carrying the gift of inspiration to all who drank from them. The Muses were not merely passive observers of human creativity. They actively intervened in the lives of mortals, bestowing their gifts upon those they deemed worthy. It was said that when a poet or artist created a masterpiece, it was because a muse had whispered in their ear, guiding their hand or their voice. The greatest works of art, literature, and science in ancient Greece were attributed to the Muses' divine inspiration. Yet the Muses could also be stern teachers. They valued their gifts highly and did not tolerate hubris in mortals who claimed to surpass them. One such tale speaks of the skilled musician Thamyris, who boasted that he could outperform the Muses themselves. Angered by his arrogance, they challenged him to a contest. When Thamyris inevitably lost, the Muses punished him by taking away his musical ability and blinding him. As you rest, imagine the gentle touch of a Muse's hand upon your brow, soothing away the cares of the day. Feel the soft whisper of inspiration in your ear, not to create, but to dream. Let the rhythm of the rain outside blend with the melodious voices of the Muses, creating a lullaby just for you. The Muses remind us that creativity and knowledge are gifts to be cherished and nurtured. They teach us that inspiration can come from unexpected places and that true artistry requires both skill and humility. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the areas of your life where you might invite the Muses' inspiration. Perhaps there's a creative project you've been meaning to start, or a skill you've wanted to learn. Remember, the Muse's gifts are not reserved for great artists and thinkers alone. They reside within each of us, waiting to be awakened. As you slip into slumber, know that the Muses watch over your dreams, weaving tapestries of inspiration that will stay with you even as you wake. Let the soothing presence of the Muses guide you into a peaceful sleep, where your mind can wander freely through realms of creativity and wonder. May your dreams be filled with the beauty and inspiration that the Muses represent, carrying you gently through the night until morning's light. In the realm of Greek mythology, there are tales of triumph and tragedy, of heroes and villains, but few stories are as haunting as that of Tantalus, a man whose fate serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of hubris and the eternal nature of divine punishment. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your daily concerns, and let us journey together into this ancient tale. Tantalus was born into privilege, a son of Zeus himself and the nymph Plauto. His lineage granted him a place among the gods, dining at their table and sharing in their immortal feasts. But Tantalus was not content with this extraordinary honor. His heart harbored a darkness, a desire to test the gods' omniscience, to prove himself superior in some way to these divine beings. In a moment of supreme arrogance, Tantalus devised a test for the gods. He invited them to a grand banquet, but the main course he prepared was beyond horrific. Tantalus took his own son, Pelops, slaughtered him, and served his flesh to the unsuspecting deities. As you listen to this tale, feel the weight of this betrayal sink into you, allowing any tension in your body to dissolve, replaced by a deep, restful calm. The gods, in their wisdom, immediately saw through Tantalus's deception, all except Demeter, who, distracted by grief for her lost daughter Persephone, absent-mindedly ate a small portion of the shoulder. Filled with rage and disgust, Zeus ordered the other gods to restore Pelops to life, replacing his consumed shoulder with one crafted from ivory. For Tantalus, however, there would be no redemption. The king of the gods decreed an eternal punishment, one that would torment Tantalus for all time. He was banished to Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld, where he was made to stand in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. Let the image of this eternal scene wash over you, as soothing as the sound of rain outside your window. But this was no peaceful eternity. Tantalus was cursed to endure unending hunger and thirst. Whenever he bent to drink from the pool, the waters receded beyond his reach. When he stretched to pluck the ripe fruit hanging above him, the branches would lift away, always just beyond his grasp. This punishment gave rise to the word tantalize, a lasting reminder in our language of the torment Tantalus endured. As you breathe deeply, imagine the frustration of Tantalus, so close to satisfaction yet eternally denied. Let this image remind you to appreciate the simple comforts around you, the softness of your pillow, the warmth of your blanket, the peace of this moment. Unlike Tantalus, you can find contentment in the here and now. The tale of Tantalus serves as a powerful warning against the dangers of pride and the folly of attempting to deceive the gods. It reminds us of the importance of humility and gratitude for what we have. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the blessings in your own life, the simple joys that Tantalus would long for in his eternal torment. In your own journey through life, may you find contentment in the present moment, free from the endless yearning that plagued Tantalus. Let the gentle sound of rain remind you that, unlike him, you can quench your thirst and satisfy your hunger. As you relax deeper into restful sleep, know that you are free from eternal torment, able to find peace in the simple act of closing your eyes and drifting off to dream. Allow the story of Tantalus to fade from your mind now, replaced by the soothing rhythm of the rain and the comfort of your bed. Let go of any remaining tension, any lingering thoughts, and surrender to the peaceful embrace of sleep. The gods have no punishment for you tonight, only the gift of rest and rejuvenation. In the gentle embrace of night, let us journey to ancient Cyprus, where a tale of love and artistry unfolds. As you listen, Allow the soft patter of rain to wash away your cares, carrying you deeper into a realm of peaceful slumber. Pygmalion was a sculptor of unparalleled skill, his hands capable of breathing life into cold stone. Yet, for all his talent, he found himself disillusioned with the women of Cyprus, their flaws too apparent to his critical eye. In his solitude, he poured his heart and soul into creating a statue of the perfect woman, one whose beauty would surpass all others. Day after day, Pygmalion chiseled and polished, his fingers lovingly shaping the marble. As the statue took form, he found himself falling deeply in love with his creation. He named her Galatea, meaning she who is milk-white, a fitting name for the ivory beauty before him. Pygmalion's love for Galatea grew with each passing moment. He would bring her gifts, drape her in fine silks, and whisper sweet nothings to her still form. In the quiet of his workshop, he imagined her soft breath, the flutter of her eyelashes, the warmth of her touch. Yet, for all his yearning, Galatea remained cold and lifeless. As you rest, dear listener, imagine the devotion of Pygmalion, his unwavering love for something he created. Let this thought soothe you, reminding you of the power of passion and creativity that resides within us all. The festival of Aphrodite approached, and Pygmalion, his heart heavy with longing, made his way to the temple. There, before the altar of the goddess of love, he whispered a prayer. "O Aphrodite," he pleaded, "if you truly have power over love, grant me a wife, one like my ivory girl." Aphrodite, moved by the sculptor's sincere devotion, decided to answer his prayer. As Pygmalion returned home, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Entering his workshop, he approached Galatea and with trembling hands touched her cheek. To his amazement, the ivory warmed beneath his fingers. Breathe deeply now and let the wonder of this moment wash over you. Feel the gentle transformation of stone to flesh, of dreams to reality. Allow this magic to fill your senses as you drift further into tranquility. Pygmalion watched in awe as color bloomed on Galatea's cheeks, her chest rising with her first breath. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open, meeting his gaze with a look of pure love. Aphrodite had granted his wish, bringing his beautiful creation to life. Their love blossomed, a testament to the power of devotion and the magic of the gods. Pygmalion and Galatea were soon wed, their union blessed by Aphrodite herself. Their happiness was complete when Galatea bore a daughter whom they named Paphos. As this tale of love and artistry comes to a close, reflect on the transformative power of passion and creativity. Like Pygmalion, we all have the ability to bring beauty into the world, to shape our dreams into reality. Let this thought comfort you as you sink deeper into restful sleep. Allow the gentle rain to lull you, its rhythm a soft lullaby. As you drift off, imagine the warm touch of love, the soft breath of life, and the endless possibilities that await in your dreams. Sleep now, dear listener, and may your own creations come to life in the realm of your imagination. In the vast expanse of the Greek pantheon, where gods and goddesses reign supreme, there exists a deity whose presence is as fleeting and beautiful as the phenomenon she embodies. Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, messenger of the gods, and a bridge between the mortal world and the divine realm. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us embark on a journey through the colorful tale of Iris. Born to the sea god Thaumas and the Oceanid Electra, Iris was destined for a life of swift movement and ethereal beauty. Unlike her sisters, the Harpies, who were known for their monstrous appearance, Iris was graced with wings of shimmering gold. These wings carried her across the sky with unparalleled speed, leaving trails of rainbow in her wake. Imagine, if you will, the gentle flutter of those golden wings, each movement sending ripples of color across the heavens. As the personal messenger of Hera, queen of the gods, Iris held a position of great trust and responsibility. She was often tasked with delivering messages not only between the gods, but also from the divine to the mortal realm. Picture Iris gliding through the clouds, her form a blur of iridescent light, carrying words that could shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. With each mission, she embodied the connection between sky and earth, between the lofty heights of Mount Olympus and the grounded reality of the mortal world. One of Iris's most significant roles was to carry water from the river Styx, the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. This water was used in the most solemn of godly oaths. When a god swore upon the waters of the Styx, brought by Iris herself, it was a binding promise that could not be broken without severe consequences. As you listen, feel the weight of such responsibility, and let it remind you that even in sleep, you carry the strength to honor your own promises. Iris was not just a messenger, but also a symbol of hope and new beginnings. The rainbow she created was seen as a promise of peace after storms, both literal and metaphorical. In times of great conflict or natural disasters, the appearance of a rainbow was attributed to Iris, signaling that the worst had passed and better days were ahead. Let this thought settle in your mind, a comforting reminder that after every storm in your life, there is the potential for beauty and renewal. The goddess was often depicted with a pitcher, ready to replenish the clouds with water from the sea, or with a staff, symbolizing her role as a divine herald. In some tales, she was said to use the rainbow as a bridge, traveling upon it to deliver her messages. Envision this magical path of colors arching across the sky, a road that only Iris could tread. As you picture this scene, feel your own tensions begin to fade, replaced by a sense of wonder at the marvels of the mythical world. Iris's connection to communication made her a patron of eloquence and poetry. It was said that those who could speak with grace and beauty were blessed by Iris. Her influence extended to the namming of the iris flower and the iris of the eye, both reflecting her association with color and vision. As you rest, consider how the ability to see beauty in the world around you is a gift, one that Iris continues to bestow upon those who look for it. In one particularly touching myth, Iris played a crucial role in the tale of Achilles and his beloved friend Patroclus. After Patroclus fell in battle, it was Iris who was sent to inform the winds to fan the flames of his funeral pyre. This act of kindness and respect showcases the compassionate side of Iris, a goddess who not only delivered messages, but also understood the weight they carried. Let this story remind you of the importance of empathy and kindness, even in moments of sorrow. As we near the end of our tale, reflect on how Iris embodies the fleeting nature of beauty and the power of communication. Like a rainbow that appears after a storm, bringing joy and wonder to those who witness it, Iris reminds us to appreciate the moments of brilliance in our lives, no matter how brief they may be. Allow her story to inspire you to seek out the colorful moments in your own journey, to be a bearer of good news when you can, and to find hope even in challenging times. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, imagine Iris's rainbow stretching across your mind's eye. Each color represents a different aspect of your day, the challenges, the joys, the moments of peace. Watch as they blend together into a harmonious arc, a promise of renewal and hope for tomorrow. Let the gentle sound of rain merge with the soft whisper of Iris's wings, carrying you deeper into a peaceful slumber where dreams as vivid and beautiful as a rainbow await you. In the realm of Greek mythology, where gods and mortals intertwine, there exists a figure both feared and revered. Circe, the enchantress of Aea, stands as a testament to the power of magic and the complexity of divine beings. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your thoughts, and let us journey to the shores of Circe's mysterious island. Circe was born of divine lineage, the daughter of Helios, the sun god, and Perse, an Oceanid nymph. Her very essence was imbued with the radiance of the sun and the depths of the sea. From an early age, Circe displayed an uncanny affinity for herbs and potions, her knowledge growing as rapidly as the plants she tended. The other gods, wary of her burgeoning powers, began to whisper and cast sidelong glances at the young goddess. As you listen, feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, much like the glow that emanated from Circe herself. Let the tension in your body melt away, just as Circe's worries dissolved when she practiced her craft. Breathe deeply, inhaling the imaginary scent of her herb garden, rich with lavender, rosemary, and mysterious plants known only to the gods. Circe's life took a dramatic turn when she fell in love with Glaucus, a mortal fisherman turned sea god. But Glaucus's heart belonged to another, the beautiful nymph Scylla. In a moment of jealousy and passion, Circe used her magical prowess to transform Scylla into a hideous sea monster. This act of vengeance would set the tone for how mortals and gods alike would view Circe for centuries to come. As we delve deeper into Circe's tale, allow the rhythm of the rain to sync with your heartbeat. Let each drop represent a moment in time, washing away the concerns of your day, just as the tides of change washed over Circe's life. Exiled to the island of Aeaea for her transgression, Circe found solace in solitude. She honed her skills, becoming a master of transmutation magic. Sailors who stumbled upon her shores often fell victim to her spells, transformed into animals that reflected their inner natures. Yet, Circe was not cruel by nature, but rather a complex being shaped by isolation and the harsh judgments of others. Imagine yourself on Circe's island now. Feel the soft grass beneath you, hear the distant call of exotic birds, and let the gentle sea breeze caress your face. As you relax deeper, know that, like Circe, you too have the power to transform your world, to find strength in solitude and beauty in the unknown. Circe's most famous encounter was with Odysseus, the clever hero of Homer's Odyssey. When Odysseus and his crew landed on Aeaea, Circe transformed his men into pigs. But Odysseus, armed with a magical herb given to him by Hermes, resisted her spell. Impressed by his wit and courage, Circe welcomed Odysseus, and he stayed with her for a year, finding respite from his long journey. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how Circe's story reflects the human experience. We all face moments of exile, whether self-imposed or thrust upon us by circumstances. Yet in these moments of solitude, we often find our greatest strength, our true selves emerging like Circe's potent herbs from fertile soil. In the end, Circe's tale is one of redemption and growth. She aided Odysseus in his quest to return home, providing him with valuable advice for the perils that lay ahead. Her actions showed that even those deemed outcasts by society can possess wisdom and kindness. As our story of Circe comes to a close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Let the gentle rain continue to soothe you, washing away any lingering thoughts or tensions. Like Circe found peace on her island, find your own inner sanctuary in this moment of tranquility. Remember, within you lies the power to transform, to grow, and to find beauty in the solitude of your dreams. As you drift off to sleep, may Circe's story inspire you to embrace your own unique magic, and may your journey through the night be as wondrous as the tales of old. In the realm of Greek mythology, there are tales of gods and titans, heroes and monsters, but few stories are as enduring and symbolic as that of Atlas, the titan condemned to bear the weight of the heavens for eternity. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us journey to a time when the world was young and the sky was a burden too heavy for mortals to comprehend. Atlas was one of the second-generation titans, born to the titan Iapetus and the Oceanid Clymene. In the days before Zeus ruled Olympus, Atlas was known for his incredible strength and endurance. His name itself means bearer or endurer, a fitting moniker for the destiny that awaited him. Picture, if you will, a being of immense stature, muscles rippling like the mountains themselves, eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky he would come to support. When the great war between the Titans and the Olympian gods erupted, Atlas stood proudly with his kin. The conflict, known as the Titanomachy, shook the very foundations of the earth. For 10 long years, the battle raged, with Atlas at the forefront, his strength a formidable asset to the Titan army. But even the mightiest can fall, and when Zeus and his siblings emerged victorious, Atlas faced a punishment more severe than most. Zeus, in his triumph, sentenced Atlas to stand at the western edge of the world. There, he was condemned to hold up the celestial spheres for all eternity. Imagine the weight of the sky pressing down upon your shoulders, the strain of countless stars and planets bearing down upon you. This was Atlas's fate, a burden so great that it would crush any mortal instantly. As you breathe deeply, feeling the comfort of your resting place, consider the endurance of Atlas. Let the tension in your own shoulders melt away, knowing that your burdens are light in comparison. The steady sound of rain outside is a gentle reminder that even the heaviest clouds eventually release their weight. Atlas's tale doesn't end with his punishment. In time, he became known as the keeper of the pillars that held heaven and earth apart. His figure became synonymous with endurance and strength in the face of overwhelming odds. Many sought him out for his wisdom, for who else could claim to have such an intimate understanding of the cosmos? One such seeker was the great hero Perseus. After slaying Medusa, Perseus encountered Atlas on his journey home. The Titan, wary of visitors and prophecies that foretold his downfall, refused to offer Perseus hospitality. In response, the clever hero used Medusa's head to turn Atlas to stone. It said that Atlas's form became the Atlas Mountains, his body becoming one with the earth he had so long protected from the sky. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the silhouette of a great mountain range against the night sky. Those peaks, standing resolute against time and weather, embody the spirit of Atlas. They remind us that strength comes in many forms. Sometimes it's the ability to shoulder great burdens, and other times it's the wisdom to become immovable in the face of challenges. Atlas's story speaks to the human experience of carrying responsibilities that sometimes feel too heavy to bear. Yet, like Atlas, we find ways to endure, to adapt, and sometimes to transform our burdens into something that supports others. As you rest, release any weight you might be carrying. Allow yourself to be supported, just as Atlas supports the heavens. The rain continues its soothing rhythm, a cosmic lullaby that connects us to the vast expanse Atlas holds aloft. With each drop, imagine a star twinkling in the night sky, a reminder of the beauty that exists even in the midst of great struggle. Let your mind wander through the constellations, free from worry, embraced by the endless canopy of night. As our tale of Atlas comes to a close, remember that even the greatest weights can be borne with patience and perseverance. May your dreams be as vast as the sky Atlas holds, and may you wake refreshed, ready to face your own challenges with the strength of a Titan. Sleep now, knowing that the world is held securely, and you are free to rest in perfect peace. In the tranquil depths of night, let us journey to ancient Troy, where the whispers of prophecy echo through time. Our tale centers on Cassandra, a princess blessed with foresight, yet cursed to never be believed. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, carrying you deeper into the realm of myth and dreams. Cassandra was born a daughter of King Priam and Queen Hecuba of Troy, her beauty rivaling that of the immortal goddesses. With golden hair that shimmered like sunlight on water and eyes that held the depth of the sea, she was a vision of mortal perfection. Yet it was not her beauty that would define her fate, but a gift bestowed upon her by the god Apollo. As a young woman, Cassandra caught the eye of Apollo, who was struck by her grace and intelligence. Enamored, the sun god offered her the gift of prophecy, hoping to win her affection. Cassandra, flattered by the divine attention, accepted the gift, but did not return Apollo's love. In his anger and hurt, Apollo added a cruel twist to his blessing. While Cassandra would indeed see the future with perfect clarity, no one would ever believe her predictions. Imagine, if you will, the weight of such knowledge pressing upon your mind. As you rest, feel the tension of Cassandra's burden slowly melting away from your own shoulders, replaced by the soothing rhythm of falling rain. Cassandra's life became a tapestry of frustration and sorrow. She foresaw the arrival of Helen in Troy and the decade-long war that would follow, but her warnings fell on deaf ears. Her family and fellow Trojans dismissed her as mad, her frantic pleas nothing more than the ravings of a disturbed mind. Even as she begged them not to bring the infamous wooden horse into the city, her words were lost in the celebration of what seemed to be the end of the war. As Troy fell and burned around her, Cassandra sought refuge in the temple of Athene. There, she was found by Ajax the Lesser, who dragged her away, defiling the sacred space. This act of sacrilege would later bring Athene's wrath upon the Greek fleet as they sailed home. In the chaos of the city's fall, Cassandra was claimed as a war prize by Agamemnon, the leader of the Greek forces. Let the ebb and flow of Cassandra's tale wash over you, like gentle waves upon a shore. Her story reminds us that sometimes the hardest truths are those we cannot share, a burden we must learn to carry with grace. Taken to Mycenae as Agamemnon's concubine, Cassandra foresaw their violent end at the hands of Clytemnestra, Agamemnon's vengeful wife. Yet, true to her curse, her warnings went unheeded. In a final tragic act, Cassandra accepted her fate with dignity, walking willingly to her death alongside Agamemnon. Cassandra's tale is one of tragic irony, a reminder that knowledge is not always power, and that the gift of foresight can be as much a curse as a blessing. Her story teaches us the importance of listening, of being open to truths that may be difficult to hear or believe. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the wisdom in Cassandra's struggle. In your own life, may you find the courage to speak your truth and the compassion to listen to others, even when their words challenge your beliefs. Let the soft sounds of rain carry away any lingering doubts or fears, leaving you in a peaceful state of acceptance and understanding. Now, as Cassandra's story fades into the mists of time, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. The burdens of knowledge and disbelief melt away, replaced by the gentle embrace of sleep. May your dreams be filled with the clarity of Cassandra's visions, but without the weight of her curse. Rest easy, knowing that in the realm of sleep, all truths are accepted and all prophecies find their place. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where light and darkness dance in eternal harmony, there exists a primordial deity so ancient and powerful that even the mightiest gods speak her name in hushed whispers. This is the tale of Nyx, the goddess of night, whose very essence embodies the mysteries of the darkest hours. Nyx was not born, for she has always been. She emerged from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, a being of shadow and starlight. Her presence is as inevitable as the setting of the sun, as comforting as the blanket of darkness that envelops the world each evening. As you listen, allow yourself to sink deeper into the soothing embrace of night, just as the world does when Nyx spreads her starry mantle across the sky. The earliest days of the cosmos, when the Titans still ruled and the Olympians were yet unborn, Nyx stood as a power unto herself. She was the mother of many children, each representing an aspect of the night. From her union with Erebus, the god of darkness, she bore Ether, the bright upper air, and Hemera, the day. But it was her other children who truly embodied the essence of night: Hypnos, the god of sleep; Thanatos, the god of death; the Morai, or fates; and Nemesis, divine retribution. Imagine, if you will, the realm of Nyx, a palace of obsidian and stardust, where shadows whisper secrets and dreams take flight. Here, in the heart of night, Nyx reigns supreme, her power so great that even Zeus, the king of gods, approached her realm with caution and respect. Let the image of this celestial palace fill your mind. Its cool, dark corridors are balm for your weary thoughts. One tale speaks of how Zeus, in his might, once sought to cast Hypnos into the sea for interfering in his affairs. Hypnos fled to his mother, Nyx, for protection. Zeus, seeing the goddess of night, stayed his hand, fearing to offend her. Such was the power and respect commanded by Nyx that even the ruler of Olympus dared not challenge her directly. As you rest, feel that same sense of protection enveloping you, knowing that in the realm of night, you too are safe from the cares of the waking world. Nyx's role in the cosmos is one of balance and necessity. Without her darkness, the light of day would lose its meaning. Without her mystery, knowledge would lose its allure. She represents not just the absence of light, but the presence of possibility, the canvas upon which dreams are painted and stars shine their brightest. Let this thought settle over you like a comforting blanket, reminding you that darkness is not to be feared, but embraced as a natural part of existence. In some tales, Nyx is depicted driving a chariot across the sky, spreading the darkness of night in her wake. Stars glitter in her dark hair, and her eyes hold the depth of the cosmos itself. As she passes overhead, sleep follows in her train, touching the eyelids of mortals and immortals alike with gentle fingers. Imagine this celestial journey happening above you now, Nyx's chariot silently gliding across the heavens, bringing with it the peace and tranquility of night. The children of Nyx each play their role in the nightly drama of existence. Hypnos, with his gentle touch, brings the gift of sleep to weary souls. Thanatos ensures the peaceful passage of those whose time has come. The Morai weave the threads of fate, their work shrouded in the secrecy of night. And Nemesis watches, ensuring that justice is served, even in the darkest hours. As you drift closer to sleep, know that these ancient forces continue their eternal work, maintaining the balance of the cosmos. Nyx's power is subtle but all-encompassing. In her realm, secrets are whispered, lovers meet in clandestine embrace, and the world is remade in dreams. She is the keeper of mysteries, the guardian of that which is hidden from the light of day. Her presence reminds us that there is wisdom in darkness, growth in rest, and rebirth in the cycle of day and night. Allow yourself to sink into this wisdom, to find comfort in the embrace of night's mysteries. As our tale of Nyx draws to a close, remember that she is always present, even when unseen. In the quiet moments before dawn, in the depths of a dreamless sleep, in the shadow of a passing cloud, Nyx's influence touches all. Embrace the night as a time of rest, reflection, and renewal. Let the cares of the day fade away, replaced by the soothing presence of darkness and the promise of a new dawn to come. And now, as you lie here, feel the gentle touch of Nyx upon your brow. Allow her soothing darkness to envelop you, carrying you deeper into the realm of sleep. The night is your ally, a time of peace and restoration. With each breath, sink further into its embrace, knowing that like all things, this too shall pass, giving way to the light of a new day. But for now, rest in the comforting arms of night, guarded by the ancient and powerful Nyx, goddess of the starry sky. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, before the birth of gods and mortals, there existed a primordial force so ancient and powerful that it defied comprehension. This force was Gaia, the Earth Mother, the very essence of our world. As you settle deeper into your restful state, allow the timeless tale of Gaia to envelop you, like the warm embrace of the earth itself. Gaia emerged from chaos, the formless void that preceded all existence. She was not born, for there was nothing before her to give birth. Instead, she simply came into being, a manifestation of the potential for life and form in the universe. Imagine, if you will, the first stirrings of consciousness in the endless dark, the first whisper of existence in the silent void. As Gaia took shape, she became the foundation of all that we know. Her body formed the mountains and valleys, her breath became the winds, and her tears filled the oceans. From her very being, she brought forth Uranus, the sky, to be her equal and her mate. Together, they would create the world as we know it. But Gaia was more than just the physical earth. She was the nurturing mother of all life, the wellspring from which all creatures would eventually emerge. Her wisdom was as deep as the roots of the oldest trees, her patience as enduring as the slow dance of continents. As you listen, feel the steady presence of Gaia beneath you, supporting you just as she supports all life. Gaia's first children with Uranus were the Titans, mighty beings of immense power. Among them were Oceanus, the great river encircling the world, and Rhea, who would become the mother of the Olympian gods. But Uranus feared the power of his children and forced them back into Gaia's womb, causing her great pain and sorrow. In her anguish, Gaia devised a plan. She created a great adamantine sickle and asked her children to rise against their father. Only her youngest son, Cronus, was brave enough to take up the sickle. When next Uranus came to lay with Gaia, Cronus struck, castrating his father and freeing his siblings from their earthen prison. As you breathe deeply, imagine the relief Gaia felt as her children were finally free. Let any tension you may be holding melt away, just as Gaia's pain subsided. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, supported by the earth beneath you. With Uranus retreating to the far reaches of the cosmos, Gaia's children were free to populate the world. The Titans ruled for a time, but Gaia knew that change was inevitable. When Cronus, like his father before him, began to fear his own children, Gaia once again intervened. She helped Zeus, her grandson, to overthrow Cronus and establish the reign of the Olympian gods. Throughout the ages, Gaia remained a constant presence, a source of strength and renewal. She was consulted by gods and mortals alike for her deep wisdom and prophetic powers. At Delphi, her oracle was renowned throughout the ancient world, speaking truths that shaped the course of history. Gaia's love was not reserved only for the mighty and the divine. She cared for all her children, from the mightiest oak to the tiniest blade of grass. In her embrace, all life found a home, all creatures found sustenance. As you rest, feel that same nurturing energy surrounding you, supporting you in your journey through the night. The story of Gaia reminds us of our deep connection to the earth and to all living things. It speaks to the cycles of creation and destruction, of nurturing and renewal that are fundamental to existence. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how you too are part of this great cycle, connected to the very essence of the world around you. Let the steady presence of Gaia lull you deeper into tranquility. Imagine roots growing from your body, connecting you to the earth below. Feel the ancient wisdom of Gaia flowing through these roots, filling you with peace and serenity. With each breath, you sink deeper into the embrace of the Earth Mother, safe and protected in her timeless arms. As our tale of Gaia comes to a close, allow yourself to be cradled by the earth, just as all life is cradled by Gaia. Let go of your thoughts and worries, surrendering to the deep, restful sleep that awaits you. Remember, in Gaia's embrace, all is well, all is peaceful, and all is as it should be. In the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos, before the reign of Zeus and the Olympians, there existed a being of immense power and significance, Uranus, the personification of the sky itself. As you lie here, allowing the gentle patter of rain to soothe your senses, let us journey back to the very dawn of creation, where the story of Uranus unfolds like a celestial tapestry above us. Uranus was born of Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth, emerging from her essence as the boundless canopy that would embrace our world. Imagine, if you will, the first moment when the sky separated from the earth, a cosmic awakening that set the stage for all of creation. Uranus stretched himself over Gaia, covering her completely with his starry mantle, their union giving birth to the first generation of gods known as the Titans. As you breathe deeply, feeling the weight of your body sinking into restful comfort, picture the majestic Uranus, his form vast and ethereal, dotted with the glimmering lights of distant stars. His presence was constant, eternal, a father figure to the fledgling universe. Yet like the sky itself, Uranus was distant and unknowable, his nature as changeable as the weather that would one day sweep across his domain. The relationship between Uranus and Gaia was complex, much like the ever-shifting balance between earth and sky. From their union sprang forth not only the Titans, but also the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, hundred-handed giants of immense strength. But Uranus, in his lofty position, grew to despise these children, particularly those he deemed monstrous and unworthy of the celestial realm. In an act that would echo through the annals of myth, Uranus made a fateful decision. He pushed the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires back into the womb of Gaia, imprisoning them in the depths of the earth. This cruel act caused Gaia great pain and sorrow, setting in motion a chain of events that would forever alter the cosmic order. As you listen, allow the tension in your body to release, much as the mounting pressure within Gaia sought release from Uranus's tyranny. Gaia, in her anguish, crafted a great adamantine sickle and beseeched her children to rise against their father. It was Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, who answered his mother's call, driven by ambition and the promise of power. In a moment that would change the course of mythological history, Cronus lay in wait for his father. When Uranus descended to lay with Gaia, Cronus struck, using the sickle to castrate Uranus in a single, decisive blow. The sky god's essence fell to the earth and sea, giving birth to new divine beings, including Aphrodite, born from the sea foam created by Uranus's fallen divinity. With this act, the reign of Uranus came to an end. The sky god retreated, his influence diminished but not forgotten. From that moment on, the sky and earth were forever separated, creating the world as we know it. Uranus's legacy lived on through his children and the cosmic order he had helped establish, even as new gods rose to take his place. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the story of Uranus as a reminder of the cyclical nature of power and change. Like the ever-present sky above us, some things remain constant, while others shift and evolve. In your own life, you may find comfort in the knowledge that even the most seemingly permanent aspects of our world can change, making way for new growth and possibilities. Let the gentle rain sounds washing over you remind you of the timeless presence of Uranus, the eternal sky that watches over us all. As you sink deeper into relaxation, imagine yourself floating among the stars that once adorned Uranus's celestial form, each twinkling light a silent guardian of your peaceful slumber. Now, as our tale of Uranus comes to a close, allow your mind to drift freely in the vast expanse of mythology and dreams. Like the primordial sky god, you too can find peace in the quiet moments of reflection, embracing the changes that come while remaining grounded in your own inner strength. Rest easy, knowing that the stories of old continue to watch over us, their wisdom as eternal as the stars themselves. In the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos, where light and darkness danced in eternal balance, there existed a being of incomparable radiance. Hyperion, the titan of heavenly light, stood tall among his brethren, his very presence illuminating the ancient world. Hyperion was one of the 12 Titan children of Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. His name, meaning the one above, spoke of his lofty position in the celestial hierarchy. With hair of spun gold and eyes that shone like twin suns, Hyperion embodied the very essence of light itself. In the age before the Olympian gods, Hyperion's role was crucial. He was tasked with driving the chariot of the sun across the sky each day, bringing warmth and life to the world below. His journey began in the east, where he would emerge from the depths of Oceanus, the great river encircling the world. As Hyperion's chariot ascended into the heavens, the world below would awaken. Flowers would unfurl their petals, reaching for his nourishing rays. Animals would stir from their slumber, ready to begin their daily routines. And humans, still new to the world, would marvel at the golden orb that brought them light and hope. But Hyperion's duties extended beyond merely illuminating the world. He was also the father of Helios, Selene, and Eos, the sun, the moon, and the dawn. Through his children, Hyperion ensured the continuation of the cosmic cycle, the eternal dance of day and night. Yet, like all great powers, Hyperion's reign was not destined to last forever. The rise of the Olympian gods, led by Zeus, brought about a new cosmic order. The Titanomachy, the great war between the Titans and the Olympians, shook the very foundations of the world. Hyperion, along with his fellow Titans, fought fiercely against the upstart gods. The battle raged for 10 long years, with the heavens and earth as their battlefield. Mountains were hurled as weapons, and the sky itself trembled with the force of their conflict. In the end, despite their immense power, the Titans were defeated. Zeus and his siblings emerged victorious, casting most of the Titans into the depths of Tartarus. Hyperion, once the bringer of light, found himself confined to the darkness of the underworld. Yet, even in defeat, Hyperion's legacy lived on. His son Helios took up the mantle of driving the sun chariot, ensuring that light would continue to bless the world. And in the hearts of mortals, the memory of Hyperion's radiance never truly faded. As you lie here, listening to the tale of Hyperion, imagine the warmth of his light gently caressing your skin. Feel the golden rays of the sun, not harsh or burning, but soothing and nurturing. Let this warmth spread through your body, melting away any tension or worry. Like Hyperion's journey across the sky, allow your mind to drift peacefully. Each breath you take is a step further into relaxation, carrying you towards the realm of dreams. The steady rhythm of your breathing mimics the constant, reassuring cycle of day and night. Remember that even in the darkest of times, light will always return. Just as Hyperion's legacy continued through his children, so too does hope persist in our world. As you drift closer to sleep, know that tomorrow brings new opportunities, new beginnings, illuminated by the eternal light that Hyperion first brought to the world. Let the story of Hyperion remind you of the enduring nature of light and hope. As your consciousness begins to fade, imagine yourself bathed in a soft, golden glow. This light is not just around you, but within you, a spark of the divine that connects us all to the cosmic dance of the universe. And now, as we transition to our next tale, carry with you the warmth and light of Hyperion. Let it guide you through the realms of sleep, a beacon of peace in the night. In the realm of ancient Greek mythology, there existed a goddess whose story is often overshadowed by her more famous children. Yet her tale is one of strength, sacrifice, and the enduring power of a mother's love. Tonight, we delve into the story of Rhea, the mother of gods. Rhea was a titan, born of Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth. She was known as the mother of gods and the queen of heaven. Her beauty was said to rival that of the dawn itself, with flowing hair as dark as the night sky and eyes that held the wisdom of countless ages. In the early days of creation, Rhea was wed to her brother, Cronus. Together, they ruled over the golden age of the Titans. However, their reign was not destined to last forever. A prophecy foretold that one of Cronus's children would overthrow him, just as he had overthrown his own father. Fearful of this prophecy, Cronus devised a terrible plan. Each time Rhea gave birth, he would swallow the child whole, trapping them within his own body. One by one, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon were consumed, their cries silenced before they could even draw their first breath. As you listen to this tale, let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your mind. Feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into your bed, just as Rhea's heart sank with each child lost to Cronus's fear. But Rhea's love for her children was as vast as the earth itself. When she was pregnant with her sixth child, Zeus, she could bear the loss no longer. With cunning and determination, she devised a plan to save her youngest son. When the time came for Zeus to be born, Rhea secretly traveled to Crete. There, in a hidden cave on Mount Ida, she gave birth to her son. To protect him, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it to Cronus, who, in his haste, swallowed it without a second glance. Imagine the mix of relief and sorrow Rhea must have felt as she watched her husband consume what he believed to be their child. Let that feeling of bittersweet triumph wash over you, allowing any tension in your body to melt away. Zeus was raised in secret by nymphs on the island of Crete. They fed him on milk and honey, and the cry of his voice was disguised by the clashing of shields and spears by the curates, attendants of Rhea. As Zeus grew, so did Rhea's hope for the future. When Zeus reached adulthood, Rhea's plan came to fruition. She helped her son return to Mount Olympus, where he confronted Cronus. With a clever trick, Zeus forced his father to regurgitate his siblings, freeing them from their prison. As you drift closer to sleep, picture the joyous reunion of Rhea with her children. Feel the warmth of their embrace, the relief of a mother's long vigil finally rewarded. Let that sense of peace and completion envelop you. The freed gods, led by Zeus, waged a great war against the Titans. Rhea, torn between her love for her children and her ties to the old order, chose to stand with her offspring. Her decision tipped the scales in favor of the younger gods, leading to their ultimate victory. With the Titans defeated, Zeus and his siblings established a new order on Mount Olympus. Rhea, having played her crucial role, stepped back from the forefront of divine affairs. She became a symbol of maternal love and protection, honored by gods and mortals alike. Rhea's story teaches us about the power of patience, the strength found in a mother's love, and the courage to stand up against injustice, even when it comes from those closest to us. As you rest, reflect on the sacrifices made by those who love you and the quiet strength that often goes unnoticed. Let the steady rhythm of the rain outside mirror the steady beat of your heart. Allow your breathing to slow, matching the calm, measured pace of Rhea's eternal watch over her divine children. With each breath, sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that like Rhea's children, you too are protected and loved. As we conclude Rhea's tale, remember that even in the darkest of times, hope can be nurtured and grow into something powerful. May your dreams be as vast as Rhea's love for her children, and may you wake refreshed, carrying with you the wisdom of the Mother of Gods. In the depths of time, before the world as we know it came to be, there existed a being of immense power and terrible hunger. This was Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, whose reign would shape the course of all that was to come. As you settle deeper into your comfortable resting place, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us journey back to the dawn of creation. Cronus was born to Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth, and Uranus, the god of the sky. From the moment of his birth, Cronus was destined for greatness and tragedy in equal measure. His mother, weary of Uranus's tyrannical rule, chose Cronus as her champion to overthrow his father and usher in a new age. With a sickle forged from the very essence of the earth, Cronus ambushed his father and castrated him, casting the severed parts into the sea. From the mingling of blood and foam, new life would spring forth, but that is a tale for another time. For now, let the rhythmic sound of the rain soothe you as we delve deeper into the story of Cronus. As the new ruler of the cosmos, Cronus initially brought about a golden age. The world knew peace and plenty, and for a time it seemed as though this harmony would last forever. But power, like the tides, can ebb and flow, and Cronus soon found himself consumed by fear and paranoia. A prophecy reached his ears, foretelling that he, like his father before him, would be overthrown by his own child. In his desperation to cling to power, Cronus made a terrible decision. Each time his wife Rhea gave birth, he would swallow the newborn whole, trapping them within his divine body. Imagine, if you will, the weight of such guilt and fear. As you lie here, safe and at peace, let the burdens of your own day dissolve away like mist in the morning sun. For even the mightiest of beings can be undone by their own actions. Rhea, heartbroken and enraged, devised a plan to save her youngest child. When Zeus was born, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it to Cronus, who swallowed it without a second thought. The real Zeus was spirited away to be raised in secret, growing stronger with each passing day. As Zeus came of age, he returned to challenge his father. With cunning and strength, he forced Cronus to regurgitate his siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. Together, they waged a great war against the Titans, a conflict that shook the very foundations of the world. In the end, Cronus and his Titan allies were defeated. Zeus and his siblings divided the realms between them, ushering in the age of the Olympian gods. Cronus, once the mighty ruler of all, was cast into the depths of Tartarus, a prisoner in the very world he once ruled. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the tale of Cronus. His story reminds us that even the mightiest can fall, and that our actions, born of fear or ambition, can shape not only our own destiny, but the fate of all those around us. It teaches us the importance of breaking cycles of violence and the power of new beginnings. Let the gentle rain outside your window wash away any lingering thoughts of the day. Like the world reborn after Cronus's fall, you too can emerge renewed with each new dawn. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that like the ever-turning wheel of time, this moment too shall pass, leading you to peaceful dreams and restful slumber. In the vast expanse of Greek mythology, there are beings so ancient and powerful that even the Olympian gods pay them reverence. One such entity is Oceanus, the divine personification of the great world-encircling river. As you settle deeper into your rest, let the gentle ebb and flow of this primordial tale wash over you, much like the eternal currents of Oceanus himself. Oceanus was born of Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth. He was the eldest of the Titan offspring, predating even Cronus and Rhea. Imagine, if you will, a being so immense that his waters surrounded the entire known world, his currents flowing in an endless circle. Unlike the tumultuous seas ruled by Poseidon, Oceanus was a constant, steady presence, his waters deep and mysterious, yet calm and life-giving. In the earliest days of creation, Oceanus married his sister Tethys, and together they became the parents of all the rivers of the world and the Oceanids, the nymphs of the sea. Picture a vast family, with thousands of children, each a stream or spring, each contributing to the cycle of water that nourishes the earth. This union of Oceanus and Tethys represents the eternal cycle of water, from the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, and back again through rivers to the sea. Unlike many of his Titan brethren, Oceanus chose to remain neutral during the great war between the Titans and the Olympians. His wisdom told him that some forces are too fundamental to take sides in the conflicts of younger gods. As you breathe deeply and feel the weight of your body sinking into restful comfort, consider the peaceful nature of Oceanus, unmoved by the turbulent battles that raged around him. Oceanus was often depicted as a great bearded man with the horns and lower body of a bull, symbolizing his immense strength and virility. His waters were said to be the source of all life, and at the far edges of his domain lay the Isles of the Blessed, where heroes and the righteous would spend eternity in peace. Let your mind drift to these blessed isles, where the air is always sweet and the light always golden. Though his active role in myths diminished as newer gods rose to prominence, Oceanus remained a constant presence, acknowledged and respected by all. He was the source of nourishment for the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree, in some Thales. In others, he was consulted by Hera, queen of the gods, for his ancient wisdom. His enduring nature reminds us that beneath the ever-changing surface of life, there are constants that hold our world together. As our tale of Oceanus draws to a close, allow yourself to feel the gentle, rhythmic motion of his eternal waters. Like the great Titan, you too can find a center of calm amidst the chaos of the world. Let each breath be like a wave, carrying you further into tranquility. The wisdom of Oceanus teaches us that true power lies not in conflict, but in constancy and nurturing life. May the steady currents of Oceanus guide you into peaceful slumber, where dreams as vast as his waters await. Rest easy, knowing that like the endless circle of his river, the night will gently flow into dawn, and a new day will come with the reliability of his timeless tides. In the depths of the primordial waters, where the oldest of gods dwell, there lived a Titan goddess whose very essence was the lifeblood of the world. Her name was Tethys, and her story is as ancient as the rivers that flow across the earth. Tethys was born of Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth. She was one of the Titan offspring, a generation of deities that preceded the Olympian gods. Imagine, if you will, a being so vast and so nurturing that her very existence sustained the world's waters. Tethys was the mother of rivers, springs, and oceanic deities. In the early days of creation, when the world was still forming, Tethys joined in union with her brother Oceanus. Together, they encircled the earth, their waters forming the boundaries of the known world. From their union came forth thousands of children, the river gods and the Oceanids, nymphs of springs and streams. As you listen to this tale, let the gentle sound of rain outside remind you of Tethys' nurturing presence. Allow your body to sink deeper into relaxation, as if you were floating on the surface of a calm, ancient sea. Tethys' role in the cosmic order was one of balance and nourishment. She was the wet nurse of the world, her milk the fresh water that sustained all life. The Greeks believed that the sun, moon, and stars would sink into her waters at the western edge of the world, only to rise refreshed in the east each day. Unlike many of her Titan siblings, Tethys did not take part in the great war against the Olympian gods. She and Oceanus remained neutral, continuing their eternal duty of nourishing the world. This wisdom and restraint earned her respect from both the old and new order of gods. As you breathe deeply, imagine the steady rhythm of Tethys' eternal waters. With each inhale, feel a sense of renewal washing over you. With each exhale, let go of any tension, allowing it to dissolve into the vast, comforting ocean of sleep. One of the most touching stories about Tethys involves her role as a peacemaker. When Hera, queen of the Olympian gods, quarreled with her husband Zeus, she sought refuge with Tethys and Oceanus. The ancient couple cared for the young goddess and eventually helped reconcile the divine couple, showcasing Tethys' nurturing and diplomatic nature. Tethys' legacy lives on in the water that surrounds us. Every river that flows to the sea, every spring that bubbles up from the earth, every raindrop that falls from the sky, all are reminders of her eternal presence. Her story teaches us about the importance of nourishment, balance, and the quiet strength that comes from sustaining others. As we near the end of Tethys' tale, allow yourself to become aware of the moisture in the air around you. Feel the life-giving quality of water, so essential yet often overlooked. Like Tethys, you too have the capacity to nurture and sustain, to bring life and growth to those around you. Let the gentle patter of rain lull you closer to sleep. Imagine Tethys' soothing waters washing away your cares, carrying you gently towards peaceful dreams. As you drift off, know that you are cradled in the embrace of an ancient, nurturing goddess, ever present in the world around us. And so, as the story of Tethys fades into the mists of time, allow yourself to sink deeper into restful slumber, carried on the eternal currents of mythic waters. In the vast tapestry of Greek mythology, few tales capture the essence of ambition and its consequences quite like the story of Phaethon. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the gentle patter of rain to carry you back to a time when gods and mortals intertwined, and the sun's journey across the sky was guided by divine hands. Phaethon was born of an unusual union, his mother, Clymene, a beautiful nymph, and his father, none other than Helios, the god of the sun. From an early age, Phaethon's life was touched by both mortal fragility and divine radiance. As a young man, he grew restless, yearning to prove himself worthy of his celestial heritage. One day, driven by curiosity and a desire for recognition, Phaethon journeyed to the palace of the sun, a magnificent structure of gold and precious gems that glittered with an otherworldly light. There, he confronted Helios, demanding proof of his parentage. Helios, moved by his son's determination, swore by the river Styx to grant Phaethon any wish he desired. Little did Helios know that his promise would lead to a day of reckoning. Phaethon, his eyes gleaming with excitement, made a request that would shake the very foundations of the cosmos. He asked to drive his father's son's chariot across the sky for a single day. Helios, bound by his oath, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He knew the task required not just skill, but the strength and wisdom of a god. As you listen, feel the warmth of the sun on your skin. Imagine the weight of responsibility settling on young Phaethon's shoulders. Let the tension in your body slowly melt away, just as Helios' resistance melted in the face of his son's determination. Despite Helios' warnings and pleas, Phaethon insisted on his chosen path. As dawn broke, the young demigod took the reins of the magnificent chariot, its horses stamping impatiently, sensing the inexperienced hands that now guided them. With a crack of the whip, they surged forward into the sky, and Phaethon's fateful journey began. At first, exhilaration filled Phaethon's heart as he soared through the heavens, but soon the horses sensed his uncertainty and began to veer off course. The chariot climbed too high, and the earth below grew cold. Then, plummeting too low, rivers began to boil and forests burst into flame. The world teetered on the brink of destruction, all because of one youth's misguided ambition. As you breathe deeply, in and out, imagine the chaos below contrasting with the serenity you feel now. Let the story remind you that even in moments of turmoil, there is always a path back to balance and peace. Zeus, the king of the gods, watching the havoc unfold from Mount Olympus, was forced to intervene. With a heavy heart, he hurled a thunderbolt at the chariot. Phaethon, struck by the divine lightning, fell from the sky like a shooting star, his brief moment of glory ending in tragedy as he plunged into the river Eridanus. The world mourned for Phaethon. His sisters, the Heliades, wept so long and hard that they were transformed into poplar trees, their tears becoming amber. Sickness, Phaethon's dear friend in his grief, was changed into a swan, forever searching the waters for any trace of the fallen youth. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the lessons woven into Phaethon's story. It speaks to the delicate balance between ambition and humility, the weight of responsibility, and the unforeseen consequences of our desires. Yet, it also reminds us of the enduring power of love and the transformative nature of grief. Allow the gentle rain sounds to wash over you, cleansing away the day's worries, just as the rains quenched the fires of Phaethon's ill-fated journey. As you drift closer to sleep, remember that even in failure, there is beauty and growth. The poplar trees and the swan are testaments to the lasting impact we can have on those around us. Close your eyes now, and let the rhythm of the rain guide you towards peaceful slumber. Like Phaethon, you too have embarked on a journey, not across the sky, but into the realm of dreams. Trust that your path is true, and that the night will carry you safely until dawn. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined, there lived a maiden whose beauty caught the eye of the mighty Zeus himself. Her name was Io, and her tale is one of love, jealousy, and transformation that echoes through the ages. As you settle in, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let the story of Io carry you to the land of dreams. Io was a priestess of Hera, Zeus's wife, in the city of Argos. Her beauty was renowned throughout the land, her grace and poise catching the attention of all who beheld her. But it was Zeus, the king of the gods, who found himself utterly captivated by her charms. As you listen, imagine the cool marble of the temple where Io served, the scent of incense wafting through the air, and the soft rustle of her robes as she moved. Zeus, unable to resist his desires, began to visit Io in secret. He would descend from Mount Olympus, cloaked in clouds to avoid detection. In these stolen moments, Zeus and Io fell deeply in love, but their happiness was short-lived, for Hera, ever watchful and jealous, began to suspect her husband's infidelity. As you breathe deeply, feel the tension in your body melting away, just as the mists of Mount Olympus dissolve to reveal the truth. One day, as Zeus visited Io, he sensed Hera's approach. In a desperate attempt to hide his lover, Zeus transformed Io into a beautiful white heifer. But Hera was not so easily fooled. She saw through the deception and demanded that Zeus give her the cow as a gift. Trapped by his own trickery, Zeus had no choice but to comply. Picture the lush, green fields where Io now grazed. Her bovine form a stark contrast to her true nature. Let the peacefulness of this pastoral scene seep into your consciousness, relaxing you further. Hera, still suspicious, placed Io under the watchful eye of Argus, a giant with 100 eyes. Poor Io, now a cow, was constantly observed, unable to escape or communicate her plight. Zeus, pained by her suffering, sent Hermes to rescue her. Hermes, the clever messenger god, lulled Argus to sleep with soothing music and stories, much as this tale now lulls you towards peaceful slumber. When all of Argus's eyes had finally closed, Hermes struck, ending the giant's vigil and freeing Io from her immediate captor. But Io's trials were not yet over. Hera, enraged by the death of Argus, sent a gadfly to torment the poor heifer. Strung relentlessly, Io was driven to wander the earth, unable to find peace or rest. She traveled across vast lands, crossing seas and rivers, her hooves carrying her further and further from home. As you lie here, feel gratitude for your own place of rest, free from the torments that pursued Io. Io's journey took her to the ends of the known world. She crossed the strait that would later bear her name, the Bosphorus, which means Ford of the Cow. She traveled through the land that would become Egypt, her suffering a stark contrast to the serene beauty of the Nile. Throughout her wanderings, Io never lost hope that one day she would regain her human form and find peace. Finally, on the banks of the Nile, Zeus was able to approach Io once more. He pleaded with Hera to end her punishment, swearing that he would never again look upon Io with desire. Hera, moved by the extent of Io's suffering and Zeus's sincerity, relented. With a gentle touch, she transformed Io back into her human form. Imagine the joy and relief Io must have felt as she stood on two legs once more, her ordeal finally at an end. Let this sense of relief wash over you, releasing any lingering tension in your body. In Egypt, Io was worshipped as the goddess Isis, revered for her strength and perseverance in the face of great hardship. She bore Zeus a son, Epaphus, who would go on to rule Egypt. Io's descendants would include many great heroes and heroines of Greek mythology, her legacy extending far beyond her own remarkable tale. As our story of Io comes to a close, reflect on the resilience of the human spirit that she embodied. Even in her darkest moments, transformed and tormented, Io never gave up hope. In your own life, remember that no matter what challenges you face, you too have the strength to endure and overcome. Let Io's tale be a lullaby of perseverance, soothing you as you drift towards sleep. Now, as the rain continues its gentle rhythm outside, allow your mind to wander freely through the mythical landscapes we've explored. Feel the soft grass beneath you, hear the distant lowing of cattle, and let the peacefulness of the Nile's banks envelop you. Your body is heavy, sinking deeper into relaxation with each breath. The trials of Io are behind us, and ahead lies only the sweet embrace of sleep. Rest now, knowing that like Io, you too will emerge from the night renewed and transformed. In the realm of ancient Greek mythology, there are tales of love and transformation that transcend the boundaries between mortals and gods. As you settle deeper into your restful state, allow yourself to be carried away by the gentle waves of this story, the tale of Europa and Zeus. Europa was a Phoenician princess, daughter of King Aegina and Queen Telephassa. Her beauty was renowned throughout the land, with hair as golden as the setting sun and eyes that sparkled like the stars above the Mediterranean. Little did she know that her grace and allure had caught the attention of the king of the gods himself, Zeus. One peaceful morning, as Europa and her handmaidens gathered flowers in a meadow near the sea, a most unusual sight appeared before them. A magnificent white bull, its coat gleaming like polished marble, emerged from the nearby woods. Its eyes were gentle, almost human-like in their intelligence, and its horns curved gracefully like the crescent moon. Intrigued by the gentle creature, Europa approached without fear. The bull knelt before her, as if inviting her to climb upon its back. Captivated by its beauty and docility, Europa accepted the silent invitation, draping herself across its broad shoulders. No sooner had she settled herself than the bull rose and began to move, slowly at first, then with increasing speed towards the shore. As you listen, imagine the cool sea breeze caressing your skin, the gentle lapping of waves against the shore lulling you deeper into relaxation. Feel the tension in your body melting away, just as Europa's initial alarm faded into a sense of wonder and excitement. The bull, who was none other than Zeus in disguise, plunged into the sea with Europa clinging to his back. They swam across the vast expanse of the Mediterranean, the water parting effortlessly before them. Europa's fear turned to exhilaration as they glided over the waves, sea nymphs rising from the depths to accompany their journey. As they traveled, Zeus revealed his true identity to Europa. He spoke of his love for her, his voice as soothing as the rhythm of the ocean beneath them. Europa, though initially startled, found herself drawn to the god's warmth and power. The journey became a courtship, the sea their witness, and the stars above their gidding light. At last they reached the shores of Crete, an island as beautiful and mysterious as their journey had been. Here, Zeus resumed his godly form, and Europa became his consort. Their union was blessed, and Europa bore Zeus 3 sons, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Sarpedon, who would go on to become great kings and judges. In honor of Europa, Zeus created the constellation Taurus, forever immortalizing the form he took to win her heart. The continent of Europe, too, was named after this Phoenician princess, carried across the sea by a god in the guise of a bull. As our tale draws to a close, let the gentle waves of sleep begin to wash over you. Like Europa, allow yourself to be carried to a place of peace and wonder. The soft lapping of the Mediterranean against Crete's shores becomes the rhythm of your own steady, relaxed breathing. Remember that even in the midst of life's unexpected journeys, there can be beauty, growth, and transformation. As you drift towards slumber, envision yourself cradled in the safety of Zeus's divine embrace, floating effortlessly across a tranquil sea of dreams. Let go of any remaining tension, surrendering to the peaceful depths of sleep, just as Europa surrendered to her destiny. May your dreams be as wondrous as a journey across the mythical seas, guided by the stars and cradled by the gentle waves of night. In the realm of Greek mythology, where gods and mortals intertwine, there exists a tale of beauty so profound it caught the eye of Zeus himself. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us journey to the story of Ganymede, the most beautiful of all mortals. Ganymede was born a prince of Troy, his beauty unmatched by any other mortal. His golden hair shimmered like the rays of the sun, his eyes as deep and blue as the Aegean Sea. As a young shepherd, he tended his flocks on the slopes of Mount Ida, unaware that his extraordinary beauty had captured the attention of the king of the gods. One day, as Ganymede watched over his sheep, the air around him began to shimmer and swirl. The clouds parted, and from the heavens descended Zeus, transformed into a magnificent eagle. With talons gentle yet firm, Zeus swooped down and lifted Ganymede from the earth, carrying him high into the sky towards Mount Olympus. As you listen, imagine the sensation of soaring through the air, feeling the cool breeze against your skin. Let the tension in your body release with each breath, just as Ganymede released his earthly ties as he ascended to the realm of the gods. Upon reaching Olympus, Zeus revealed his true form to Ganymede. The young prince was in awe of the gods' majesty and power. Zeus, moved by Ganymede's beauty and grace, offered him a position of great honor to be the cupbearer to the gods, serving them the divine nectar and ambrosia that sustained their immortality. Ganymede accepted this role, and his presence on Olympus brought a new level of beauty and youth to the divine realm. The gods marveled at his grace and poise as he moved among them, his gentle nature soothing even the most turbulent of divine tempers. However, Ganymede's ascension to Olympus was not without consequence. His father, King Tros of Troy, was devastated by the loss of his son. Zeus, in a rare moment of compassion for mortal suffering, sent Hermes to earth with gifts to console the grieving king. Among these gifts were 2 immortal horses, so swift they could run on water. As you continue to relax, let the weight of your own responsibilities drift away, much like the earthly concerns that Ganymede left behind. Feel a sense of lightness spreading through your body, from your toes to the crown of your head. Ganymede's story speaks to the unpredictable nature of fate and the power of beauty to transcend mortal boundaries. His elevation to Olympus represents the human desire for immortality and the recognition of extraordinary gifts. Yet it also reminds us of the sometimes painful separation between the divine and mortal realms. In time, Zeus honored Ganymede further by placing him among the stars as the constellation Aquarius, the water-bearer. Even now, as you lie here, the constellation wheels overhead in the night sky, an eternal reminder of the young shepherd whose beauty captivated a god. As our tale of Ganymede draws to a close, allow yourself to drift deeper into relaxation. Imagine the starry expanse of the night sky, with Aquarius shimmering above. Let the gentle sound of rain mingle with the imagined tinkling of Ganymede's golden cup as he serves the gods their nectar. In your own life, may you find the grace to accept the unexpected turns of fate and the courage to embrace new roles and responsibilities, just as Ganymede did. As you journey towards sleep, know that, like Ganymede, you too possess a unique beauty and worth that is recognized by the universe. Allow the peace of this ancient tale to settle over you like a soft, warm blanket. The rain continues its gentle rhythm, washing away the last vestiges of wakefulness. As Ganymede found his place among the stars, so too may you find your place in the realm of peaceful dreams. In the gentle embrace of night, let us turn our thoughts to the embodiment of grace and beauty in Greek mythology. As you settle deeper into comfort, allow the story of the Graces to wash over you, their elegance soothing your mind and body. The Graces, known as the Charites in Greek, were three goddesses who personified charm, beauty, and human creativity. Their names were Aglaia, meaning splendor, Euphrosyne, mirth, and Thalia, good cheer. These divine sisters were the daughters of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Eurynome, an Oceanid nymph. Imagine, if you will, a lush garden atop Mount Olympus, where the air is perfumed with the scent of eternal blossoms. Here, the Graces danced in perfect harmony, their movements as fluid as a gentle stream. Their beauty was said to be so captivating that even the other gods would pause in wonder at their presence. Aglaia, the youngest of the three, shone with a radiance that could illuminate the darkest corners of the world. Her very presence brought light and splendor to all she encountered. Euphrosyne carried with her the gift of joy and mirth, her laughter like the tinkling of silver bells in a spring breeze. Thalia, with her good cheer, could banish sorrow with a single glance, bringing warmth to the coldest of hearts. The Graces were not merely ornamental deities, but played crucial roles in both divine and mortal affairs. They were often found in the retinue of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, enhancing her power and influence. Their presence at banquets and gatherings ensured that joy and harmony prevailed, turning even the simplest meal into a feast for the senses. As you listen, feel the tension in your body begin to melt away, much like how the Graces' presence could dissolve discord and strife. Let each breath draw you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. In mortal realms, the Graces were revered as patronesses of play, amusement, banqueting, dancing, and all pleasurable social intercourse. Artists and poets would invoke their names for inspiration, seeking to capture even a fraction of their divine beauty in their works. The Graces represented all that was noble and refined in human interaction and creative expression. One tale speaks of how the Graces once visited a struggling artist in his dreams. As he slept, they danced around his bed, their movements leaving trails of golden light in the air. When he awoke, he found his mind filled with visions of unparalleled beauty, which he then poured onto his canvas, creating masterpieces that will be admired for generations. Allow your own mind to drift, imagining the Graces dancing through your thoughts, bringing peace and beauty to your inner world. Feel the gentle rhythm of their movements guiding you towards tranquil sleep. The Graces were often depicted in art as three young women, dancing in a circle or embracing one another. They were usually shown naked or in diaphanous robes, symbolizing their purity and the unadorned nature of true grace. In some representations, they held or surrounded objects emblematic of their individual gifts: a rose for Aglaia, a myrtle branch for Euphrosyne, and a dice for Thalia. Their influence extended beyond the realms of art and social pleasure. The Graces were also associated with the underworld and the Eleusinian mysteries, secret religious rites of ancient Greece. In this context, they were seen as embodying the renewal of life and the promise of beauty even in the face of darkness. As your body sinks deeper into restfulness, consider how the qualities of the Graces might manifest in your own life. The splendor of Aglaia in moments of natural beauty, the mirth of Euphrosyne in shared laughter with friends, and the good cheer of Thalia in times of celebration. The ancient Greeks believed that cultivating grace in one's life was a path to happiness and fulfillment. They saw in the Graces a reflection of the best aspects of human nature: kindness, joy, and the ability to find and create beauty in the world around us. Let the wisdom of this ancient belief settle over you like a soft blanket. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the Graces bestowing their gifts upon you: the splendor of peaceful dreams, the mirth of a restful heart, and the good cheer of a mind at ease. In the quiet of night, with the gentle sound of rain as your lullaby, allow the story of the Graces to fade into the background of your consciousness. Their eternal dance continues, a symbol of the enduring beauty and harmony in the world, even as you journey deeper into the realm of sleep. May your dreams be touched by the grace of Aglaia, Euphrosyne, and Thalia, bringing you renewal and joy as you rest. Sleep now, embraced by the timeless charm of the Graces, and awaken refreshed, ready to bring a touch of their divine beauty into your waking world. As we continue our journey through the realm of Greek mythology, let us turn our gaze to the east, where the first light of dawn begins to paint the sky. Here, we encounter the story of Eos, the goddess of dawn, whose radiant presence heralds each new day. Eos, known to the Romans as Aurora, was born of the Titans Hyperion and Thea. She was sister to Helios, the sun, and Selene, the moon, forming a celestial family that governed the passage of time. Imagine, if you will, the soft pink and gold hues that grace the horizon as night gives way to day. This is the essence of Eos, her very being a bridge between darkness and light. Each morning, without fail, Eos would rise from her golden throne in the east. Her slender fingers would part the curtains of night, allowing the first rays of her brother Helios to spill across the land. As she moved across the sky, she would sprinkle dew from a golden pitcher, refreshing the earth and preparing it for the day to come. But Eos's story is not merely one of daily routine. Like many immortals, she found herself entangled in the complex web of love and desire. Perhaps her most famous tale revolves around her love for the mortal prince Tithonus. Eos was so enamored with the handsome youth that she beseeched Zeus to grant him immortality. Zeus, ever the trickster, granted her wish, but with a cruel twist. He bestowed immortality upon Tithonus, but did not grant him eternal youth. As the years passed, Tithonus grew older and older, his body withering while his spirit remained trapped within. Eos, in her grief and regret, eventually transformed him into a cicada, whose song can still be heard echoing through the warm summer days. This tale serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of choosing our wishes carefully, for even the gods can fall prey to unforeseen consequences. As you rest, consider the beauty of impermanence, the preciousness of each fleeting moment that Eos ushers in with every dawn. Eos was also known for her many love affairs, which often incurred the wrath of Aphrodite. The goddess of love, jealous of Eos's beauty and passionate nature, cursed her with an insatiable desire for young mortal men. This curse led Eos to take many lovers, including Orion, Cephalus, and Cleitus, each story a testament to the power and pain of love. Despite the tumultuous nature of her heart, Eos never faltered in her divine duty. Every morning, without fail, she would rise to bring the dawn, her rosy fingers painting the sky in breathtaking hues. In this, we can find a lesson of perseverance and dedication. No matter what personal struggles we may face, there is beauty in continuing to fulfill our responsibilities, in rising each day to face the world anew. As you lie here, allowing the gentle rhythm of sleep to wash over you, imagine the soft, warm light of dawn slowly spreading across your body. Feel the refreshing touch of morning dew on your skin, the promise of a new beginning that comes with each sunrise. Let the story of Eos remind you that no matter how dark the night may seem, dawn will always come, bringing with it the hope and potential of a new day. In Greek art, Eos was often depicted as a beautiful young woman with wings, dressed in flowing robes of saffron. She would be shown riding a chariot drawn by two horses, Lampus and Phaethon, whose names mean shining and radiant. As you drift deeper into relaxation, picture this radiant goddess soaring across the pre-dawn sky, her presence slowly illuminating the world below. The Greeks saw Eos not just as a bringer of light, but as a symbol of renewal and hope. Each dawn was a small miracle, a daily rebirth of the world. In your own life, you too can embrace this spirit of renewal. With each new day, you have the opportunity to start afresh, to leave behind the troubles of yesterday and embrace the possibilities that lie ahead. As our tale of Eos draws to a close, allow yourself to sink deeper into restful sleep. Let the gentle light of dawn in your mind's eye slowly fade, giving way to the peaceful darkness of slumber. Remember, just as Eos faithfully brings the dawn each day, so too will sleep bring you renewal and rejuvenation. May your dreams be as beautiful as the colors of dawn, and may you wake refreshed, ready to embrace the gift of a new day that Eos bestows upon the world. Rest now, knowing that the cycle of night and day continues, an eternal dance of darkness and light, rest and renewal. In the depths of your imagination, picture a hero of legend standing at the edge of the underworld. This is Heracles, son of Zeus, known for his incredible strength and courage. Tonight, we delve into one of his most daunting tasks, facing Cerberus, the monstrous guardian of the underworld. Heracles' journey began not with glory, but with tragedy. Driven mad by the goddess Hera, he committed a terrible act that haunted his very soul. To atone for his sins, he was tasked with 12 seemingly impossible labors. The final and most perilous of these was to capture Cerberus, the three-headed hound that guarded the gates of Hades. As Heracles descended into the underworld, the air grew thick and heavy. Shadows danced on cavern walls, and the distant echoes of lost souls filled the eerie silence. With each step, the hero's determination grew stronger, matching the increasing darkness around him. Cerberus loomed before him, a terrifying sight to behold. Each of its 3 heads bore razor-sharp fangs, and its eyes glowed with an otherworldly fire. The beast's tail was not that of a dog, but a venomous serpent, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yet Heracles stood firm, his courage unwavering in the face of this nightmarish guardian. As you listen, allow the tension in your body to release. Just as Heracles faced his greatest fear, you too can let go of any worries that may be weighing on your mind. Breathe deeply, feeling a sense of calm wash over you with each exhale. Heracles approached Cerberus, his muscles tensed for action. The hound growled, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the underworld. But our hero was prepared. With swift movements, he grappled with the beast, using all his legendary strength to subdue it. The struggle was fierce, but Heracles' determination proved stronger than Cerberus' ferocity. Slowly, steadily, he gained the upper hand. As you imagine this epic battle, feel your own inner strength growing, knowing that you too can overcome any challenge that life presents. Finally, with a mighty effort, Heracles managed to restrain the great beast. He had succeeded where no mortal had before, capturing the fearsome guardian of the underworld. This incredible feat not only completed his 12 labors, but also demonstrated the power of perseverance and courage in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. As Heracles led Cerberus from the underworld, he emerged not just victorious, but transformed. He had faced the darkest depths and returned, stronger and wiser for the experience. In your own life, remember that facing your fears like Heracles can lead to personal growth and inner peace. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, imagine the weight of Heracles' triumph settling over you like a comforting blanket. Let the hero's courage inspire you to face your own challenges with renewed strength. The gates of peaceful slumber stand open before you, guarded not by fearsome beasts, but by the calming embrace of rest. Allow your mind to wander through the realms of myth and legend, knowing that like Heracles, you possess the strength to overcome any obstacle. As you breathe deeply, feel the last vestiges of tension leaving your body, replaced by a profound sense of relaxation and peace. And so, with the tale of Heracles and Cerberus fresh in your mind, allow yourself to drift gently into the realm of dreams. Here, in the safety of your own thoughts, you are the hero of your story, capable of achieving greatness beyond measure. Sleep now, and awaken renewed, like Heracles emerging from the underworld, ready to face whatever adventures tomorrow may bring. In the labyrinth of Greek mythology, there lies a tale of love, betrayal, and transformation. Tonight, we unravel the story of Ariadne, princess of Crete, whose thread would guide a hero and change her destiny forever. As you listen, let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your mind, and allow the intricate pathways of this myth to lead you deeper into relaxation. Ariadne was born a princess, daughter of King Minos and Queen Pasiphae of Crete. Her early life was one of luxury and privilege, surrounded by the splendor of the great palace of Knossos. Yet beneath the golden halls and sun-drenched courtyards, a dark secret lurked, the labyrinth, and within it, the fearsome Minotaur, her monstrous half-brother. As you breathe deeply, imagine the warm Cretan breeze carrying the scent of olive groves and the distant sea. Ariadne grew into a young woman of great beauty and intelligence, her mind as sharp as the cliffs that surrounded her island home. But her heart was troubled by the cruel fate of the Athenian youths sent as tribute to feed the Minotaur. The turning point in Ariadne's story came with the arrival of Theseus, the Athenian prince who volunteered to slay the Minotaur. As your body sinks deeper into comfort, picture Ariadne's first glimpse of the hero, his determined gaze, his strong stance, and the glimmer of hope he brought to her world. Moved by love and compassion, Ariadne made a fateful decision. She would help Theseus defeat the Minotaur and escape the labyrinth. With clever hands, she provided him with a ball of thread, a simple tool that would prove to be the key to his survival. As you relax further, envision the delicate thread glinting in the torchlight, a lifeline in the darkness. While Theseus ventured into the heart of the maze, Ariadne waited, her heart pounding with fear and anticipation. The thread, like the tendrils of sleep now gently embracing you, stretched through the twisting corridors. When Theseus emerged victorious, Ariadne's joy knew no bounds. She fled with him, leaving behind her home and family, sailing towards what she believed would be a new life of love and freedom. But fate, like the sea, can be capricious. On the island of Naxos, Theseus abandoned Ariadne as she slept. Let the rhythm of the rain outside mirror the gentle waves lapping at the shore of Naxos, where Ariadne awoke to find herself alone. In her despair, she wandered the beach, her cries echoing across the empty sands. Yet even in her darkest moment, destiny had not finished with Ariadne. The god Dionysus, drawn by her beauty and moved by her plight, found her on the shores of Naxos. In him, Ariadne found not just consolation, but true love. Dionysus, god of wine and ecstasy, saw in her a kindred spirit, one who understood both joy and sorrow. As your mind drifts peacefully, imagine the transformation of Ariadne. No longer a mortal princess, but the immortal wife of a god. Dionysus placed her crown among the stars, creating the constellation Corona Borealis, an eternal reminder of her story shining in the night sky. Ariadne's tale teaches us that sometimes our greatest trials lead us to our true destiny. Her thread, which saved Theseus, also led her to a divine love she could never have imagined. As you float on the edge of sleep, remember that even in our darkest labyrinths, there is always a thread of hope guiding us towards the light. Let Ariadne's story weave through your dreams tonight. May you find the courage to face your own labyrinths, the wisdom to help others, and the openness to embrace unexpected joys. As the rain continues its gentle symphony, allow yourself to be carried away on the tides of sleep, guided by the starry crown of Ariadne. In the vast expanse of the Mediterranean Sea, on a distant and enchanted island, there lived a nymph of extraordinary beauty and power. Her name was Calypso, daughter of the Titan Atlas, and her story is one of love, longing, and the bittersweet nature of immortality. Calypso's home was Ogygia, an island paradise hidden from the eyes of mortals and gods alike. Picture, if you will, pristine beaches of soft, white sand, crystal-clear waters teeming with colorful fish, and lush forests filled with the sweet songs of exotic birds. This was Calypso's domain, a place of timeless beauty where the worries of the world seem to fade away like mist in the morning sun. As you listen, allow the gentle rhythm of the waves lapping at Ogyg's shores to wash over you, soothing your mind and easing any tension in your body. Let yourself drift with Calypso's tale, as peaceful as a leaf floating on a calm sea. Calypso's life was one of solitude, for she was bound to her island, unable to leave its shores. Yet she was content in her paradise, tending to her gardens, weaving on her loom, and singing with a voice so beautiful it could charm the very stars from the sky. But fate had other plans for our fair nymph, and her peaceful existence was about to be disrupted by the arrival of a most unexpected guest. It was in the aftermath of the Trojan War that the great hero Odysseus, king of Ithaca, found himself shipwrecked on Ogyg's shores. Battered by storms and nearly drowned, Odysseus was rescued by Calypso, who nursed him back to health with tender care. As you imagine this scene, feel the warmth of Calypso's compassion enveloping you like a soft blanket, bringing comfort and peace. Calypso fell deeply in love with Odysseus, captivated by his strength, his wisdom, and his tales of adventure. She offered him immortality and eternal youth if he would stay with her forever. For 7 long years, Odysseus remained on Ogygia, living in comfort and luxury, yet his heart yearned for his home, his kingdom, and his beloved wife Penelope. As you listen, dear dreamer, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the soft grass beneath you, hear the distant call of seabirds, and let the gentle island breeze carry away any lingering thoughts or worries. Though Calypso loved Odysseus with all her heart, she could see the sadness in his eyes, the longing for his mortal life. It was a pain she knew well, for immortality can be as much a curse as a blessing. Time has no meaning for the undying, and the weight of endless years can be a heavy burden to bear. The gods on Olympus, moved by Odysseus's plight, sent Hermes to Ogygia with a command from Zeus himself. Calypso must release Odysseus and allow him to continue his journey home. With a heavy heart, Calypso accepted the will of the gods, for even she, powerful as she was, could not defy the king of Olympus. Imagine now the bittersweet farewell between Calypso and Odysseus. Picture the nymph standing on the shore, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she watched the hero sail away on a raft she herself had helped him build. It was a moment of profound sorrow, yet also one of great nobility, for Calypso chose to let go of her love rather than keep him against his will. As Odysseus's raft disappeared over the horizon, Calypso returned to her solitude, her island once again quiet save for the whisper of the wind and the song of the waves. Yet she was changed by her encounter with the mortal hero, having experienced the depth of mortal love and the pain of mortal loss. In your own life, dear listener, you may have faced moments of letting go, of watching something or someone you love sail away. Know that, like Calypso, you possess the strength to endure, to find peace in solitude, and to cherish the memories of love even as you move forward. Calypso's tale reminds us that love, even when it cannot last, has the power to transform us. It teaches us about the beauty of selflessness and the courage it takes to set free that which we hold most dear. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the wisdom of Calypso, that in letting go, we often find our greatest strength. Let the peacefulness of Ogygia envelop you now. Feel the soft sand beneath your body, hear the gentle lapping of waves, and allow the tranquility of Calypso's island to guide you into a deep, restful sleep. May your dreams be as sweet and endless as the days on that enchanted shore, where time stands still and the beauty of the world is ever present. As you slip into slumber, remember that like Odysseus, you too are on a journey. And while there may be challenges ahead, there is also great beauty, love, and wisdom to be found along the way. Rest now, safe in the knowledge that the gods watch over you, just as they did the hero of our tale. In the depths of the ancient Mediterranean, where the azure waves whisper secrets of old, there dwelled creatures of both beauty and terror, the sirens. These enchanting beings, with the upper bodies of women and the lower bodies of birds, were known for their hauntingly beautiful voices that could lure even the most stalwart sailors to their doom. The origins of the sirens are shrouded in mystery, much like the mists that often cloak their rocky island home. Some say they were the daughters of the river god Aeolus and one of the muses, blessed with divine musical talent. Others claim they were once handmaidens of Persephone, transformed into these hybrid creatures when they failed to prevent her abduction by Hades. Regardless of their beginnings, the sirens became infamous throughout the ancient world. Their sweet melodies carried across the waves, promising knowledge, fulfillment, and the deepest desires of any who heard them. But this promise was as hollow as an empty shell, for those who succumbed to the sirens' song found only death on the jagged rocks surrounding their island. The most famous encounter with the sirens comes from Homer's Odyssey. The clever hero Odysseus, warned of the danger by the sorceress Circe, devised a plan to hear the sirens' song and survive. He ordered his crew to plug their ears with beeswax and tie him securely to the ship's mast. As they approached the Sirens' Island, Odysseus heard their bewitching voices, promising him knowledge of all things that come to pass on the fruitful earth. The hero strained against his bonds, his heart aching to join the Sirens, but his loyal crew held fast to their course. They passed the island safely, becoming one of the few to hear the Sirens' song and live to tell the tale. This victory over the Sirens was not just a triumph of Odysseus's cunning, but a testament to the power of preparation and the strength found in trusting one's companions. Another tale speaks of the Argonauts, led by Jason in their quest for the Golden Fleece. As they neared the Sirens' Island, it was Orpheus, the legendary musician, who saved them. He took up his lyre and played a melody so beautiful, so captivating, that it drowned out the Sirens' song. All but one of the Argonauts were able to resist the deadly lure, proving that sometimes the best defense against temptation is to fill one's life with beauty and purpose. The Sirens' fate was tied to their song. It was said that they were fated to die if anyone heard their song and escaped. After Odysseus's triumph, some versions of the myth claim that the Sirens, in their despair, threw themselves into the sea and were transformed into rocks. These rocks, still standing in the Mediterranean, serve as a silent reminder of the dangers of unchecked desire and the importance of staying true to one's course. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the Sirens' song in your own life. What temptations call to you, promising fulfillment but potentially leading you astray? Like Odysseus, you have the strength to resist, to stay bound to your purpose and your path. And like the Argonauts, you can fill your life with music of your own making, drowning out the false promises that might lead you to ruin. Let the gentle lapping of waves against your imaginary ship lull you deeper into relaxation. Feel the cool sea breeze on your skin, carrying away any lingering tension. The Sirens' song fades into the distance, replaced by the soothing rhythm of your own breath. As you sail safely past the dangers, know that you too have the wisdom to navigate life's temptations. Allow your mind to float freely on this sea of tranquility, secure in the knowledge that you are steering your own course through the night. The stars above guide you, just as they guided the ancient mariners towards peaceful shores and restful dreams. Let go, drift, and sail gently into the welcoming arms of sleep. In the deep, dark waters of the Mediterranean, where the waves whisper ancient tales and the mist shrouds the rocky shores, there lived two of the most fearsome monsters known to sailors and heroes alike. Scylla and Charybdis, their names alone enough to send shivers down the spines of even the bravest seafarers. As you settle deeper into your comfortable resting place, allow the gentle sound of rain to wash away your worries as we delve into this mythical tale. Scylla was once a beautiful nymph, her beauty rivaling that of the goddesses themselves. But fate, as it often does in Greek mythology, had other plans for her. Circe, the powerful sorceress, driven by jealousy over Scylla's affection for Glaucus, transformed the lovely nymph into a hideous monster. Imagine, if you will, a creature with 6 long necks, each ending in a head with 3 rows of sharp teeth. Below her waist, she became a writhing mass of dogs' heads and tentacles. As you picture this transformation, feel the tension in your own body begin to melt away, knowing that you are safe and far from such terrors. On the opposite side of a narrow, straight-lived Charybdis, once a naiad, a water nymph, daughter of Poseidon and Gaia. Zeus, in his anger at her greed, transformed her into a monstrous whirlpool, forever swallowing and regurgitating the waters of the sea. 3 times a day, Charybdis would swallow huge amounts of water before belching them back out again, creating treacherous whirlpools that could destroy entire ships. As you listen, let the rhythmic sound of the rain outside mimic the ebb and flow of Charybdis' whirlpool, lulling you into a state of deep relaxation. The strait where these 2 monsters dwelled became a nightmare for sailors. To pass through, they had to choose between the 2 evils, risk being devoured by Scylla or potentially losing their entire ship to Charybdis. This impossible choice gave rise to the phrase between Scylla and Charybdis, meaning to be caught between 2 equally undesirable options. As you ponder this dilemma, remember that in your own life, even the most difficult choices eventually pass, just as we pass through the challenges in our dreams. The most famous encounter with these monsters comes from Homer's Odyssey. The hero Odysseus, on his long journey home from Troy, had to navigate this treacherous passage. Circe had advised him to sail closer to Scylla, reasoning that it was better to lose a few crew members than the entire ship. With a heavy heart, Odysseus made this terrible choice. As his ship passed through the strait, Scylla's head snaked down and snatched 6 of his men, their cries echoing across the water. Yet Odysseus and the rest of his crew survived, escaping the even deadlier pull of Charybdis. In the end, the story of Scylla and Charybdis is not just about monsters and heroes, but about the choices we make when faced with seemingly impossible situations. It teaches us that sometimes there is no perfect solution, only the best possible action we can take in the moment. As you lie here, feeling the weight of your body sinking deeper into restful comfort, remember that like Odysseus, you have the wisdom to navigate your own straits, no matter how narrow they may seem. Let the mythical waters of Scylla and Charybdis now become a soothing ocean in your mind, its gentle waves lapping at the shores of your consciousness. With each breath, imagine yourself drifting further from the challenges of the day and closer to the peaceful realm of sleep. The rain continues its soft rhythm outside, a lullaby from the heavens, guiding you towards rest. As your mind floats on this sea of tranquility, know that you are safe, protected, and free to explore the vast, calm waters of your dreams. In the far reaches of the Western world, where the sun dips below the horizon in a blaze of golden light, there lies a mythical garden of unparalleled beauty. This is the story of the Hesperides, the nymphs who tend to this wondrous place, and the golden apples that grow within its bounds. The Hesperides were the daughters of Atlas, the Titan condemned to hold the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders for eternity. These nymphs, often 3 in number, were blessed with voices of enchanting melody and beauty that rivaled the goddesses themselves. Their names, Eagle, Eurysthea, and Hesperia, each carried the essence of twilight and the setting sun. The garden they tended was a gift from Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth, to Hera upon her marriage to Zeus. Within this sacred grove grew trees that bore golden apples, said to grant immortality to any who ate them. These apples were so precious that Hera herself entrusted their protection not only to the Hesperides, but also to Ladon, a fearsome 100-headed dragon that never slept. As you listen to this tale, imagine yourself standing at the edge of this mystical garden. Feel the soft, cool grass beneath your feet and the gentle breeze carrying the sweet scent of otherworldly blossoms. The air is filled with a soft, golden haze, as if the very light of the setting sun has been captured and held in perpetual twilight. The Hesperides garden became the object of desire for many heroes and gods. Perhaps the most famous quest involving this mythical place was that of Heracles as part of his 12 labors. The great hero was tasked with retrieving the golden apples, a feat that seemed impossible given the vigilant guardians of the garden. Heracles, known for his strength and cunning, knew he could not simply fight his way through. Instead, he sought the help of Atlas, the father of the Hesperides. Heracles offered to hold the weight of the heavens while Atlas retrieved the apples. The Titan agreed, relieved to have a moment's respite from his eternal burden. As you continue to relax, envision Atlas, his massive form bent under the weight of the celestial sphere. See Heracles, muscles straining, taking on this monumental task. Feel the immensity of the heavens pressing down, and yet, like Heracles, find the strength within yourself to endure. Atlas successfully obtained the apples from his daughters, evading the watchful eyes of Ladon. However, upon his return, he was reluctant to resume his punishment. Atlas suggested that he deliver the apples himself, leaving Heracles to bear the heavens forever. But the clever hero, feigning agreement, asked Atlas to take the weight for just a moment while he padded his shoulders. Once Atlas took back the heavens, Heracles retrieved the apples and departed, completing his labor. This tale reminds us that sometimes the greatest challenges require not just strength, but wisdom and strategy as well. The Hesperides and their garden remain a symbol of the eternal quest for immortality and the beauty of the twilight realm. Their story speaks to the part of us that yearns for something just beyond our reach, a golden promise on the edge of the horizon. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let the gentle song of the Hesperides wash over you. Imagine their melodious voices blending with the rustle of golden leaves and the distant roar of Ladon. Feel yourself becoming one with this timeless garden, where day and night meet in perfect harmony. In your mind's eye, see the golden apples glowing softly in the eternal twilight. Their radiance is soothing, not harsh, inviting you to sink deeper into tranquility. Like the heroes of old, you have journeyed far, and now you rest in this place of legend and wonder. Allow the peace of the Hesperides garden to envelop you completely. Here, in this mythical realm, there is no strife, no burden too heavy to bear. Like Atlas when Heracles took his burden, you too can let go of any weight you carry. Breathe deeply, and with each exhale, feel yourself becoming lighter, more at ease. As we conclude this tale, know that the wisdom of the ancients and the magic of mythology lives on in your dreams. May your sleep be as sweet as the golden apples of the Hesperides, and may you wake refreshed, carrying a piece of this eternal twilight in your heart. In the depths of the underworld, where shadows dance and whispers echo, there dwells a figure both feared and respected by gods and mortals alike. Thanatos, the personification of death, moves silently through the realms of existence, his presence a reminder of life's fragile nature. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let the story of Thanatos guide you towards peaceful slumber. Born of Nyx, the primordial goddess of night, Thanatos emerged from the darkness as the twin brother of Hypnos, the god of sleep. While Hypnos offered temporary respite from the waking world, Thanatos brought the eternal rest that awaits all living beings. His appearance was that of a winged youth, beautiful yet somber, carrying an inverted torch that symbolized the extinguishing of life's flame. Unlike the violent and bloodthirsty gods of war, Thanatos approached his duty with quiet dignity. He did not seek to cause death, but rather to guide souls gently into the afterlife when their time had come. His touch was said to be as soft as a feather barely felt as he severed the ties between body and spirit. One of the most famous tales involving Thanatos speaks of his encounter with the clever king Sisyphus. When Thanatos came to claim the king's soul, Sisyphus, ever the trickster, asked to be shown how the chains Thanatos carried worked. The curious death god agreed, only to find himself bound by the very chains he had brought. With death imprisoned, no mortal could die, throwing the natural order into chaos. As you breathe deeply, imagine the stillness that must have fallen over the world during this time. The absence of death might seem a blessing, but without it, the cycle of life stood frozen, like a river dammed at its source. Let this thought settle over you, as calming as the rain outside your window, reminding you that all things have their time and place in the grand tapestry of existence. The gods, disturbed by this disruption, sent Ares, the god of war, to free Thanatos from his bonds. Once released, death resumed his duties, and the flow of life and death returned to its natural rhythm. Sisyphus, for his transgression, was condemned to an eternity of rolling a boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll back down each time he neared the top. Thanatos' role in the pantheon of Greek gods was not one of malevolence, but of necessity. He was seen as a fair and impartial figure, unmoved by bribes or pleas. Rich and poor, young and old, all were equal before his gaze. In this, there is a profound lesson about the equalizing nature of death and the importance of living a life of meaning and virtue. As you lie here, drifting closer to sleep, consider how Thanatos' story reminds us to appreciate the preciousness of each moment. Like the soft rain outside, our lives are composed of countless droplets of experience, each one unique and irreplaceable. Let this thought bring you peace, knowing that every breath, every heartbeat, is a gift to be cherished. In some tales, Thanatos was depicted carrying a butterfly, symbolizing the soul's journey from one state of being to another. As you feel yourself growing heavier, imagine your own consciousness as a delicate butterfly, gently carried by Thanatos' brother Hypnos towards the realm of dreams. Here, in this liminal space between waking and sleeping, you are safe and at peace. The Greeks believed that a peaceful death was the greatest blessing Thanatos could bestow. They would pray not to avoid death, for that was impossible, but for Thanatos to approach them with gentleness when their time came. As you sink deeper into relaxation, know that you too are embraced by this same gentle touch, guiding you not towards death, but towards rejuvenating sleep. In the quiet of night, as the rain continues its soothing melody, let the story of Thanatos remind you of life's beautiful impermanence. Each day is a precious gift, each moment an opportunity to live fully and with purpose. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the wisdom of Thanatos, to appreciate the present, to live without fear, and to find peace in the natural rhythms of existence. In the realm of dreams and restful slumber, there exists a deity whose very essence embodies the tranquil embrace of sleep. Hypnos, the god of sleep, dwells in a cave where night and day meet, his gentle presence a balm to weary souls seeking respite from the waking world. Hypnos was born of Nyx, the primordial goddess of night, and Erebus, the god of darkness. His twin brother, Thanatos, represents death, but Hypnos brings the sweet oblivion of sleep, a temporary escape from mortal concerns. In his cave, the sound of a gentle stream called Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, flows softly, its murmur a lullaby to all who approach. Imagine, if you will, the abode of Hypnos. At the entrance of his cave grow delicate poppies and other sleep-inducing plants, their drowsy fragrance carried on a perpetual twilight breeze. Within, the walls are draped with dark, heavy curtains that absorb all sound, creating a cocoon of perfect silence. Hypnos himself reclines on a bed of ebony, his form relaxed and inviting, beckoning all who enter to join him in peaceful repose. The power of Hypnos extends far beyond his cave. With his gentle touch, he can induce sleep in both mortals and immortals alike. Even Zeus, the king of the gods, is not immune to Hypnos' influence. In one famous tale, Hypnos was enlisted by Hera, Zeus's wife, to lull the mighty god to sleep so that she could interfere in the Trojan War without his knowledge. Hera approached Hypnos with her request, promising him a golden throne crafted by Hephaestus himself as a reward. Initially, Hypnos was hesitant, remembering Zeus's wrath from a previous incident, but Hera's offer was too tempting to refuse. She sweetened the deal by promising Hypnos the hand of Pasithea, one of the youngest Graces, in marriage. With this incentive, Hypnos agreed to Hera's plan. He accompanied her to Mount Ida, where Zeus was watching the events of the Trojan War unfold. Hypnos transformed himself into a small bird and perched in the branches of a tall pine tree, concealing himself among the leaves. From this vantage point, he waited for the perfect moment to cast his spell. As Hera approached Zeus and engaged him in conversation, Hypnos began to work his magic. He sent waves of drowsiness washing over the king of the gods, each one more potent than the last. Zeus's eyelids grew heavy, his thoughts became fuzzy, and soon he was enveloped in a deep, dreamless sleep. With Zeus incapacitated, Hera was free to influence the tide of the war, tipping the scales in favor of the Greeks. When Zeus awakened and discovered what had transpired, his anger was terrible to behold. He searched for Hypnos, intending to punish him for his trickery, but the god of sleep had wisely fled to the protection of his mother, Nyx. Even Zeus dared not incur the wrath of Night herself, and so Hypnos escaped retribution. This tale illustrates the immense power that Hypnos wields, able to overcome even the mightiest of the gods. Yet, unlike many of his divine brethren, Hypnos does not use his abilities for conquest or glory. Instead, he offers the gift of rest, a respite from the cares and worries of the waking world. In some versions of the myth, Hypnos is said to have 1,000 sons, the Wanneroi, or dream spirits. Each night, these spirits emerge from the cave of Hypnos, carried on silent wings to the bedside of sleeping mortals. They whisper stories and visions into the ears of dreamers, weaving tapestries of imagination in the quiet hours of the night. As you listen to this tale of Hypnos, perhaps you can feel his gentle influence beginning to work upon you. Imagine the soft darkness of his cave enveloping you, the quiet murmur of the Lethe River soothing your mind. Feel the weight of your eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment as Hypnos extends his benevolent touch. In our modern world, where the demands of daily life often rob us of restful slumber, the myth of Hypnos reminds us of the importance of sleep. It is not merely a biological necessity, but a sacred state, a daily journey into a realm where our conscious minds can find peace and renewal. As you drift closer to sleep, remember that Hypnos awaits you with open arms. In his embrace, you can find refuge from your worries, a chance to reset and rejuvenate. Let the cares of the day dissolve like mist in the morning sun, replaced by the soothing balm of Hypnos's gift. May your dreams be sweet and your sleep deep, guided by the benevolent hand of Hypnos, god of sleep and giver of peace. Allow yourself to surrender to his gentle power, knowing that in the realm of dreams all things are possible and that you will awaken refreshed and renewed. In the depths of night, as the rain gently patters against your window, let us delve into the tale of Nemesis, the goddess of divine retribution and balance. Close your eyes and allow the soothing rhythm of the raindrops to carry you into the realm of ancient Greece. Nemesis, whose name means to give what is due, was not born of cosmic events or divine unions like many of her fellow deities. Instead, she emerged from the primordial night, Nyx, as a force of cosmic balance. Imagine her form taking shape from the shadows, her eyes gleaming with the light of justice, her wings unfurling like the inevitability of fate itself. Unlike the Olympian gods who reveled in their domains, Nemesis moved silently through the world, observing the actions of both mortals and immortals. Her presence was felt rather than seen, a whisper of warning in the hearts of those who dared to overstep their bounds. She carried with her a whip, a sword, and a set of scales, tools to mete out justice and maintain the delicate equilibrium of the universe. Nemesis was particularly concerned with hubris, that dangerous pride that often led mortals and gods alike to believe they were above the natural order. She watched as heroes rose and fell, as kingdoms flourished and crumbled, always ready to humble those who grew too arrogant or to elevate those who had been wrongly brought low. One of the most famous tales involving Nemesis speaks of her encounter with Narcissus, a young man of unparalleled beauty. Narcissus was so enamored with his own reflection that he spurned the love of others, including the nymph Echo. His vanity and cruelty caught the attention of Nemesis, who decided to teach him a lesson in humility. With a gentle touch, let the tension in your body release as you imagine Nemesis approaching the pool where Narcissus gazed upon himself. She whispered words of enchantment, binding Narcissus to his own reflection. He became so entranced that he could neither eat nor sleep, eventually withering away and transforming into the Narcissus flower that bears his name. This tale reminds us that balance is essential in all things. As you rest, consider the wisdom in Nemesis's actions. She did not seek to punish out of malice, but to restore equilibrium. In your own life, may you find the strength to maintain balance, to appreciate your worth without falling into the trap of vanity. Nemesis's influence extended beyond the realm of mortals. Even the gods were subject to her power. It was said that she played a role in the Trojan War, ensuring that the conflict would serve as a lesson to both humans and deities about the consequences of their actions. As you drift closer to sleep, let the steady rain outside remind you of the constancy of Nemesis's vigil. In later times, as beliefs evolved, Nemesis came to be associated with fate and inevitability. She was seen as the force that ensured no one could escape the consequences of their deeds, good or bad. This shift in perception transformed her from a feared deity of retribution to a more complex figure of cosmic justice. As our tale of Nemesis draws to a close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of the day's concerns lift from your shoulders, much as Nemesis balances the scales of fortune. The rain continues its gentle rhythm, a soothing reminder that that in the grand tapestry of existence, all things find their proper place in time. May the wisdom of Nemesis guide your dreams tonight. Remember that true harmony comes not from seeking glory or avoiding fate, but from embracing the natural ebb and flow of life. Let your breath become as steady as the rainfall, and allow yourself to drift peacefully into the realm of sleep, where balance and justice reign supreme. In the vast pantheon of Greek deities, there existed a goddess whose very essence embodied the concept of fortune itself. Her name was Titch, and her influence touched the lives of both mortals and immortals alike. As you settle deeper into your comfortable position, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your cares, and let us explore the tale of this capricious goddess. Titch was not born of cosmic struggles or divine machinations like many of her fellow Olympians. Instead, she emerged from the primordial forces that govern the ebb and flow of fate. Some say she was the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys. Others claim she sprang from the union of Aphrodite and Hermes. But regardless of her origins, Titch's power was undeniable. Imagine, if you will, a goddess whose very presence could turn the tides of fortune. Her appearance was as unpredictable as the luck she bestowed. Sometimes she would manifest as a radiant figure, her golden hair adorned with a crown of stars, holding a cornucopia overflowing with abundance. Other times, she appeared as a veiled woman, her face hidden, carrying a rudder to steer the course of destiny. Titch's influence was felt in every aspect of mortal life. From the smallest decision to the grandest endeavor, her unseen hand guided the outcomes. Cities would rise or fall based on her favor, and even the mightiest heroes sought her blessing before embarking on their quests. As you listen, feel the gentle caress of fortune's touch, allowing any lingering tension to melt away from your body. One of the most famous tales of Titch's capricious nature involved the city of Alexandria. It was said that when Alexander the Great founded the city, Titch appeared to him in a dream. She promised that as long as her cult was honored within the city walls, Alexandria would prosper. True to her word, the city flourished, becoming a beacon of culture and knowledge in the ancient world. However, Titch's favor was never guaranteed. Just as she could bestow great fortune, she could also withdraw it without warning. This duality made her both revered and feared among mortals and gods alike. Many sought to curry her favor through offerings and dedications, hoping to sway the tide of luck in their direction. As you drift deeper into relaxation, consider how the concept of luck and fortune plays a role in your own life. Like the gentle rain outside, sometimes fortune falls abundantly, while other times it may seem scarce. Yet, just as the rain nourishes the earth, both good and bad fortune can contribute to our growth and understanding. Titch's symbol, the Wheel of Fortune, perfectly encapsulated her nature. It was said that she would spin this wheel, determining the fates of all who lived. Sometimes one would rise to great heights, only to fall just as swiftly. Others might endure hardships before suddenly finding themselves blessed with good fortune. This eternal cycle reminded all that change was the only constant in life. In your mind's eye, picture this wheel of fortune slowly turning. As it rotates, feel any worries or concerns you may have been holding on to gently falling away. With each turn, you sink deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation, knowing that like the wheel, life's challenges are temporary and ever-changing. Titch's influence extended beyond the mortal realm. Even the gods themselves were not immune to the whims of fortune. It was said that Zeus, the king of the gods, would sometimes consult Titch before making important decisions. Her unpredictable nature added an element of excitement and uncertainty to the otherwise orderly lives of the Olympians. As our tale of Titch draws to a close, allow yourself to fully embrace the peaceful state you've entered. Like the goddess of fortune, life may be unpredictable, but in this moment you are safe, comfortable, and at peace. Let the soothing sounds of the rain remind you that, just as Titch's wheel turns, so too does the cycle of rest and renewal. May Titch's benevolent aspect watch over your dreams tonight, bringing you good fortune and peaceful slumber. As you drift off, Remember that within you lies the strength to face whatever fortune may bring, be it favorable or challenging. Sleep now, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the boundless possibilities that fortune can bring. In the depths of night, when the moon hangs heavy in the sky and shadows dance at the edges of our vision, there exists a goddess who reigns supreme over the mysteries of darkness and magic. Her name is Hecate, and her story is one of ancient power and hidden knowledge. Hecate was not born of the Olympian pantheon, but rather emerged from the primordial depths of the Titans. She was the daughter of Perses and Asteria, both children of the Titans. From her very inception, Hecate was imbued with powers that set her apart from other deities. She was a goddess of the crossroads, of magic, witchcraft, and necromancy. Unlike many of her divine counterparts, Hecate's domain was not limited to a single aspect of life or nature. She held sway over the earth, the sea, and the sky. This triple nature was reflected in her most common depiction, a figure with three faces, each looking in a different direction, symbolizing her ability to see into the past, present, and future. Hecate's power was so great that even Zeus, the king of the gods, respected and honored her. When the Olympians overthrew the Titans, Zeus allowed Hecate to retain her ancient powers, recognizing her importance in maintaining the balance between the mortal world and the realm of the divine. As you listen to this tale, imagine standing at a moonlit crossroads where three paths converge. The air is thick with the scent of night-blooming flowers and the whisper of secrets carried on the breeze. This is where Hecate's presence is strongest, in these liminal spaces between worlds. Hecate was often called upon by those seeking guidance or protection. She was the patron goddess of witches and magicians, but also of travelers and those in need of protection. Her torches were said to illuminate the darkness, both literal and metaphorical, guiding lost souls and revealing hidden truths. One of the most famous tales involving Hecate is her role in the story of Persephone. When Hades abducted the young goddess, it was Hecate who heard her cries. She became Persephone's companion in the underworld and later helped Demeter in her search for her lost daughter. This act of compassion earned her a special place in the mysteries of Eleusis, where she was worshipped alongside Demeter and Persephone. Hecate's wisdom and power were not limited to the divine realm. She was said to have taught humans the art of sorcery and the use of herbs for both healing and harm. Her knowledge of plants and their properties made her a goddess of both medicine and poison, life and death intertwined. As you drift deeper into relaxation, envision Hecate's sacred animals surrounding you. The dog, loyal and protective, guards your dreams. The polecat, swift and silent, carries away any lingering worries. And the snake, symbol of renewal and hidden wisdom, coils peacefully nearby, a reminder of the cycles of life and death over which Hecate presides. Hecate's worship often took place at night, particularly during the dark of the moon. Her followers would leave offerings at crossroads, usually consisting of eggs, fish, and honey. These, Hecate's suppers, were believed to appease restless spirits and gain the goddess's favor. In many ways, Hecate represents the power of choice and transformation. The crossroads where she dwells are not just physical places, but metaphors for the decisions we face in life. Each path we choose shapes our destiny, and Hecate stands ready to illuminate the way if we have the courage to seek her guidance. As our tale of Hecate draws to a close, let her triple-faced visage watch over your sleep. May her torches light your way through the darkness of night, and may her wisdom guide you through the crossroads of your dreams. Remember that even in the deepest shadows, there is magic and potential for growth. Allow the mysteries of Hecate to envelop you like a protective cloak of starlight. Feel the ancient power of the goddess flowing through you, grounding you to the earth, yet lifting your spirit to touch the realm of dreams. As you drift off to sleep, know that Hecate stands guard at the threshold between waking and dreaming, ensuring safe passage for your wandering mind. In the lush forests of ancient Arcadia, where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang melodies, there lived a god unlike any other. Pan, the god of the wild, of shepherds and flocks, of nature and rustic music, was a figure both beloved and feared. As we delve into his tale, allow the gentle sounds of rainfall to wash over you, cleansing your mind of the day's worries. Pan's appearance was as unique as his domain. He was born with the legs, horns, and ears of a goat, yet with the upper body of a man. His birth caused such a stir that his own mother fled in fear, yet the Olympian gods welcomed him with open arms, delighting in his peculiar charm. Hermes, the messenger god, wrapped the infant Pan in warm hair skin and brought him to Mount Olympus, where the gods named him Pan, meaning all, for he brought joy to all of them. As Pan grew, he found solace in the wilderness, far from the grandeur of Olympus. He roamed the forests and mountains, playing his syrinx, a pan flute made from hollow reeds. The music he created was so enchanting that it could soothe the wildest of beasts and make the trees themselves sway in rhythm. Close your eyes now and imagine the soft, melodious notes floating on the breeze, mingling with the patter of rain outside your window. Yet Pan's life was not without challenges. His appearance often caused fear among mortals, and his passionate nature led to many unrequited loves. One such tale involves the nymph Syrinx. Pursued by Pan, she fled to a river's edge and begged the river nymphs for help. They transformed her into hollow water reeds. When Pan's frustrated breath blew across the reeds, they produced a haunting melody, inspiring him to create his beloved Pan flute. Despite these hardships, Pan found joy in his role as protector of shepherds and their flocks. He would watch over them, ensuring their safety and prosperity. His presence was felt in the rustling of leaves, the babbling of brooks, and the distant echo of a shepherd's pipe. As you listen, feel the comfort of Pan's watchful presence, guarding over you as you drift closer to sleep. Pan's influence extended beyond the pastoral. He was known for causing sudden, unreasoning fear in lonely places, a phenomenon that still bears his name, panic. This power came in handy during the war between the Olympians and the Titans. Pan's mighty shout caused such confusion and fear among the Titans that it helped turn the tide of battle in favor of the Olympians. As the centuries passed, Pan's worship spread beyond Arcadia. He became associated with fertility and the season of spring, embodying the wild, untamed aspects of nature that both thrilled and frightened mortals. In some tales, he is even said to have taught Apollo the art of prophecy, sharing the secrets whispered by the wind through the trees. Yet as civilization spread and cities grew, Pan's influence began to wane. There's a famous tale from the time of Tiberius Caesar where a ship's pilot heard a divine voice announcing, "The great god Pan is dead." This story symbolizes the fading of the old ways as new beliefs took hold. But for those who listen closely, Pan's music can still be heard in the whisper of wind through leaves and the gentle flow of streams. As our tale of Pan comes to a close, reflect on the balance he represents between civilization and wilderness, fear and joy, the tamed and the wild. In your own life, you may find echoes of Pan's duality, moments where the wild and the civilized aspects of your nature meet. Embrace this harmony as you settle deeper into relaxation. Let the soothing rain outside blend with the imagined notes of Pan's syrinx. Allow the gentle melody to carry you towards peaceful slumber, where dreams of sun-dappled forests and hidden glades await. Pan, the guardian of the wild, watches over your rest, ensuring that your sleep is deep and rejuvenating. As our journey through the rich tapestry of Greek mythology comes to a close, we reflect on the timeless wisdom these ancient stories have shared. From the heights of Mount Olympus to the depths of the underworld, we've traversed realms both divine and mortal, encountering gods, heroes, and mythical creatures along the way. These tales, though born in antiquity, continue to resonate with us because they speak to universal human experiences. They remind us of our own potential for greatness, our capacity for love, and our ability to overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. As you lie here, allow the echoes of these myths to gently wash over you. Feel the strength of Hercules, the wisdom of Athene, and the endurance of Odysseus within yourself. Let the courage of Perseus and the creativity of Daedalus inspire your dreams. Now, as the night deepens, it's time to fully surrender to sleep. Imagine the watchful eyes of the gods looking over you, guarding your rest. The heroes of old stand vigil, ensuring your journey into slumber is peaceful and rejuvenating. Take a deep, calming breath, and as you exhale, release any remaining tension in your body. Let it flow away like the waters of the river Lethe, carrying with it the cares of the waking world. Know that the soothing sounds of rainfall will continue throughout the night, a gentle lullaby from the heavens themselves. As consciousness fades, picture yourself drifting on Poseidon's calm seas or floating among the stars of Uranus's night sky. We are grateful to have shared this mythological odyssey with you. Remember, more stories await in future episodes, each one a gateway to new realms of relaxation and wonder. As we bid you good night, may Hypnos, god of sleep, bless you with the most restful of slumbers. May Morpheus shape your dreams into the sweetest of visions, and may you awaken refreshed, carrying the magic of these myths into your day. Sleep well, dear listener, until we meet again in the land of legends and dreams. Word count 357.